on the internet and talk about our opinions about movies.
You know what? I'm there. I'm right there with you. Let me get.
Yeah, you're there. You're down to talk
I'm
about
down.
movies on the internet.
I'm down to talk about some movies on the internet.
Let's give it a go.
Why
There's a
not?
first time for everything. That's what I say.
Well, we're live.
And there we are. We're live. Wow, beautiful. Look at that. I hope you enjoy. Did you even look at the background that I sent you yet?
I did. I sure noticed it.
The two synapses left in my brain saw that picture of the face he was making in The Mummy. I was like, wait a minute, I know that face. It's a very similar
It
face.
is. Yeah, just the two sides, the duality of man.
The duality of Brendan Fraser. Hello, fine people in the chat. I hope you're doing well. Talking about movies today. Can you believe it? We're going to talk about two horror adjacent movies today.
Horror adventure? Would you call
they're
it?
certainly I would call them action adventure films, but they're certainly horror adjacent. There's
Yeah.
some spookiness involved for sure, and obviously they are adapted from loosely the Universal monster horror films, the classic ones. We'll talk all about that.
We sure
That's
will.
probably what I'm most excited to talk about when it comes to Van Helsing specifically, is the absolute batshit insane adaptation choices that were made. Big fan.
Yeah.
It's wild.
Maybe perhaps the best version of Frankenstein meets the Wolfman, you could say. Except,
because
like no Abbott and Costello, but
No, I mean, hey. Well, the Abbott and Costello weren't. Wait, were they?
They were.
No, Frankenstein meets the Wolfman wasn't Abbott and Costello.
No. But there is a version of Frankenstein and the Wolfman meet Abbott and Costello.
Oh, okay. So, yes, it's hard to keep track. There's so many. I hope you're all doing well. Today, we're going to talk about two movies that you might have heard of before. That would be The Mummy from 1999 and Van Helsing from 2004. These movies have a lot in common, and we'll talk all about it today. And one of the things I think is most interesting about revisiting these two films is that they're definitely from an era that is long gone. They don't make them like this anymore, for better and for worse. I'm excited to talk about it. It's, swashbuckling action adventure horror movies. You don't have too many of those.
Yeah.
And I didn't know, as I suggested to Hugh that we talk about Van Helsing before Halloween is past, and he mentioned as long as we can also talk about The Mummy, and that was precisely when I learned that both were written and directed by the same guy. That would be Stephen Sommers, who you will know from The Mummy and Van Helsing, but also G.I. Joe: The Rise of Cobra.
Yes, a classic.
Who could forget that? And The Mummy Returns. He directed The Mummy Returns as well.
Yes,
so.
And The Scorpion King in 2002. Yes, starring
He didn't direct
Dwayne.
it.
Oh, you're right.
He might have
he wrote it. He wrote it and produced it.
Okay.
Sorry. You are correct.
Yeah, an interesting filmmaker who had a big, hot streak there with a very specific kind of movie that we're going to talk all about today. Hope you're as excited as we are.
He also directed, just fun thing, Catch Me If You Can. 1989, not 2002.
Not the one. No, the other one.
No, the other one. The other one that you are aware of, obviously. The American boner comedy, Catch Me If You Can.
And who could forget The Jungle Book? No, the other one.
Yeah, no, the other one.
No, the other one, actually.
Oh my gosh! He really kind of had his heyday between 1999 and I would say we'll end it at 2004 with Van Helsing, because after that he made G.I. Joe: The Rise of Cobra and Odd Thomas, and he has not worked again since then. I'm not sure if that's because he's dead.
Did you see Odd Thomas? I only ever heard of it because I looked up his IMDb, but have you seen it?
I have not, but I know it's based on a series of Dean Koontz novels. Dean Koontz, the poor man's Stephen King, as many would call him. the poor man's Stanley Kubrick himself in turn.
I just know that Anton Yelchin is in it, and I always liked him. Rest in peace. Um, so I didn't know if you had seen it, if it was any good or not. But anyway, so Hugh, you told me a little bit of the history of how the Mummy gets made and how
Oh,
Stephen
there's quite a bit.
Sommers gets this era of the Universal monster movies, very distinct from the original era, obviously, and distinct from the failed reboot of the so-called Dark Universe. We'll talk
Yes.
about that too, but this is probably, I don't know, it's a very interesting era, and so you were telling me a little bit about how it came to be. Why don't you tell the fine people at home?
Yeah, well, I mean, so Universal had been trying to get a Mummy reboot essentially off the ground since the late 1980s. Um, they were trying to do it. Nobody was really sure how is the problem. And I think we didn't watch that one for the stream or discuss it on the stream. The original Boris Karloff 1932 Mummy. It's a bit dry, especially if you come to it only knowing, this version of the Mummy. So it's
Yeah.
not. It's a little bit not as interesting, really. 1987, George Romero writes a film treatment and is attached to direct of Day of the Living Dead or Night of the Living Dead and Day of the Dead fame. Uh, Originally, an idea was essentially to do the Mummy but Terminator. Um, there,
Interesting. Before you continue at all, I just wanted a quick shout out for Canuck Buck. He says he goes into surgery on the 3rd of November, pretty worried due to health issues, would welcome a shout out in prayer if anyone does. Absolutely.
yes,
Best of luck with your surgery, and Godspeed.
we'll be
We'll
thinking
be
of you.
rooting for you.
Let's go.
And he also mentioned that he often pairs Van Helsing with League of Extraordinary Gentlemen. I
I do have
certainly
some
can
stuff to talk about
understand.
with that as well. Yes,
Yes,
that's very fun.
I can
So
certainly understand why. We're not going to talk about it too much today because I have not seen it in a long time, but it
no,
will
no,
come up, I'm sure.
I do. So that's a great, as good of a segue as I can get to the small thing about League of Extraordinary Gentlemen that I'd like to touch on in correlation with these two films. So League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, clearly we're taking from classical literature and sort of doing a spook Vengers, if you will. Van
Yes.
Helsing is very similar to that. Uh, Also, Van Helsing, as we will, I'm sure, discuss, there's a lot more cribbed from Lord of the Rings in Van Helsing than I remembered from the last time I watched it.
Yes.
Cinematography has
Mhm.
some big influence, as well as the CGI. A lot of the CGI from Van Helsing is purchased directly from the Lord of the Rings as a way to save a little bit of
Cut
money.
costs. Yeah.
But one of the funny connections between League of Extraordinary Gentlemen and some of these other movies is that Sean Connery, famously in the League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, there's a great story about why he decided to go into that movie. Um, his agent, brought him a script, two scripts before the big League of Extraordinary Gentlemen filmed. The first one, they brought him. They were like, "Hey, this guy from New Zealand wants you to play Gandalf the Grey in Tolkien's Lord of the Rings. What do you think?" And they threw him the script, and he read it, and he goes, what the fuck is this? I don't understand what any of this. Hobbits? What's that? Where are the big-titted Ukrainian ladies? No, I'm not doing this." So he didn't understand it, turned it down. Then they came to him with Albus Dumbledore, and he didn't understand that script either, so he turned it down. So they come to him with
A
League
bit
of
too
Extraordinary Gentlemen.
a bit
A,
too fruity
a
for
bit too
him.
fruity for him. So they come to him with League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, and he says, "Well, I don't get this one either, but if it's anything like the other two, it's going to make a ton of money."
That's a good
And so
joke.
that is the reason why he's in that movie. That's a true story, by the way. He actually
Time
did.
makes fools of us all.
And then another fun little thing is that the guy who played Dorian Gray in League of Extraordinary Gentlemen, I think rather famously, was cast as Aragorn right down to principal photography, and then they decided it wasn't really working. so they cut him
Hmm.
and went with Viggo Mortensen instead. And he decided that maybe League of Extraordinary Gentlemen would be his way into the big leagues, and well,
Uh,
that didn't work out so
unfortunate.
well.
Yes. But you were saying, Hugh, you were talking about, George Romero did an original treatment for The Mummy, but it's
Yes.
Terminator.
Yeah, The
Yeah.
Mummy but Terminator was the original sort of idea. That didn't really gel. George Romero kind of lost interest after getting a little bit of pushback. So the next writer director they went to for this was Clive Barker, who was coming off of Hellraiser.
Oh
Um,
God. Oh God. Trying to
yes,
imagine how perverted a mummy movie could be. That's what
yes.
I'm trying.
So the movie didn't go forward because the one of the producers who had approached Clive Barker for with this offer recalled it was a little too dark, sexual, and full of mysticism. So
Well, the
they
mysticism, that sounds all right, but I don't know if I want this hypersexual mummy movie. Personally, that's just a
I
matter of
not
personal
really.
taste.
I'm okay without the heavy overt references to BDSM and sexual sadism. I'm good with that. Thanks. Uh, so he was rejected for presenting a treatment that was just a bit too weird. Um, and then afterward, they decided, hey, maybe we go with more of a brooding sort of mummy, a brooding and a thoughtful internal mummy. Uh, and they attached Daniel Day-Lewis to a project.
Wait, really?
Yep.
You didn't tell me that part.
Yeah, well, that's because I found out about it over the weekend when I was doing some research for this. Yeah, they had an idea where they would have Daniel Day-Lewis sort of play more of the boring mummy that we get from Boris Karloff in the original 1932 version. The price tag for that one was far too high, and they said, "Fuck that." And this is in still at the late 80s, I think, at this point. We get into the 90s. It's still being kicked around until finally Stephen Summers comes along and says, "Hey, what if we do The Mummy but with Indiana Jones?" And the rest is history. They were like, "Hey, yeah, if you think you can do it, um, that'd be pretty great. Let's go for it."
Honestly, it's a great idea.
It really
It's a
is.
great idea. It lends itself so well to The Mummy as a general premise and setting, right? This sort of swashbuckling adventurer archaeologist guy going after ancient artifacts and cursed ancient artifacts and things of that nature. It feels like such a natural fit. And it's really interesting because one of the best things about The Mummy is that it's so different from the original Universal horror movies. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? It's like it's fun and lighthearted. There's still plenty of really scary things. A little too much CGI for my taste, but there's it's it's very different in a way that combines, I think, the best of its horror premise and the Indiana Jones style and tone and approach.
Yeah. It's a little crazy. No, like given how well it worked, it's a little wild to know that they had such a difficult time landing on that premise. Yeah, that concept for what they were going to do with this. Um so that just interesting little thing. They also so the first when they got to casting, the first person to be offered the role of Rick O'Connell was Tom Cruise.
Oh, really?
Yep, he was the original intended Rick O'Connell,
Oh,
and
that's kind of funny.
isn't it just kind of comes around all the way? He couldn't fit it into his schedule. Neither could Brad Pitt, Matt Damon, or Ben Affleck, all of whom were offered the role.
Interesting. So
Yeah,
I don't know that Tom Cruise would have been the right role. I mean, the
no,
right
I don't
choice.
think so.
He just doesn't have, so obviously we'll talk about it, but I think this movie is so obviously trying to capture the spirit of the Indiana Jones movies that it invites the inevitable comparison to Harrison Ford, right? And there and I just think Tom Cruise would not be able to carry it in the same way and have that same attitude. That's just not him, you know?
Yeah.
Um, we'll talk about how Brendan Fraser does with that because I think he does an admirable job, and there's certainly a lot of charm to his portrayal. I still think he kind of pales in comparison to Harrison Ford here.
So the reason
And I
Brendan Fraser was chosen was because of the earlier success of George of the Jungle. They figured that that would
yeah, that makes
strike the
sense.
tone for the comedy that they were
He's
going
very
for.
good for the movie,
Yeah.
but I think because it's so similar, my brain just goes like, "Oh, yeah, but I like Harrison Ford better." You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah.
I almost wish it was just that's one of my few criticisms of the movie is that it's so similar to Indiana Jones that it just kind of pales in comparison in some ways. Not to say that I don't like it. We haven't really gotten to that part yet. I do really like this movie, but it does feel a little bit like Indiana Jones again, but not quite as good.
I can see that. Yeah.
Really, really quick shout out. Canuck Buck says thanks so much for the thoughts and prayers. You're absolutely welcome. We wish you Godspeed. Nothing but the best.
Sorry, hold on. Silvermania. Shout
Brendan
out to
Fraser
Roger
is more
Ebert. Oh,
charismatic than Harrison Ford. I disagree. He's more animated. I don't think he's more
he's a little. He's
charismatic.
got more of a goofy, not so
Yes.
self-serious kind of thing going on. I would definitely. Young Harrison Ford though is a pretty charismatic guy. I think that that's kind of the
Oh,
main
I
reason
mean,
why Han Solo
obviously.
works, right? Like,
Obviously.
yeah,
Yeah, I certainly I think Brendan Fraser gets more expressive and goofy and like kind of camp than Harrison
yes,
Ford, who's a bit more subdued. But I don't think he's as charismatic. No, definitely not.
no. So finally he's decided on because of George of the Jungle. I think he brings a lot of really great animation, yeah, and goofiness to the role. It fits the style of comedy that they ended up going with very well.
I
Rachel
agree.
Weisz auditioned multiple times before being cast. And she didn't want to do horror movies, but she read the script and was like, "This is kind of like a goofy comic book movie. I'm in. I want to be I want to be in it." Um,
Yeah.
and Arnold Vosloo, who plays Emotep, um, he really liked the Mummy, but he didn't like. Originally, there was a little bit of comedy written in for Emotep. He was going to be kind of goofy as well, and Arnold demanded that it be sort of like he play the straight man, so that it's a little bit more, maybe a little more intimidating, a little more. You
I
get more of
think
a
that's a wise
standard
choice.
action
I
adventure
think
kind of thing. Yeah.
yeah, I do think that's a strong choice on his part
Yes.
and the movie's part in general for everyone else agreeing to it. Um, it's kind of the
Interesting.
opposite.
It's kind of the
Wait, it's
opposite thing for Van Helsing, is what I was going to
yeah,
say. Interestingly enough, Dracula
yeah.
is maybe the funniest part of Van Helsing.
Oh yeah, he's a real goofster, and Hugh Jackman plays it pretty straight the entire time. So
Yes.
yeah, balance, right? It's all about balance.
Yeah,
I think
absolutely.
that sort of tonal balance is achieved quite well in both films. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. And that's basically how we get started on this one. Oh, and Dave. Sorry, let me get the actor's name right. Benny from The Mummy, uh, played by Kevin J. O'Connor. Um, Maybe my favorite part of this movie, and a pretty significant part, a reason why I enjoy bits of of Van Helsing as well, because he's in that too. He plays Igor in Van Helsing. Um, so he's got this like he's very typecast in both. He's kind of the the rat villain, secondary villain type
yeah,
character, but he just kind of crushes that role.
yeah.
Like he's a master of this sort of like what would you call it? Shit heel comedy.
Yeah, I
He's a
can see
little
that.
rat fuck. Yeah. I love him. I
Yeah,
love it. I think it's just kind of all coming together to make a pair of pretty enjoyable movies. So yeah, that's our background for the Mummy. So I guess we'll
yeah.
jump
That's
into
how
it.
the Mummy gets made.
Yeah.
It's an interesting little story. It's always interesting, I think, when they have Universal in this case has a property that they're like, ah, we will always have these. We'll always have the well, I mean, unless the copyright runs out, but even then you can still make them. They'll always have Frankenstein and Dracula and the Mummy and the Invisible Man and all that sort of stuff. And it's so like every 20 years they're like, can we do something with this? What can we do? We're just sitting on it. So like how can we use this, right? And this little era is so interesting to me because of the success of The Mummy, they're like, okay, cool, action adventure, dual wielding pistols. That's going to be our thing.
He came into into that with so when I was watching the director's commentary of the opening scene, and I'll jump to the trailer now. Might as well. Of the opening scene of The Mummy, or one of the opening scenes of The Mummy, where we first get introduced to Rick O'Connell.
Mhm.
He's running around with his dual pistols, and the director says, the only thing that really could have made it, like in complete seriousness, he's not really joking around. He says the only thing that could have made this better is if he had 3 arms and could use 3 guns, which is sort of his philosophy, I think, for pretty much any reason why he put it in here. And I think that's one of the things that really appeals to me the most about these two movies, right? Is that this guy kind of just knows fun action
Yeah.
adventure. He knows what the teenage boys in the seats want out of a
Yes.
movie, and he gives it to you twice, right? You got some gross shit,
Yes.
some horror. You got a couple of really attractive ladies on screen.
Hmm.
You got a great love story. The hero gets to be the hero. The villain is pretty cool. Like in
Adventures in exotic
yeah,
lands.
adventures
Yeah.
in exotic lands. I mean, it's just hitting all those points. The kind of thing that you want from, like a Marvel movie, a comic book movie, or an adventure movie that we just aren't
Yes.
getting anymore,
Yeah, I want to talk about that briefly before we get into the specifics of The Mummy, because both of these movies fit into this sort of mold that we're just not really making much anymore. And it's the over the top action adventure movies for boys,
Yep.
for 14-year-old boys, essentially. Like that. I mean, I saw this movie, let's see, 2004, right? That's when, sorry, not this movie, because The Mummy I didn't actually watch for the first time until a couple days ago, right? So I feel like I would have enjoyed it even more if I saw it when I was a teenager. But Van Helsing was a pretty seminal movie for me, and I was 12, right? So like it was it was the perfect age for that kind of thing. And I just don't see a lot of those movies getting made anymore. Like we had a spike of them with the early superhero movies, I would say. Yeah, Iron Man and all that
Yeah.
sort of stuff. But
Even still, those are kind of colored by the Nolan-esque gritty
yes,
realism,
they're a bit more, yes, they're a bit more realistic, they're a bit more grounded, they're a bit more stoic than they are fun.
Yeah.
That's painting with a very broad brush here. Obviously, Iron Man's pretty fun, but they tend to get more, in the mold of Batman Begins and The Dark Knight because of the success of those movies. Those movies kind of close out this era of the wild, over the top, campy, swashbuckling action adventure that these two movies fall into. But the other broader pattern that I see here is that I feel like we just aren't making movies for teenage boys really in the same way anymore. The feminist types are too uncomfy about the scantily clad women with painted on outfits and gold and all that sort of stuff. And especially when it involves like going to an exotic land and dealing with like weird exotic cultures and peoples and weird foreign artifacts and stuff like that, they modern progressives get uncomfy about the orientalism or the colonialism involved, and so we don't get those sort of things very much anymore. And it's just like, man, I, what happened to this kind of movie? I would like to see this movie return. I just think it's fun. I think it's especially refreshing to watch these days.
Yeah. I mean, like even for some of the problems that these movies do have, which they're not
We'll get into it,
yeah.
but like I would never in a million years say that Von Helsing is a well-written movie,
No.
but I still love it.
I know,
Right?
yeah.
It's
I
so
there's
incredibly stupid,
it's
but
really
but
funny.
it's fun, and this director, this writer understands fun. Obviously, it would be even better if it was well written. You know what I mean? But even though it isn't, it's still an absolute blast, and
Yeah.
I think we should bring these movies back.
We should
That's
bring
what I
back
think.
movies where actors are allowed to have fun too, because I think that's one of the things that really like, that we don't get to see a lot of in our superhero movies lately. You know, like we have some incredible overacting performances happening in each of these movies,
Mhm.
and it's just a joy to watch, right?
Yeah.
Dracula. The big ones that I think of are Dracula and the Frankenstein monster in Van Helsing, chewing every bit of scenery they get their hands on for
Yeah,
their
man.
roles. And it's just
'Cause they
fun.
know what movie they're in.
Yeah,
You see that sometimes in it's just that there's a big problem, especially I find with horror movies, that they just really aren't allowed to be fun unless they're horror comedies. There are exceptions to this. I think, Weapons is the kind of movie that kinda stands out. It's like, "Oh, this is legitimately really funny, like, the
yeah.
whole way through, and it's really scary." But, I watched it was one of those January movies with a really stupid premise that could have been fun if everyone knew what kind of movie they were making, but they didn't, and that was, oh god, what's it even called? It's the Haunted Pool movie. What was that called? Night Swim? Hugh, did you ever see Night
No, I did
Swim?
not see Night Swim. That
The
is that
Night
the one with
Swim
Wyatt Russell?
Wyatt Russell, yes, and Carrie Condon and children. Um, it's not a good movie, but only one person in the entire cast understands that this could be just stupid, campy fun, and that's Wyatt Russell. Wyatt Russell is doing his best to channel Jack Nicholson from The Shining in this stupid Blumhouse movie about a haunted pool, and everyone else is playing it completely straight. Why? Why would you try to play this straight? Just have fun. Just let it be stupid and fun because if even if it's not good, even if it's the most retarded movie ever, right? Oh, the pool's haunted. Why don't you just get out? Like that's the whole movie essentially. But if you made it fun, people would still be talking about it. The same way they're still
Yeah.
talking about Van Helsing because people are like, Van Helsing's Kino, and it's like it's not because it's Shakespeare. Sorry to the person in chat who said, "How dare you? Van Helsing is Shakespeare." It's not quite Shakespeare, but it's an absolute blast to watch. And I just want more movies to be fun
Yeah.
and
Well,
silly and stupid,
sticking with the Kate
especially.
Beckinsale arc here, Ephraim
Oh yeah.
Winslow says it shocks me how good Underworld and even the Underworld sequels look right now. I assume you mean the ones that came out before 2012, because those
Yes.
ones started to look really bad. But I will agree with you. Underworld, the original, and Evolution, and even the Rise of the Lycans are all a lot of fun comparatively. You've got, especially when you've got Bill Nye really getting to go full villain mode. He doesn't get to do
Hmm.
that very often anymore. He's looked at more of as the kindly old gentleman, the kindly old English gentleman. So yeah, him setting the bar for what he was going to do in Dead Man's Chest, the Pirates of the Caribbean movie, kind of that's pretty good. Those are a lot of fun, and of course Kate Beckinsale, I don't know if she's ever been a great actress, but she sure has looked like a great actress. So, eh,
It's half the battle, I
yeah.
suppose. For this kind of movie, that's half the battle. I could not believe how bad the accents in Von Helsing were in hindsight, man. It's so funny. It's so funny. I hadn't seen it in years, but man, those accents are something else. Anyway, The Mummy. Let's talk about The Mummy, Hugh.
Yes, let's do that. So the this movie spared no expense to look good. I think is probably the number one point of praise I wanna give to it, because the CGI at the time was mind blowing. Like, when I was,
Oh, yeah.
God, how old was I in 1999? Doesn't even matter. When I was a young
7?
lad in 1999, 7 or 8 years old in this theater, this was mind boggling to me how good this looked, right? And some of it holds up okay, some of it not so much. But it just, they spent so much money. Like watching through the director's commentary on this and hearing him just like for almost every shot talk about how much it cost them to get some of these things. So In like because they don't only do CGI stuff, they have a lot of practical effects. So it's a kind of at a really good golden point between like using CGI to get imaginative, but also
Yeah.
using practical effects where you have to or where you can. So the
I still
big
think the absolute pinnacle of that balance is Jurassic Park, and this is not too far away from that. It's
yeah.
still in that sort of Goldilocks zone.
Yeah, it's pretty close. Pretty close to that. So the opening scene where they've recreated Thebes in ancient Egypt, just
Yeah.
it looks very good. And then there's other points of the movie, especially like I'm thinking of like when the Magi invade the riverboat, where the skies and the backgrounds are done with these beautiful matte paintings that are like they're not trying to look realistic, they're trying to look pretty, and they
Yes.
do. They really do. They're imp- very impressively done, and it just like lends a little bit of that sort of camp, that action adventure nostalgic camp to what he's going for. He also
Order 60 Sneem says the sweet spot is the period from Jurassic Park to Lord of the Rings. I totally agree with
yeah,
that.
absolutely.
I
Yeah.
totally agree with that.
Before they start overdoing it a little bit with everything.
Van Helsing overdoes it.
Van Helsing overdoes it bad. Well, that's because they could afford to pay for the Lord of the Rings CGI packages. So
Yeah.
when you look at Mr. Hyde on top of Notre Dame, he looks exactly like the cave troll from Fellowship of the Ring because it's that model, right?
Yeah.
The bridge that I can never remember his name, Faramir, Carl, the friar Carl Faramir
Yes.
from Lord of the Rings is running across. It looks exactly like Khazad Dûm in Fellowship of the Ring. So they've bought all of that stuff, right, to try to make it
Yes.
a little cheaper, but also because like those movies look really good. Um,
Yeah, I think what oh god, Stephen Sommers, that's his name. I think he definitely has a maximalist tendency
oh
to
yeah,
his work, and there are definitely pros and cons to that. I think obviously Van Helsing goes too far for sure, and the Mummy kind of rides the line of going a little too far. And by going too far, I mean relying a little too much on CGI. There are some things in both of these movies that it's like, okay, if you had less money and CGI wasn't as good, you'd have to find a way to do this practically, or you would avoid like for example, the giant wide establishing shot of Thebes, but it's
yes,
cool to see. You know what I mean? So I don't really mind that it looks a little dated, that it looks like a 3D model in a computer, because it is exciting to see like an ancient city of that size and scale in a
yeah,
movie because you
looks like
don't
Age of
usually get that.
Empires.
Yeah. So I can, yeah, there's definitely moments where you go like, you know what? I see this, that the spectacle kind of outweighs the fact that it's a little, that it's a little dated looking. I think that, yeah, but Van Helsing, God, the practical filmmaking in Van Helsing is really good,
Yeah,
but then there's so many sequences that are very heavy on the CGI. Anyway,
yeah,
I'm getting ahead of myself.
yeah. Just a little bit. That's
But
okay.
The
Yeah,
Mummy,
the Mummy. I
you
was
mentioned that they spared no expense. The Mummy in 1999 cost $80 million to make.
That's a
Pretty
big
hefty
price tag.
budget.
Yeah,
Yeah, and it made 155 million.
yeah.
So
Adjusted for inflation, that oof. Oh
wait,
my
wait, wait,
goodness.
wait, wait, wait. So okay, I was looking at Box Office Mojo for the how much it's made, but I don't think that number's right. Yeah, okay. Okay, the actual number worldwide box office for The Mummy is 422 million. That makes more sense. Cuz I
Yes.
know it makes a lot more sense because it was a big hit.
Let me get the inflation adjustment here. Um,
Sure.
$80 million in 1999, equivalent to about $155 million today. So actually, not like that's still not even
It's
crazy.
not outrageous by
Yeah,
today's standards, really. Yeah,
yeah.
especially with like Fast X costing like 400
The
million,
almost oh god damn dude, almost $400 million. I mean, they're smashing cars and everything like that, but they've got
But still.
they've got an opening scene We get our opening establishing story beats for Emotep and Anok-Sunamun, who looks fucking gorgeous, by the way, in this. I know that there's going to be plenty of people in the chat who want me to call that out. Um, they've got this model who's acting, who comes in, like, just strides into a room wearing nothing but body paint, right?
Yes.
Like, and a lot of it's done so well that a lot of people don't even notice that it is nothing but body paint. Like, that's what
Yeah.
she's wearing, right?
Mhm.
They've got, and so, she and Emotep, they have their relationship, and Pharaoh is not happy about that. I love the Shakespearean Pharaoh assassination in the shadows, where he's got his arms up, bent over. They even work with a guy who helps, an Egyptology professor who helps them recreate what ancient Egyptian language may have sounded like for for the lines in ancient Egypt and for Imhotep's dialogue, right? So
Yeah.
it's really well done there. And then in our introductory scene to O'Connell and Benny, when they're, with the French Foreign Legion, holding off hordes of angry Arabs, that's 500 horses, like
Yeah.
actual 500 actual horsemen. I think they're Czechoslovakian stuntmen who, their whole thing is that they're really, really good at riding horses and shooting guns. Like, that's their shtick. So
That's a pretty good shtick.
yeah, it's a great shtick for this movie. Um,
I
and
wanted to mention briefly because you said that, adjusted for inflation, it cost roughly 155 million. Was that it?
155 million is adjusted for
Yes.
inflation.
So
Yeah.
The Mummy 2017, which looks worse in every way, by the way, except for the fact that they have better CGI, but that's not really something that they've earned, I would say. In basically every other way, the cinematography of The Mummy with Tom Cruise looks way worse than the movie from 1999. It cost about the same. The budget is reportedly somewhere between 125 and 195 million dollars. So they spared no expense at the time, and they spent it in the right ways, right?
Yes.
That's I think that's worth acknowledging because The Mummy looks so much better than The Mummy.
Yeah.
You heard me.
Yeah, it does. It absolutely does. I mean, story-wise, there's also that.
Sure.
The Mummy Returns looks, even with its CGI the Rock Scorpion Man,
Yes.
The Mummy Returns looks better than Tom Cruise's Mummy. So, yeah. So we get that really, we start off with these, like, two incredibly, like, he puts his money right at the front, right? Like, you've got
Oh, yeah.
in 1999 this incredibly expensive reconstruction of the ancient city of Thebes. You've already got your matte paintings when they take her body to Hamunaptra. They've got all of the visual spectacle right there in front of you.
Oh, yeah.
Our actor playing Imhotep literally allows them to mummify him, in those bandages, to get, the practical shot. It looks great. One of my favorite moments is when they go to, like, cut his tongue out, and they do that nice wipe away right as the knife is going to touch his tongue.
Yeah.
That's a great use of editing right there. So he's really just kind of, like, giving you all of it. Now, listening to the director's commentary, you'll start to realize that his maximalist tendencies might have been kept in check a little better here than they were in Van Helsing. Because the original opening of this movie had, like, the Egyptian sequence was at least 20 minutes longer to explain the ritual that he was going to perform with Anok-Sunamun's body. It has this whole explanation for why O'Connell and Benny are with the French Foreign Legion, even though neither of them are French. Um, and
Yeah, that's not necessary.
yeah, no, I
It's
think we
really
cut
not
right to the point.
necessary. Yeah,
uh,
that's funny.
so he originally, I think he wanted this to be something like a 3.5 hour movie, and this is a couple years before
What?
Lord of the Rings made this, like,
That
acceptable.
that's crazy, Stephen.
But he was like, yeah, it's gonna be like 3.5 hours of just, like, nonstop goofy fun.
It's like he's like, "What if it's the length and scale of Lawrence of Arabia, but it's for 14-year-old boys?"
Yeah. I've always wondered, why weren't there more hot chicks in Lawrence of Arabia? What's the deal with that?
Oh, that's so funny.
Yeah, so O'Connell escapes death narrowly from by a firing squad execution because the horses get spooked by some magic happening in the sand.
Yeah,
We get
the
another,
evil energy of the place.
yeah, the evil energy morphs into Emotep's face in the sand and kind of spooks the horses away. We do get a really cool practical sequence where the sand is like flying up around him in,
Yeah, that
yeah,
was really cool.
they
I
just
really
they
like
just
that.
put ropes down and like pulled the sand up in a couple of different ways, and then like fixed the face in with CGI afterward. It just like it looks great the way that they set it up. I mean, it's beautiful. They built that
Yeah.
set. There's a lot of really gorgeous set construction in this movie that like, so somebody, I saw somebody in the chat mention Phantom Menace earlier, right? And one of the big problems with Phantom Menace being in that sweet spot is that the Phantom Menace really doesn't do as much with set building and design as this movie wants to do.
No, it's not in that sweet spot. He was ahead of the curve in being out
Yeah.
of that sweet spot.
Yeah, a little too much reliance on like big open CGI spaces, right? Like in big open
Yeah.
stages. This one, they really give them some life. Like the library is built in somebody's mansion somewhere in Morocco, I think. Uh, and then they redouble they build the rooms, they use them for the storage room of the library, and then they tear it down and rearrange it and use it again for the tomb at the end of the movie.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, they really like he did a really good job saving budget where he could by like redesigning and rearranging the sets with the Egyptian artifacts, kind of banking on the fact that you won't really notice if the same one appears twice, you know? And I
Yeah.
think that's pretty smart of him.
No, it's very smart. There's no way I would have noticed that. One of my favorite examples of that, not to get too far off topic, is in Alien, where they just spray painted the same set gold
Yeah. Yeah.
and shot it from the other angle. It's like, yeah, perfect.
Yeah, great
But
job.
I just saw it on screen in the trailer when the sand flies up around him. That looks awesome. That looks
Yeah.
really cool. It's just a fun practical effect. I like the use of magic, stuff like that in this movie. It's really fun.
Yeah, very much so. And so there's another fun little. So as he's leaving Hamunaptra, the Magi are on a cliff watching him from their horses, and the Stephen Summers reveals that they originally wanted the Magi to be just covered head to toe in tattoos. But he saw the main Magi, whose name I cannot ever remember. He's in both movies. I always forget.
Is it Ardeth Bay?
Yes, I'm pretty sure that is. I'm pretty
I
sure
can
that's,
understand why you wouldn't remember that. I didn't
yeah.
remember that at all.
But he saw him delivering his lines. And he was like, "This guy's too attractive for me to cover him with tattoos. He's just too hot. We gotta keep. We gotta give the ladies a little something too." So that's
That's great.
that's what made his decision on not covering the Magi with tattoos.
That's pretty funny.
Yeah, good stuff.
He knows what the people want, all right? And I like that about him.
Yeah. Good stuff, man. So like he gets away, and then we have yet another incredibly expensive shot, one that you might not think would be super expensive, but we have Evie, our introduction to Evie in Cairo a few years later, as she's putting some books away, and she fucks up and she knocks all
Oh
the
boy, did she
bookcases.
fuck up.
Yeah, oh boy, does she fuck up. She knocks all the bookcases over in this domino effect, and the shot itself is it's just incredible, right? Like it's a 360 camera movement, all one shot, no edits hidden in there or anything like that. The stunt
Mhm.
woman like jumps off the ladder as it happens, ducks down. Rachel
Takes a
Weisz
switch.
takes a
Yeah.
switch. Rachel Weisz crawls in, hits her mark, and as the camera spins around and all of the bookcases are falling like dominoes, she stands on her mark, and then we hit that perfect like beat where she turns and looks at the camera and takes her glasses off and goes oops, and it's hilarious. It's a $12,000 shot just for that one little bit. So he really front loads the money right off the bat. He
Oh
knows
yeah.
how to get you in there. Yeah, these are fun sequences. All of them are really,
I
really
I
fun.
must say, I could not believe how stupid that mistake she made
It's
was.
so dumb, dude.
It's
It's
so dumb.
she's like, oh well, let me just, instead of climbing down the ladder and just
And
slightly
moving it
moving it
over,
over,
yes.
let me just, I don't
And
know.
it's so goofy too. The goofiness, it's mostly the stupidness that bothers me. The goofiness is fun. Like when she tries to move it from one side to the other and she ends up like floating in the middle going, "Ooh."
Yeah, yeah.
It's,
It's
very silly.
when they switch to the wide shot off of that too. It's like it's kind of funny how like when you know that it's a stuntman and you go and like look just a little closer, it's like, oh yeah, that guy's got like a beard. it's
Yeah.
it's pretty good. Yeah. So she's visited by her brother. And again, another great performance. Her brother, played by John Hannah, Jonathan, who he's been gambling and he won a key. He's got some improv moments in this movie that I think just really work for because pretty much everybody is gonna have some comic relief, but Jonathan is really working the comic relief for
Yeah.
the most part. But he still gets the chance to have his hero moment later on. When they're in the big climactic battle between them, and he gets to show that maybe he is also as good of a Egypt guy as his sister is.
As an Egypt guy.
Yeah, like I don't want to say Egyptologist because like it's funny because like most of the characters, like there's one character who is an Egyptologist and he's barely even in the movie, right? It's the guy
Yeah.
with the umbrella and the fez who lets the workers get melted by the acid when they open the thing. He's an
Yeah.
Egyptologist. He's barely even in the movie. He gets one line where he gets his very like overacting like, what have we done? As the locusts climb over top of him, right? But other than that, everybody in the movie is kind of an Egyptologist. There's just like this whole like,
Wikipedia describes Evelyn as a librarian and aspiring Egyptologist.
yes, she's trying to join the Pembroke Scholars, who are like a society of, Egyptology students in the UK, I assume. Yeah, because this is I think at the time, yeah, and what they're playing with here is that like Egypt and the UK are kind of closely linked together. You know, maybe one of the coolest parts of the British Museum, for me, was getting to see all the ancient Egyptian stuff that they took and put in London in a safe place, away from
Yeah,
those
as you
heathen
should.
Africans. As you should. uh,
Yeah.
yeah. So they really just kind of like, they're not really concerned with making apologies for any of that at this point. They're just kind of like, hey, no, this
No.
is like, no, this is cool shit, man. This is what
And thank God.
yeah,
Thank
really,
God for that.
yeah. I mean, everybody kind of like, yeah, they're Ephraim is bringing up. Even Rick is kind of like a casual Egyptologist because he just knows the lore about the Book of the Living and the Dead. He's more of the treasure hunter type because he knows the Book of the
Yes.
Living is made out of gold. But he knows the histories of the pharaohs, like because he's there to look for treasure, right?
What year does this take
I
place?
think it takes place in 1932. No, 1926.
Okay, 26. Yeah, because that's right around peak Egypt mania,
Yes.
right?
Yeah, we're ancient
So
Egypt.
that makes a lot of sense. So it was fresh on everyone's mind.
Yeah, well, yeah,
Everyone was
and
an Egyptologist back then.
like so someone else brought this up in the chat earlier, right? Like this kind of hit at a perfect cultural moment because like I mean when I was this age I was really big into Yu-Gi-Oh, and Yu-Gi-Oh was kind of doing the same thing, right? Like pushing this sort of ancient Egyptian iconography for an adventure series of a sort, right? So
Yeah.
this hit at the exact right moment for like all the kids my age who were obsessed with Egypt because of Yu-Gi-Oh, the way that was bringing it in. It's like, oh my god, now we've got this big budget, beautiful looking Egypt movie,
Hmm.
and with cool magic and spooky shit going on. It was, yeah, absolutely fantastic.
Funny because I had a very, very similar experience with Van Helsing because I've always been a huge fan of all the sort of, gothic horror stuff. So when that came out, I was like, "Oh, shit."
Fucking
So,
hell.
but me and a bunch of my friends, we all went to see it at the movie theater as my birthday party that year. It was pretty fun.
Yeah, Mummies
Yeah,
Alive. Canuck Buck bringing that one up. That one, I don't. Did you ever watch that?
Mummies. No, I don't think so.
It was a like a cartoon like about a kid who was a resurrected pharaoh, and he had these four like Power Ranger mummies that guarded him against some Skeletor looking dude who was trying to
What? No,
kidnap him. Yeah,
I have not seen that.
I loved that show when I was a kid. I've
That's
thought
funny.
about it frequently recently because I've been revisiting a lot of older cartoons that I used to watch when I got home from elementary school, like Justice League and
Oh, yeah.
Batman the Animated Series. Yeah, and they yeah. Anyway, so we get our big two, or we have all of our character introductions, the ones who we're going to stick with pretty much through the rest of the movie. We have Benny, we have the Mummy, we have Rick, we have Evie, and then we're going to get a few more side characters who have some fun stuff to do. One of my favorites being the Warden, who is keeping Rick O'Connell in jail. Um,
Yes.
yeah, just he's fucking hilarious. He ends up joining the gang at some point eventually, because Jonathan has stolen a key from a man at a bar, and it has a map inside of it. The map leads to the ancient city of Hamunaptra, which is thought to be a myth, right? But they bring it
Wait,
to the
really,
yeah. Go for it.
really quick. It's occurring to me, it's probably worth mentioning that there are a lot of similarities, not even just in the tone and style and level of humor and use of CGI between these two movies, but a lot of the same plot beats and MacGuffins and devices exist
Yes.
in both movies.
Yeah.
So this like artifact that they, acquire at the very beginning of the movie, it's going to be part of a map and a key to get them to a specific place that everyone thought wasn't real or didn't know how to get to. it's,
Yes.
it's the same thing.
It's pretty much yeah, pretty much the same
It has,
movie.
there's more meat on it in the Mummy in particular, but this particular MacGuffin,
Yeah.
more to it.
Well, so they bring it to their museum curator, who accidentally burns it on the candle in maybe the most obvious like
Oh,
telegraphing.
yeah, it was. That was pretty dumb. I
Yeah,
won't lie to you.
it's pretty. He's like, oh no, you why
Oh,
would
whoops.
whoops,
Oh,
I
man.
burnt it. Oops.
Whoopsie daisy.
So they have to go get George of the Jungle out of prison because that's who he stole it from at the bar, and they want him to guide them to Hamunaptra because Jonathan is also a treasure hunter. Evie wants to discover it because she wants to be taken seriously by the other Egyptologists. We got a great motivation here. Rick doesn't really want to go, but he thinks Evie's hot, so he's going to do it anyway. And the warden is coming along to protect his investment. There's a really great practical scene here too, where like they have to, the bargaining for O'Connell's life is a lot of fun between the two of them too, because they're just really playing up off each other, right? Like she's like, "I'll give you, £100 to set him free." He's like, "Man, ma'am, I would give £1,000 just to watch him hang," right?
Yes.
Um, Interesting fact here too. Brendan Fraser um, really, really wanted this to look real, right? The hanging.
The hanging scene, yes.
Yes. So he kept telling them, no, 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 make it tighter. Make it tighter. And especially in the close-up scene where he's like, because his neck doesn't break when they drop him, so they're waiting and like they're holding him up. He really, really wanted that to look real, so he kept telling them, "No, you got to make it tighter so it actually looks like I'm choking." And then he passed out, and they all thought it was a joke. So they're like, "Oh, it's just Brendan fucking with us."
Very funny, Brendan.
Yeah, good one, Brendan. Haha, what a goofball. No, he he actually he hurt himself quite bad doing demanding that this thing be tighter. But that was the only way he could finish. So yeah, but yeah. So they
I
get him.
admire his I admire his commitment. You know
His
what it
commitment to
reminds
the
me? It
orgasm
reminded
is.
me a little bit of the scene in It's Always Sunny where they find Frank hanging in the bar. It's like, don't try and stop me. But
Oh my
but
god.
his neck is too thick for it to kill him. Oh, it's good.
This is clearly a relic of the Clive Barker script. Um,
Oh yes,
yeah, the autoerotic
most
asphyxiation. It would have played
certainly.
a much bigger role in his version of it. Actually, it probably would have been the whole movie.
That's
So
actually the magic spell. How you enter Hymenoptera is you have to choke
you
yourself
have to
out.
choke yourself out while you trying to
Yep,
kill yourself or throw yourself.
it's magic. Don't think about it. Just do it.
Oh god! So they end up on the riverboat, um, trying to get to Hamunaptra. They find out that they're in competition with a gang of Americans who are perhaps the most American anybody has ever been. Very cowboy
Oh yeah.
types. They love
They spent
shooting, playing poker, and drinking bourbon.
Yeah, there's a really great scene that we're gonna get to in a minute in the big shootout, the big action set piece where a guy comes out and they're just like all firing at him at once. They're just like unloading on this one guy. And Jonathan's like really happy that they were there. It's like, oh, Americans, like, good job, chaps.
It's
It's
so
great.
they're just having a grand old time when the boat is on
Oh
fire.
yeah.
Like they haven't. It's so funny that like the boat's on fire, everybody else is bailing out, and they're just
Everyone's
like,
panicking and they're like, woohoo!
"Yeehaw!" It's
Yeah,
just like,
great.
yeah, I love
Good
it.
stuff.
They find out that both groups have a guide that's taking them to Hamunaptra, and wouldn't you know it, God, there's also the part too where like they say, oh well, we got us a man who's actually been there, right? And Jonathan says, "Oh well, what a coincidence!" Because O'Connell, and then he hits him with his bag. He goes, "Oh, whose deal is it? Is it your deal?" It's like, yeah, because what? None of them heard that. Like really? Like they're right. They're all paying attention to you. They heard you say it. They know. Like you can just tell them at this point. Like it's too late. Um, but yeah. So it turns out they're being led by Benny, and this is the beginning of Benny's just like many absolute banger lines in this film. So when O'Connell finds him and grabs him, he's like, yeah, threatens to kill him. He says, "No, think of my children." Like, you don't have any children. Someday I might.
Yeah, he's a great little weasel
Yeah,
character.
I love how like the scene where Emotep approaches him and he tries the cross and the prayer for the cross, right? It doesn't work, so he just pulls out all of the necklaces with all the religious iconography and just start like he's memorized a single prayer in every one of these languages just in case, hedging his bets. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's amazing. And O'Connell, of course, flings him off the boat and then sees some like wet footprints on the deck, and he like double checks to make sure Benny didn't climb back up in the intervening time that he's spent. But somebody's on the boat. We got a nice jump scare as Evie, because O'Connell kissed her in the jail, right?
Yes.
At the beginning of their budding romance throughout the movie, which I think is pretty well done overall. I would say, and again, like something that we maybe
Yeah.
don't get as much of, um, in modern media, where like the two leads are allowed to have a little bit of. So we got our action, we got our horror, we got our comedy, we got our romance. We're really just kind of hitting every beat in this
Oh,
movie.
yeah.
Yeah, there's a little something for everybody, and it's all done serviceably enough, so
Yeah, exactly. That's what I would say. Like, it hits all the beats you would expect from this type of movie. I'm not really one to complain about formulaic movies.
yeah.
That's not really like that's not something that bothers me as long as it's done well, and I think it's all done quite serviceably enough to have fun on this little roller coaster ride. So it's all working for me.
Yeah. Yeah, when she asks, "Why did you kiss me?" Yeah, from Winslow. In all honesty, I was about to be hanged. It seemed like a good idea at the time. And he doesn't understand
Yes.
why she's pissed about it, of course, because he's, a
Yeah,
hapless goofball.
Well, that's a great line. I think that goes a long way to, like, endearing you to these characters when
Yeah.
she's like, "Why did you kiss me?" He's like, "I don't know. I thought I was gonna die. It seemed like a good it seemed like the right thing to do. Seemed like a good idea." And it's like, yeah, that's pretty funny.
Yeah.
That's pretty good. I like that. I like the cut of his jib.
Yeah. Yep. So we get our next big action set piece where, our first jump scare really of the movie. I mean, I guess second because there's the one where Jonathan is in the sarcophagus and he like sits the mummy up to scare his sister. Some pretty classic brother sister stuff there. But she bends down to pick up something she's dropped, and one of the magi who at this time in the movie we believe are evil, is threatening her looking for the map, and she points him to the half. He asks her where the key is, and she has no clue what he's talking about. Um, and then O'Connell busts in the room, and we get a couple great shots of like his awareness of danger. Right, there's like the candle blows a little bit, so he realizes somebody's about to come in through the window, and he turns to unload some clips on this guy.
Yeah.
Just like no regard for how much ammo he has, which I also find very fun about this movie. Like we're not gonna worry about that. We're just gonna do what looks fun, what looks good, what looks fun. Um, and they set the guy holding Evie hostage in this moment on fire, uh, and leave the room. Um, a few scenes later, he's going to emerge from the inside of the ship, still on fire, still chasing them. Which,
That's a really funny sight gag when he
yes,
comes out and he's still on
he's
fire.
still on fire. He's just been walking around the ship. Look, he's very dedicated, this man. Uh,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, I love this bit. They jump off the boat. Boats, boats completely screwed. Everybody gets off, including the Americans. One of whom gives a nice little commentary on traveling in Egypt. Is this a messed up country? As they get the horses out of the river. And another one of my favorite lines is when Benny calls across the river to O'Connell. Is like, looks to me like I've got all the horses. And he responds with, "Hey Benny, looks to me like you're on the wrong side of the river." Which is, I just love it, Jamie. I love it.
It's like schoolyard banter.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Which is just really adds to the feeling of like this movie understands who its target audience is. Obviously, it's trying to cast a wide net in a lot of ways, but it's like I don't know. It just seems like so well designed in a lab to appeal to like younger boys. You know what I
Oh
mean?
yeah.
Like the way they like bicker with each other is very juvenile in a funny way.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the part too where they I mean, right upcoming here because knowing what to appeal to juvenile, young boys, right? They're buying camels to continue their journey, and of course, Evelyn has lost all of her stuff, her clothes and everything, so they need to get her some new stuff. And she comes out with her eyes done up like belly dancers in
Yes.
in Egypt, and like in the director's commentary, he's just like, I mean, like he straight up like ogles over this shot. He's like, man, her eyes just look so beautiful here. Like, that was the whole thing was like we saw all these women in Egypt who were just wearing this eye makeup, and we were like, hey, maybe we should put Rachel in that. It's like, you know what? I'll drink to that. Good for you, Steven. Good call.
Yes.
Great
So
call.
a quick thing. I think this will be important. Actually, Trayvon Washington says chicks dig this movie too. Don't sell it short. I'm not selling it short. One of the
Yeah,
things they teach you about making movies or anything, any sort of art you're trying to reach people. You got to think first and foremost about the dead center bullseye of your target audience, right? And if you nail that, it will appeal to more people. But if you try to aim for something that will please everyone, it doesn't tend to work, right? Like,
yeah,
it's not a surprise that chicks love this movie too. It's not a surprise that people of all ages and backgrounds can enjoy this movie. But it is kind of like really honed in on like a younger male audience that wants, the adventure and the exciting escapades and beautiful women and all that sort of stuff, right?
yeah,
Like it's both. It can be both.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, like the fact that you aim to appeal to that audience basically kind of means you're gonna get everybody a little bit, right? Like you're
Yeah,
not really, especially because these are hitting this one and the next are hitting very broad strokes, right? Like
yeah,
you want your main characters both to be attractive and to sort of have good chemistry, right? So you're selling the
yes,
romance, you're selling the comedy, you're selling the action, you're selling the horror. You've kind especially this is one of the reasons why I find it so fascinating that it took them this long to land on a script like this for this movie, is
yeah,
because you really are hitting every major beat that pretty much anybody could want. You're doing it through the lens of something that like a 14-year-old boy is really gonna want to see, but like
yeah,
it everybody's gonna want to see it, right? Like you're
yeah.
the parents aren't
Because
gonna be bored.
there's a 14-year-old boy in all of us.
Yeah.
Trayvon Washington says, "What this movie should have done was made the teen boys feel terrible for enjoying things like this movie." Yeah,
Yeah, well, you know what?
yeah,
That's
that's the
yeah,
other
maybe the
approach,
mummy
right?
should have been an oppressed priestess of Isis who was killed for me tooing the pharaohs. We can correct that mistake in Tom Cruise's version. Yeah, with the get yeah.
I wish, you know what I wish I had ready basically at all times is the sound effect of Tom Cruise in the airplane.
Ah,
Ah!
ah.
That'd be great. I have you seen Tom Cruise's The Mummy?
No. No, I
Okay.
rewatched this instead, and I had a very
Well,
good
that's
time.
fine. That's all for the better. I was just curious because you knew a bit about the premise and the plot of that movie, and I never all I ever really saw of it was that funny, like, half-baked trailer missing half the sound effects that they put in,
Yeah.
that they uploaded to YouTube rather. It was very funny. That's all I really knew about it. I didn't realize that the basic lore premise, whatever you would say, of that movie is that she Me Too'd the pharaohs, and that's why they killed her or something. So really, she's a victim of the patriarchy.
Yeah, basically.
That's
But yeah,
crazy.
but and
That's
then her
crazy.
mummy
I mean, it's
powers
not
are
surprising, it's
imparted
not
too.
shocking, but that's wild. What were you saying?
Well, then her mummy powers are given to Tom Cruise at the end, who becomes the new mummy,
Hmm.
so that he can go be an Avenger with Russell Crowe's Mr. Hyde and Dr. Jekyll. Yeah. Oh, you know what? Okay, so that's something
Oh,
that
that's lame.
I haven't mentioned yet, but I wanted to in discussing these movies. So because this one was so successful, and because The Mummy Returns was so successful, that they gave Stephen Sommers Van Helsing. They had him do that one,
Mhm.
because they were kind of hoping that if Van Helsing proved as successful as this, that they could do a little bit of a mashup. Now I can't remember where I heard this, but it's not doesn't seem like too far of a leap for me, that they were planning, if Van Helsing had been more of a success, a crossover event featuring Hugh Jackman's Van Helsing and Rick O'Connell, or Brendan Fraser's Rick O'Connell, teaming up for some other sort of like League of Extraordinary Gentlemen type adventure. Uh,
Sure.
so which
You
I
it could have
really wish we could have. I really wish we would
yeah.
have had that. That would
It
have been a
could have
lot of
been
fun.
its own little, like, precursor to the MCU. As we'll talk about, Van Helsing was not the success they were hoping for, and that kind of brought an end to any dreams of continuing this vision of the dark universe, whatever you wanna call it.
Yeah,
Um, but, they just kinda missed the wave. The wave had changed because of Batman Begins and The Dark Knight. They were like, "Now we're going serious now. We're going grounded, realistic, bit
yeah.
more mature maybe," so and then so there wasn't really much space or appetite for a Rick O'Connell, Van Helsing crossover. That would have been pretty fun. But as we'll talk about with Van Helsing is already sort of like a like gothic horror Avengers.
Yes.
It does it, in a way, less like the MCU building up to the Avengers with a bunch of solo films, and more like the DCEU just jumping straight to Justice League, even though they haven't earned it. Like that's a little bit more what it feels like.
Yeah, kind of. It's kind of on that train. But yeah, so they arrive in Hamunaptra eventually. Um, and they have some misadventures with digging and discovering things. Nothing's going wrong immediately, but yeah, they have a little bit of rivalry. He steals. This is we get a little development of the romance, right? He steals one of the Americans' tools to give to Evie because they didn't, they lost all of theirs in the ship fire, and they sneak around and use her superior knowledge of Egyptian lore to find better places to dig, supposedly, right? So she gets to shine a little bit here too. There's some creepy stuff that happens, especially with the scarabs, which this very much colored my perception of what a scarab what really was.
Yes.
When I was a kid, these things terrified me, especially at the one point later where they've kind of run rampant and they pick one of the workers clean as they crawl
Yeah.
over him.
Yeah, when they, like, crawl into people's skin,
Yeah.
that was what yeah, really
So
bothered me.
when the warden sneaks away to find some blue gold like scarab jewels, and he drops one of them and it just cracks open and there's a live scarab inside that slides up his goes into his foot and slides
Yeah.
up his body. It's
Ugh.
fucking gross, dude.
I hate that sort of thing so much.
Ugh.
I don't think I'm especially phobic of many things, but one of my least favorite things that exists in the world is, like, tapeworms
Yeah.
and things like that. The, like, weird, gross parasites that, like, ugh, fuck that. So,
Yeah.
like, when the scarab beetles are not just crawling all over people, but, like, crawling under their skin, don't care for it. Not a fan. That
Yeah, that's
I would
God, dude.
nope
It
the
that
hell
was
out of
like
there.
one of the when I was a kid, that was like one of the scariest things I'd ever seen. Was that like little CGI lump crawling up his body and then up
Yeah.
into his underneath his eye.
Yeah, and
Oh,
that's where we cut, so it's like it's terrifying, I hate
yeah.
it.
Oh, it's horrifying. Oh, God, and then when he runs down the hallway after that and he just like smacks his head into the wall and kills himself. Oh, damn. It's funny as shit when that happens too. It's like
Yeah.
it's funny, but they give it this nice pause that make it all it's like almost wow, that was kind of goofy, but also scary. Like I'm a little worried about what just happened there.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good balance. There's plenty of horror in this movie. Like, if you Google it, this movie is not described as a horror film, but there's plenty of scary stuff in there. There's plenty of stuff to spook you, freak you out.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, there's also the point in this sequence where the Americans find, a little chamber under a statue, but they have the diggers open it, and the salt acid spews out and just melts their faces.
Yep.
And they come in, it's just fucking horrifying. This is really maybe the most horror point of the movie, I would say. Like where all the
This
spooky,
sequence,
yeah, this
yeah,
sequence is where all the spookiest stuff is happening. Um,
for sure.
they're they open the sarcophagus and Imhotep is still all juicy and there's fingernail marks and he carved some ancient Egyptian letters into the sarcophagus with his fingernails that say death is only the beginning. It's like very ominous. And
Oh, yeah.
they set up some really good points, where the wardens put all those blue beetle jewels into his bag, except the one that broke. And then Jonathan starts digging his hand around in there, looking for, something, just scoping out his possessions. And you're kind of sitting there waiting, oh fuck, they set this up, those things can turn into bugs, what's about to happen. And then he hurts himself, he pulls his hand back, and they all freak out, and he's like, oh, it's some kind of broken bottle, and it turns out it's just a really nice scotch, which is that comes back too because he's drinking it when the Magi invade their camp. He's drinking it and shooting at them from behind a fallen pillar, which is the exact kind of British. That's the kind of British that I can get behind. Like Yeah, you and Benny but okay. So the Magi invade the camp. They chase him off. Well, they chase him off because Rick lights a stick of dynamite and threatens to blow everybody up with him. I guess this is this is one of those points where it's like it feels like they do this out of convenience sake because they're okay with killing them all. You know, they're okay with killing all of these people or attacking them to get them away from the city. But Rick lights a stick of dynamite and they all kind of just go like, "Okay, fine. You have until tomorrow. We'll leave. Go. You're good. You're fine."
So the Magi are there to protect, all these cursed artifacts and everything here, because if unknowing excavators come and they might set something loose, which is obviously what happens in the movie, they're trying to prevent that from happening. Ultimately, when um, when Rick and company save the day, they're happy about it because they didn't really think it was
Yeah.
possible to destroy them. So they were just trying to protect it and keep it locked away forever so that no one would accidentally open it and set it free, right?
Yeah.
So would blowing up the dynamite like hurt their cause? Like would it set anything free in that moment?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either, really.
It doesn't that I think it's just like okay, all right. Look, geez, we're not that kind of Arab. Please, like, don't. um.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah. So yeah. Anyway, they keep going
No, wait,
unadvised.
where specifically is he when he's holding the dynamite?
But he's circling he's circling the main Magi and kind of just like brandishing it like, "Ooh, look at this." Look,
Yeah. No, but like where in this place is
like
he?
center of their camp. They're up in the ruins, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think blowing up the dynamite there would have set anything free. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think I yeah, so like Travion says I thought it was because the dynamite would destroy or open the artifacts. I don't know about that. I think that's a bit of a stretch. But
Are
you know,
these all the Magi?
well, I mean, it's all the ones that we're gonna see, really.
Yeah,
Like,
so I suppose if they all die, then there's no one there to protect it, right?
yeah, I guess that's true. Although I'm really not sure that the one stick of dynamite is gonna,
Well, that's fair.
yeah, yeah, a why risk it mentality is probably it. Yeah, probably it. He's or so like Evo said, maybe they respect that he's willing to jihad for the cause.
Yeah,
Oh, and it can't be all the Magi because the curator is part of it, and he's not there.
true.
Yeah, so yeah, there's that. But anyway, they keep going unadvised as it is. We have that really great scene that you were mentioning about Evie and Rick are figuring each other out by the campfire while drinking. Um, and this is another thing that I think so like even on the commentary track, he's talking about how they were very self-conscious about this scene and they really worked hard to try to get it right because they didn't want to risk it feeling like he was getting her drunk and that there was like that consent was questionable at any point in the scene. So they worked with Rachel
Yeah.
Weisz really hard on that to try to nail the vibes and pass the vibe
Well, I
check.
suppose they did a good job because nothing felt anything other than normal about it,
Yeah,
you know?
yeah. They're getting to know each other. They're explaining some backstory a little bit. He's asking follow-up questions about her. It's pretty normal. And then she
I don't
delivers.
have the transcript in front of me for The Mummy, but, I really like what she says when she's like, "I'm a
I
librarian,
may
damn
not
it."
be an adventurer or a treasure hunter or something or other, but I am proud of what I am. And he's like, and what is that? I am a librarian. And she's just like beaming as she says it. It's
Yeah.
a great line.
Oh, it's great. It's really, really good, actually. I really like that line. I really like that she's like, "No, damn it, like, being a librarian's important too. Like, not everyone needs to be, the adventurer or the archaeologist who's going to actually go, unearth all these tombs, whatever, A librarian is a perfectly good and noble position in and of itself, and I also like that immediately after that, like, they go in for the kiss, and then she immediately passes
Passes
out
out.
drunk before they can kiss. Pretty great.
Yeah.
Pretty good stuff. I definitely think the romance is far better in this movie than the other movie we're gonna talk about today.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. I would say
it
so.
feels much more like they earned it in this movie, whereas I feel like in Van Helsing, it's like, "Yeah, it's here. I don't hate it, but, you know, eh, it's fine, I guess."
Yeah, it's
I
okay.
mean, certainly she is a much better character than Kate
Yes.
Beckinsale's
Oh
character.
my God, I
So
can't
much
wait to
more
talk.
to her. She's very likable. People brought it up in chat earlier, but, like, she's a very, like, strong, confident, capable character that isn't obnoxious,
And
which
is
is really
allowed to be
nice.
vulnerable, right? Like
Yes, yes,
she's
yes,
not
yes.
she's allowed to not know and fix everything, right?
Yep.
And to
I'll
know that she
bypass
doesn't
the
know everything.
compressor.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, she's great. And I really like her little scene where she opens up and she talks about being a librarian. It's nice. It's really endearing.
Yeah. Oh, Canuck Buck said, "I'm not as think as you drunk I am." Like her actual line is because he starts asking questions. She goes, "I know what you're thinking. What is a place like me doing in a girl like this?" And it's great, man. It's really charming. Very well
Oh, yeah.
done. Yeah. And
Really good looking movie too. I'm just kind of perusing shots on Shot Deck, like stills,
yeah.
and yeah, it looks really
Well, it's
nice.
all shot on film too. That's another thing
Yeah,
that like is
yeah. So is
which
Van Helsing.
yeah. I mean, that's another thing which is really like nice about both of these, right? Is that like it does look very warm and
Yeah,
inviting and like classic. You know, like it doesn't it has that feel of like shooting something. They do a lot of day for night shots, especially in the run up to Hominoptera, where they're like things are very they basically tone it down, make it dark. Like they shot it during the day, but they put a filter on it to make it look like it's moonlight as opposed to
yeah. It's very
sunlight.
blue tinted.
Yeah, but it looks really good like in
It
this
does look
movie.
good.
I think
Yeah.
it's one of the
Especially because the
few
movie
instances.
is so stylized
Yeah,
that Day for Night doesn't really come across as like something that pulls you out of the movie. It's just like, "Oh, that's kind of fun looking." It's pretty well accomplished. Obviously, Day for Night can be really distracting. But a movie like this is very over the top, it's very stylish. I was trying to look up, like, what format it was shot on, this movie, but, I think it's
I'm
anamorphic,
not.
but I couldn't find the film stock. Anyway, but it definitely has a very sort of classic look. It looks a lot like Indiana Jones, probably a little less grainy than Indiana Jones because Indiana Jones is obviously film stock gets less and less grainy with time, typically speaking. Um, but it has that same sort of warm look. The way it renders skin tones is really, really nice. And they light the way old movies used to light with, like, lots of hair lights and just a lot of light in general. It looks really nice.
Yeah,
Good stuff. I
this
miss I
does
miss
look like
film
a
a
movie.
lot. Oh, it looks like a movie, that is for damn sure.
Yeah.
We got a super chat, how very exciting. Bisected Tuscan Raider Child, thank you very much, says, "What a great double feature. Looking forward to listening to this at work today. Cheers, boys. Looks to me like you're on the wrong side of the river." Yep.
Yep.
Well, thank you very much. We appreciate it. We hope you enjoy the chat when you listen to it later.
Indeed, yeah. So I mean, I'm kind of speeding through. I didn't want to go like too chronological through all of this,
Yeah,
but
we don't need to go through every scene of
yeah.
these movies. We'll
Eventually,
jump around.
they end up, Evie ends up opening the book because she's very curious about, it's the black one, not the golden one, right? They know it's not the Book of the Living, but the Book of the Dead. The Egyptologist is the one who picked it up. The other guys, the Americans, picked up sacred jars full of, powdered organs. I would assume at this point,
Oh, I'm gonna interrupt you really quick to
Yeah.
tell you some of the other movies that Adrian Biddle, the cinematographer of this movie, also shot. I
Oh
think
yeah.
you'll
Let's
find
go.
it interesting. So, he shot V for Vendetta, Shanghai Nights. Remember Shanghai Nights?
I do remember Shanghai. I actually like that movie. I think
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
fun.
no, those movies are fun. The Mummy Returns, The Mummy, Event Horizon, the live action 101 Dalmatians, Thelma and Louise. and his first cinematographer credit was for Aliens. So,
Dude,
yeah.
wait, Aliens, and then followed that up with The Princess Bride
Yeah, oh my god, I skipped over The Princess Bride and Willow. Those
and
are all
Willow.
really good-looking
Yeah.
movies, yeah.
101 Dalmatians, 1996. The one with Glenn Close. Event Horizon. God damn, man.
Apparently, he was if you're wondering how someone's first DP credit is Aliens, it's because he was a camera focus assistant on the main unit for Alien. And so he did additional photography on some other movies, and he was the focus guy on some other Ridley Scott movies. And then that's how he ends up as the
He was
DP
an
on Aliens.
underwater photographer on Her Majesty's Secret Service too.
That's
The
fun.
the James Bond 1969. So that's
Wait, he shot a movie called Duffy. Sorry, I have to click on this because that's my last name, and I've never heard of this movie before. What is this? What is Duffy 1968? Duffy is a cunning aristocrat of criminals. What? Who wrote this? Duffy is a cunning aristocrat of criminals hired by young playboy Stephanie to hijack a boat carrying several $1 million of his father's riches. He succeeds with help from Stephanie's girlfriend, but there's an unexpected turn of events. Sorry, I was very distracted by
wow.
this.
Uh
Uh,
okay.
anyway, sorry. Anyway, what were we talking about? Oh yeah, so the guy who shot this also did Aliens. Yeah, really
Alien,
talented.
yeah, he's very very long list of hits, I would say. I mean, Event
Oh yeah,
Horizon is another. Have you ever seen that movie?
I have. Yeah, he's shot a lot of really good
Yeah.
looking movies. Yeah, good for him. Why was the last thing he did? Oh, he
Because he
died in
died.
2005. Oh, that's a shame. R.I.P. Anywho,
Yeah. So the American adventurers have taken some sacred jars out of a box that are going to be important later because Imhotep needs them to resurrect his dead bad girl, hot girlfriend. Um,
it sounds like you're having a stroke.
a little bit, yeah.
Bad girl, hot girl, bad girl,
Well, I
hot.
was quoting someone from the chat earlier, and I just fucked up. Because I'm not. Anyway, he needs those jars, and that's going to become important later. The Egyptologist has taken a ritual book, the Book of the Dead. It's not the golden one that they thought they were going to be getting, but Evie is going to sneak up and take it anyway, and she's going to read out of it in a very just very unadvisedly. Although, yeah, she says no harm ever came from reading a book. But she accidentally resurrects Imhotep. Oh no!
Oh
And
no,
we get our next
that's
big, like,
bad.
Scooby-Doo-ish horror sequence of this, the final little Scooby-Doo horror sequence of this one. Um, she has mentioned earlier, and this is one of the points that I think is a little bit, like, maybe underutilized, and it might have been more in his 3.5 hour original rendition.
The Sommer
But
cut.
she meant the Summers cut. But Evie mentions that the curse that Imhotep suffered, the Hamun Ra, I think, something like that, right? They never used it because they were so worried that if anybody, like, it's a bad curse, but if anybody who has been cursed with it ever is resurrected, all 10 plagues of Egypt will follow him. They'll come back to,
Yeah, that was probably the strangest part of the movie for me, is all
yeah,
all the biblical,
the biblical
plagues of
plagues is
Egypt.
is a strange choice, um, because they don't follow the order of the biblical plagues
No.
as far as I'm aware, right? Because the first one that happens is as soon as she reads it, a swarm of locusts just like materializes and descends upon them.
Yeah.
um, but that's what prompts them to run into the ruins, which have some fun, like, this is where we get some fun, like, trapdoor stuff. She accidentally leans against a door and or a wall, and it gives way, like a Scooby Doo thing, like,
Yes.
and she's off in a hallway, um, where the guy who dropped his glasses and can't see without his glasses is crawling around. Um, yeah, the 10 plagues of Egypt thing is a little bit of a maybe an unnecessary callback because they kind of speed through. And this is why I told you that I feel like the second act of this movie is kind of rushed because they kind of speed through the 10 plagues and through the juicing of the Americans. Um, it's like it's at a breakneck pace that this kind of happens. But we've set up a slasher movie in the middle of our action adventure movie, basically, where
Yes.
Emotep now needs to drain the four people who opened his chest, or the five people who opened the evil cursed chest, of their vital fluids in order to completely regenerate, right? And we start with the eyes and the tongue of the hapless dude with glasses who can't see without them.
Yes.
I get the eyes are just fixed for Emotep, I guess, because like they're gonna work fine for him. Um, so he can make better use of it. But he just kind of speed runs through draining the others of their bodily fluids and their skin and everything in this next 30 minutes, maybe. I don't even think it's
Yeah.
30 minutes. I think it's closer to like 15 or 20. It's pretty quick. It goes by pretty quick. And there's also like giant like flamethrower comets that are meant to be the burning hail that descends on Egypt.
Yeah, that are just like sniping people.
Yeah, they're just like enveloping people in the courtyard, and they look fucking cool as shit. Like the practical
Sure.
effect versions look great. I'm not as big of a fan of the CGI where like they straight up look like meteors descending from the sky, but
Yeah.
yeah, they kind of just they do that. There's some boils. All the liquor in the bar turns and the water turns into blood. Um, I think they skip over the
It
first one.
seems unrelated from the rest of the Egypt stuff. You know what I mean? First of all, I think someone asked earlier, like Imhotep was definitely mummified, alive, and all that, like before the whole stuff with Moses and the Israelites would have happened. Like we
Yes.
don't have an exact year on that, but like
Well, he
it's definitely
recognizes
later.
Ben. So he recognizes Benny speaking Hebrew as the language of the slaves. So,
I don't know if that really lines up, but sure. Like it's
canonically, I guess he would know that. Like he would be like, "Oh yeah, Jew, slave, got it, okay." But like they haven't been freed yet, so the plagues
Yeah, it's just
wouldn't.
a weird thing to include. I feel like if we're like, I don't know, it just felt like that was included because that's another thing that happened in Egypt that we know about. You know what I mean? Like that
Yeah,
it feels like we're not fully committing just to pure Egyptian stuff.
yeah, and we don't
I don't
really
know.
like. It doesn't really. It inconveniences the characters, but it doesn't play a huge role.
Yeah, it feels thrown in. That's another
Yeah.
big part of it.
Yeah, the plagues in the Bible happened to the Egyptians. Yeah, that is yeah. That is what happened, but I don't know.
Yes, I remember that bit. Yeah. It just feels like a strange thing to throw into this movie
Yeah.
that ultimately doesn't really amount to a whole lot. It just feels like, well, so this movie and Van Helsing are both like, we need to have so many action scenes, you know, like they're riddled with them. Like maybe even one or two too many, depending on which movie we're talking about here. But it does feel like, well, that'll be something exciting we can throw in the
Yeah.
middle.
I can think of one in particular in Van Helsing that I is like insanely unnecessary, and it's the ballroom at the Summer Palace. Yeah,
Yeah.
that
Yep.
one
Yep.
that
Yep.
one's
Yep.
like a feels like a big waste of time.
There's some cool shots in that
Yeah, there
sequence,
are.
but
There's some really cool shots. There's some cool costuming and everything. In
mhm.
fact, it looks expensive as fuck, I bet.
I'm sure it was. I'm sure it was, yeah.
Yeah. So the plague's not a huge fan of that. But essentially he juices them all. He gets all the ones that he's after. Um, there is also the point where they find out that cats scare him at the moment because he shows up to try to make out with Evie. I mean, like, really, a lot of people in this movie trying to kiss Rachel Weisz, and Who can blame him?
Understandable.
Yeah. But they find out that the cat scares him away, and they do bring that back once. But you might think, that the ones who are in the most danger of being murdered by him might, I don't know, like try to find some cats and keep them around
Yeah.
or something. I don't like, but we can't really think too hard about that because they're gonna leave each other just alone quite often. Um, to move the plot along here. There's one really funny part where the guy says he's going to go down for a drink, and even though all the liquor has been turned to blood, I guess it's okay now. I don't know. But he asks him if he wants anything. He goes, "Yeah, get me a bourbon and a shot of bourbon and a bourbon chaser." So he really wants his bourbon, and then he's immediately set upon by Emetep and slurped. And so we basically speed through that, and then we get the point with the boils, which have also had the effect of hypnotizing or enslaving the people. I guess against to the purposes of Emotep. It's a little unclear but where his powers are pretty like all over the place at this point. But yeah, yeah. The water turning into blood alerts them that Emetep is near and is going after Evie. Yeah, I guess that's the real point of the plagues, right? Is that they're like all happening like near and around him. It's a signal that they are in danger, but yeah, there's a lot of mind control happening. There's like the boils help mind control a crowd of people, I guess. Um, it does lead to some funny comedy where Jonathan is like going to get the car to escape, and he blends into the crowd by just chanting Emotep along with them.
Yes.
Which I love a good a good fast thinking solution like that. But
It feels like the kind of scene you get in zombie movies where they're pretending to be zombies to blend
yeah, like
in.
Shaun of the Dead.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. But yeah, so they get they get the car. They try to drive away. The curator's on their side. They have that line about you think killing innocent people justifies is like, oh, let me think, to stop this creature? Yes. They have a very exasperated like, yeah, we kill innocent people to stop the literal devil. Are you fucking joking? Have you seen what he can do? But he ends up kidnapping Evie anyway, and they have to go and rescue her, and they jump in with a. I like the. This is another little bit. I don't know how well it works overall for the movie, but I think it's fun. The British guy, the pilot, who wants to die because he didn't die with the rest of his friends during World War One. He's such a small part of the movie, but
Yeah.
I love him. I
Yeah,
really
it's
like that
fun.
character. It's a funny, like the way that they convince him to help them fly back to Hamunaptra is essentially by saying like, "Well, we'll probably all die. None of us will make it out alive. Why don't you come with us?" Which
You
he
know
does.
what? I'm in.
Yeah, and he gets a
You're talking
very
me into
like
it.
reverent send off, even though he's been in 2 scenes basically, which is fun. Um, oh yeah, the sequel. Yeah, the sequel does have an army of Magi that don't get called upon in this movie. That is true. Yeah, because when Emotep
Yeah.
returns for the sequel, so there's some.
Sequels love to create problems for
They
the
do,
original
they
movies like
do.
that.
I mean, yeah, I wouldn't say that like this movie is not impeccably written by any means. I think it's a
No.
little overstuffed, but overall, I like the cut of its jib. I like what it's doing here. And then we get our big climactic showdown sequence where they get back to Hamunaptra. Evie distracts him from killing O'Connell and Jonathan on the plane by kissing him Again, kissing Rachel Weisz. Uh,
Let
and
me let me stop you for a second
yeah,
because
go
we have
for
an
it.
interesting question in the chat. So I'm going to pose this question to you, Hugh. Did you mention that the Magi really brought this all upon themselves by cursing him to begin with? Says Georges Rex. What do you think, Hugh? What do
Yes,
you make of
they did.
that?
They sure did. That this is so the Magi, from what I understand, right? The Magi are the descendants of the bodyguards of the pharaohs because they have the same tattoos on their cheeks when they bust in
Yes.
early to kill
Is
him.
it Magi or Magi?
I think it's Magi. Like
Okay, it's
like
it's Medjai.
Magi. Okay, yeah,
So not Magi. I was saying Magi like from the Bible, but it's not that. Anyway, continue.
yeah. So they're the descendants of the pharaoh's bodyguards. So they are the ones who did this. Yes, they did bring this all on themselves by cursing him. They used the ultimate curse. Now, like it's not particularly clear why it's a curse, right? Because like it's a pretty bad physical punishment. He's mummified alive,
Yes.
and then dumped in with some flesh eating scarabs. But you would think that a curse, like you could just do that without imparting superpowers if he ever should come back to life, right? Like you would think that that might
You
be
well,
possible. Um,
so
unless, of course, it's that.
I'm not the greatest expert on what Egyptians believed about the afterlife and sort of thing, but I do, they were big on it. They were pretty preoccupied with it. So, is this like what do they think they're doing to him in terms of his afterlife by
I
placing
never
this curse on him?
is they that is see now I don't know. That's not explained.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
not
I don't know.
sure.
Obviously, it's very useful for the overall adventure and the plot that there's this cursed artifact who might come back if he's accidentally set loose. But I'm not quite sure I understand why they would bestow this curse upon him. Obviously, the physical punishment, as you said, that makes sense. Yeah, that's pretty mean.
Yeah.
Pretty mean thing to do. But what's the usefulness of the curse exactly?
Yeah, like does it bar him permanently from the afterlife? Like does it just bind his soul into the rotting mummy corpse for all eternity? Is that sort of what it does? Like it and locks it in paralysis unless somebody reads the first sentence of the magic evil book? Uh I don't know. I really I couldn't tell you, but yeah, they did do this all to themselves. And so then they kept it. So they did this themselves, and then they created the problem, and then rather than solve the problem, they just killed innocent people to make sure the problem never got discovered. It's
Canuckbuck seems to believe in the chat that it's to prevent him from moving on to the afterlife, like that he's like stuck here, essentially. Um, I could believe
I could
that, I
yeah.
suppose.
I mean I'm sure that that's got to be like the easiest explanation, right? And the most logical is that like he doesn't get to go to heaven or wherever. Like, he doesn't get to go live in the afterlife or go, enjoy himself in the underworld. He's trapped somewhere.
Okay, so according to the synopsis on IMDb, the ritual curses him to become an immortal walking plague if ever he were to be resurrected. That just does feel like they gave him superpowers
Yeah,
over the living, but one assumes that that means he's not in the afterlife as usual.
yeah,
But, maybe they could have put a finer point on that. Maybe they
maybe
did
a
in the
little.
summer Scott, who
Maybe
knows?
yeah, maybe in that 3.5 hour version there was like a big explanation where they sat down and they had a debate about whether or not to do this. We're gonna have to kill like a million innocent people. You realize that? There's one guy who's the voice of reason in the room. Like you realize how many people we're gonna have to kill to keep this a secret.
Yeah. It's an odd one. It's an odd question. Yeah, I'm not really sure. Oh, but man, if that sort of, like, basic fundamental lore question, um, is
It,
bothering you here, Oh boy,
Oh boy, just
get
wait till
ready
we
for
get to
Van
Van
Helsing because
Helsing.
legitimately, I'm not sure I have any idea what they were really trying to say with that. We'll talk all about it.
Oh my god, yeah. Yeah, so I mean, come on, they get there. He's basically fully restored and hot again. And they break in. He's going to sacrifice Evie, so they break in. They Benny's found he has his own little side quest in this third act where he's found a room full of treasure, and he just starts loading up a camel outside. Like he spends all his time during this big battle scene that's about to happen, stealing gold, like heavy pieces of treasure, and like
Yeah.
loading up bags of it. Like he's on a shopping spree.
There's
Um,
a couple things in this movie and in Van Helsing where one thing I really appreciated about the way this guy works is that he's like he sees other movies that he likes. He's like, "Oh, that's cool. I'm gonna take that, and I'm
yes.
gonna take that." So like this place with all the buried treasure and everything, obviously, it's a bit reminiscent of Aladdin in some
Yeah.
ways. It's a bit reminiscent of like, oh, what if someone stumbled upon that giant warehouse at the end of Indiana Jones and started raiding it? You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of things in both of these movies that it's like, oh, that's this element from that movie. And he's just like, I'm taking this and I'm taking that. We're gonna put it all together in one big movie. Give a little something for everybody.
Yeah, I like it. I'm on
Yeah.
board.
No, it's fun. I think what would you say? Like pure originality is overrated.
Yes,
That's what I
for sure.
think.
I like repurposing. People repurpose stuff like this all the time. Artists in particular like to repurpose things. And you know what? Like if it's a trope or if it's reminiscent of something good, and it's also doing a good job in your movie, what do I care?
More
It's
power to you.
yeah, more power to you. Good job. Yeah, so they have a big fight. They've discovered where the golden book has been hidden because the Pembroke scholars. This is where Evie gets a little bit of what would you say, like a comeuppance, right? The Pembroke scholars believed that the book of the dead would be under the statue of Anubis, the god of the underworld, and that the book of the living would be under the statue of Horus, or the god of the sun. I think it was, no, that was Amun Ra. I don't the god of life. Horus was like the god of the heaven or something like that. I'm not 100% sure. He's the good guy.
um yeah, he's primarily associated with Sky,
This guy. Okay, there we go. Yeah,
the
he's
son
the
of
good guy. So they just they were like, oh, the book of the dead would be with the god of the dead, and the book of the living would be with the god of the sky. Turns out they just got it switched. They got it mixed up, and Evie figures that out by reading. She confirms it by reading it. I mean, you probably could have taken a guess and gotten there. Like if the dead one came out, it's like, well, we know the books are at these two statues, right? And the dead one's probably with the dead guy, the living one's probably with the sky god. Um, you could probably and then it turns out, oh, the dead one's with the sky god. Okay, the living one's probably with the other one then. We've you could
Yeah, because
probably logically make
you have
that
the
leap.
heavens and you have the underworld. So yeah.
Yeah, you could make that leap logically, I think, but she confirms it for them, and so that's what they're after at this point is that golden book. And they find it. They have a sequence where Jonathan accidentally summons some more mummies that he doesn't know how to control. Anaxamoon's mummy body comes back and has a cat fight with Evie. Um, which, okay, here's another thing, right? Both of these movies are from a time where we could just have the girls fight each other.
Oh yeah, girl
And
fight.
yeah, like and it was fine. It was good. It was expected, actually, right? Like
Yeah.
we introduce a female baddie so that the good guy's girl gets a fight of her own, right? She doesn't go
Yes.
up against the bad guy. That's for the hero to do, but she gets to
Yes.
go after the other one, right? So like the only time that Kate Beckinsale's character in all of Van Helsing ever does anything useful actually is when she kills Dracula's wife, the
Yeah.
last of Dracula's wives. Great.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Evie gets to
No,
fight
it's fun.
Moon. It's perfect.
You know, it's
Do
funny.
more
Like
this.
it's not good, but at least the Fast franchise understands this.
Yes.
Isn't there a big like girl fight in Fast X with like Charlize Theron and
Yes,
you
Michelle
remember?
Rodriguez
Yes,
and
yes, that's the
Charlize
one.
Theron have a big girl fight that's such a huge waste of time because they're
Oh
actually
yeah,
just trying to help each other.
it's really stupid.
It's
It's
so
really
dumb.
stupid, but they understand what the people want. All right. Yeah, no,
Yes.
I miss those. Those are fun.
Yeah.
Yeah, the lame modern version of that is the like girl boss. They all team up and they walk side by side in like Avengers Endgame
Yeah, don't
moment.
worry, she's got help. As if she needed it. You wrote her so overpowered. Why would she need that?
Yeah,
Why would she need Gamora's help?
yeah.
Anyway,
It Rex says the hero fights the villain, the girl fights the girl, and the sidekick fights the sidekick. Yeah,
yeah,
just
I
like
feel like Mr. Incredible with the math is
everything
math
in its right
thing.
place.
Like math is math. This movie is movie. So they eventually get the better of him by figuring out, like, her and Jonathan have one of those fun little like late 90s interactions where he can't read something, and so she has to help him while she's dodging, knife attacks,
Oh yeah,
much like a modern UK citizen. um and so he gets the spell right finally, and then he can control the evil mummies, or the good mummies who kill Inoxinamun. And then Evie makes Imhotep mortal, and he gets a little cocky and he just walks on to Brandon Fraser's sword and dies. And then he is sucked into a pool of goop, and he gives another little "death is only the beginning." And then Benny, with his big load of jewels and gold, puts it down on a very suspiciously placed lever. Like, you probably shouldn't be fucking, like, whatever. He puts it down on the lever and the whole city starts to sink into the sand, so they have to escape. Benny gets trapped, eaten by scarabs. Very and this is another thing that I really like about O'Connell's character in this movie, is that they're all going to escape. He still stops to try to help Benny. He doesn't really
yeah.
have like a second thought for whether or not,
You
once
should
Benny's
help
trapped, he's like,
Benny.
yeah, he doesn't have a second thought about like, oh, why would I do that? He waits to help him, but it does, like, when he runs out of time, he's just like, yes, okay, well, goodbye, Benny, and he leaves.
Yeah,
But he was gonna help him. That's the thing. Is like,
yeah,
he was
yeah,
gonna,
yeah.
and I like that. I think that.
Because there's like kind of yeah. I mean, obviously, he believes it's the right thing to do, and also like that guy's a weasel and he's very self motivated, right? But he's not like evil, really.
Yeah,
In the same way, I was like, there's the main big bad villain who's basically strictly and like archetypally evil, but then Benny's just like out for himself, scumbag.
yes,
But it's just like, yeah, but we shouldn't let him die if we can help it, you know. Yeah, I like that about him.
yeah.
It's.
That's something that I really appreciate about how the movie goes. But then, all for the better. Benny gets his right. There's another great line from earlier in the movie where O'Connell calls out to him. He's like, "You're gonna get yours, Benny," and Benny, "You're gonna get yours," and Benny responds with, "Oh, like I haven't heard that before," in like a mocking kind of way.
Yeah, he's funny. He might be my favorite character. Benny's just a lot
Yeah,
of fun
he's
whenever he
he's
shows up. He's such
he's
a great addition to the dynamic of this movie, I think.
yeah.
Yeah.
He has so many great little comedic lines. He's really, really good at playing that character. He does a really good job of it. He's not in as much of it, but as Igor in Van Helsing, he does a pretty good job in those scenes that he gets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say so. Like, I mean, it's a really dumb scene, but when he's got like that cattle prod and he's chasing after Friar Carl, he's
Yes.
just like he's just trying to zap him. Like he's just taking so much glee in it. It's funny.
Why do you torment that thing? It's what I do. Remember, Igor, do unto others before they do unto me. It's great. It's great. So Georgius Rex mentioned, yeah, they do set it up that Jonathan said that it would sink into the sand at the flick of a switch because that, yeah, it's a hidden city, right? So they do set it up
Yes.
earlier. It is still funny that it's just like the he puts the heavy thing. He's like, oh, this lever in this city that sinks into the sand at the flip of a lever. Cool. I mean, he probably does. He may not know that. I'm just, it's fun. It's fun.
Yes.
I'm not complaining about that. I think that's fun. But anyway, they run, they get out, and they have a couple bags of gold that Benny packed onto their camel, and they finally get their big kiss moment as they ride off into the sunset, and they do a nice little glint of the sun off of one of the pieces of gold because they haven't noticed that it's on their camel, and they get away, and that's the end of the movie. We roll credits, and you might as well hear the da 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 from Star Wars, right? Like it's pretty good.
Quick shout out. I do quite admire the music in The Mummy. It's doing exactly what it should do for exactly the kind of movie that it is. So shout out to Jerry Goldsmith, who did the
Absolutely.
score for The Mummy. I don't know if it's the most iconic or recognizable or, memorable score. Not that it's bad, but like he did a really good job. It serves the movie incredibly well. Um, and because he's doing a sort of like just a campier Lawrence of Arabia sort of score, I think, especially with the Far Eastern, Oriental, exotic sort of musical themes and stuff like that. Does a
Yeah.
really, really good job.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Kevo says, I wish we still made our cities with those cool levers. I bet you whoever built Baltimore is really wishing that he had put one in there. But alas,
Just sink the whole thing in the
just
sand.
sink it back into the Chesapeake Bay.
Yeah, The Mummy. It's a lot of fun. So, I was not one of these people that got to see it, when it came out. Well, not that I wasn't allowed to see it, but I didn't see it until this week, is what I'm getting at here. And you know what? So I don't have the same nostalgia for it that other people would, but I still really enjoyed it. I thought it was a lot of fun. Over the top. It's goofy. Sorry, my dog's barking and I can't find my shot collar. Um, anyway, yeah, no, I thoroughly enjoyed it. It was a lot of fun. It doesn't quite reach the heights of something like Indiana Jones or other movies of its kind in terms of like peak, you know, fun, something for everybody action adventure movies. But, I think it's a blast.
Yeah,
It's hard not to smile watching this movie.
yeah, and we didn't watch the second one, but the second one is also pretty good. Regardless of the shitty PS2 animated The Rock, it is quite fun.
Yeah, I'll check it out at some point. This was definitely good enough for me to check that out as well.
Yeah. So shall we talk about let's talk about Van Helsing.
Yeah,
Let's
let's
get
talk
into Van
about Van
Helsing.
Helsing, shall we? So, as I mentioned already, this one I did see when I was at the prime age to watch it, and oh boy, did I love it at the time. It was everything I wanted and more. And I had not seen it for years until I watched it again yesterday. Um, I would never in a million years say that this movie is well written, but it's a blast.
It is
It's
a
a lot of
lot of
fun.
fun.
It's I would even say it's so unbelievably stupid, but like
It
like
is really
categorically
dumb.
far more stupid than The Mummy, but it's fun. It has a lot of similarities. It has a lot of, some of the things about The Mummy that I think are a little maybe slightly amateurish. There's a tendency in his writing to just not do a very good job at all of like hiding or obscuring naked exposition. You know, he has
Yes.
a tendency to
Yes.
just lay it on thick, and it's just like,
Oh my
okay,
god.
this is the exposition scene.
Dude,
Got it.
okay, real quick, since you mentioned that, he has so you remember in the Mummy where the curator finds the library completely destroyed by Evie, and he comes
Yes.
in and he gives her this great line is like, compared to you, the other plagues were a joy, right? And he says, why do I even keep you around? And she says, well, you keep me around because I can read and write ancient Egyptian. And she basically just rattles off all her credentials and everything, right? The
Yes.
director's commentary of that scene, he goes, I thought this was this is really great because it gives us her character without feeling like clunky exposition.
Like, no, it does feel
No,
like clunky exposition.
you are delusional, dude.
I don't mind it all that much, really, in the grand scheme of things, but it is clunky exposition, I'm sorry to say. And so if you thought that was good, then, oh man, what you do in Van Helsing is just next level. Man,
Yeah.
that scene where he goes down with the cardinal to like their like mystery MI5 lab, you know, it's there's so much there's so many really long lore exposition dumps in this movie.
Yes.
This movie has a lot of flaws. I'd say far more than The Mummy, but at the same time, there's really nothing else like it.
Yeah.
What I'm so amazed by, and I don't want to go through this whole movie chronologically, scene by scene. I want to, we want to hit we want to get to all the hits, right? But what I'm most interested in with Van Helsing is its approach to adapting and consolidating so many like early modern horror masterpieces into one universe. Not even one universe, one movie. This
Yes.
is kind of like the Justice League of villains in the very first movie in the series. There's so much happening. There's Frankenstein, there's Van Helsing, there's Dracula and his three wives.
There's the
There's
Wolfman.
werewolves. There's Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. It's really packed to the gills, and I always really appreciated that. How they make sense of it all in terms of tying that all together is not one of its strong suits, but this movie is very, very fun. It's a swashbuckling adventure thrill ride, and it has many of the same flaws, but worse, and many of the same thrills, but maybe slightly worse as well as The Mummy. I really, this is a true guilty pleasure for me. Not that I actually feel guilty about it, but
You
just that
shouldn't. It's still fun.
Yes, I don't
Yeah.
actually feel guilty about it. It's a guilty pleasure insofar as that I don't think it's actually good, but I love it. So I'm excited to talk about it.
Yes.
So, premise of this movie, we mentioned that the mummy is essentially designs weapons for him. And he's part of a secret society that does espionage and tries to take care of
The
supernatural
Cardinal is
threats.
very much his M.
Exactly.
Sends him out on missions and wants him to be a secret agent, but he's a little bit too high profile for that.
He's too cavalier. Yeah, he can't keep a low profile, and people are turning on him and all that sort of stuff. And he does things messily, you could say. But then we stack so much lore on top of it that by the end, I'm not really sure what's happening. But we'll get to it. So,
well, first thing I want to say, the opening of this scene of this movie where they recreate the classic, would you call that the Silver Age or the Golden Age of the Universal horror movie or the Universal monster movie sequences, right? Where they
switch to black and white.
Where they switch it to black and white and they recreate the Frankenstein scene, and all that looks gorgeous.
Yeah, it looks really cool.
So well done. I love that scene.
It's shot on film. They're using a lot of light. There's a lot of high contrast. There's lightning. There's fire. There's all sorts of hair lights and stuff like that. So it really pops. A lot of modern filmmakers don't know how to shoot in black and white because they don't realize that it's actually quite a bit different than shooting in color. But I feel like he understood the assignment. There's so many examples, dude. It's all of them. It's crazy. Yeah, so the movie opens with a scene of it's the classic Frankenstein sequence where Dr. Frankenstein is, shooting the electricity up in his little castle, and he's bringing life to his monster, Frankenstein's monster. The added twist is that Dracula's there.
Yes,
because he's supervising all of this.
He's the producer.
Yeah.
He's his biggest patron.
He is the patron bankrolling Frankenstein and all his kooky experiments. Um, the ticking clock element here is what's so interesting and impressive to me, even though it's not the most well executed thing ever, is how it does manage to combine all these things together in a way that's like, that's not terrible.
I don't
Like
think it's
that's
bad. I don't think it's awful. I think, especially once we start getting into the biology of it, I think that's where it starts to get to me a little bit. Where
yeah.
which we could, we could get to that later if you want.
Yeah, we'll get to that later. But what I want to highlight in this example, so like basically, because we need the entire Frankenstein story, broadly speaking, to be the prologue, right? So we condense it all down. So while he's doing his experiment to, bring the monster to life, there's the villagers from town are coming to, you know, rabble, 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 and they're coming as a mob. They have torches and pitchforks. They're mad because Dr. Frankenstein has been grave robbing, right? So instead of them all coming because the monster has killed people in town and all sorts of stuff like that, like how it is in the original Frankenstein, this time they're fighting mad about him grave robbing and desecrating graves, right? And so we can actually condense the whole thing, right? Because as soon as he brings the monster to life, there's the crowd of people that are angry and to try to lynch him for it and all that sort of stuff. So that's a really interesting detail. The other thing that is really interesting is including Dracula in the Frankenstein story because, like you said, he's the producer and he's bankrolling it. For reasons that I can see why he thought it made sense. I'm not sure it totally makes sense.
Yeah.
So let's talk. We're gonna jump around. So let's just talk about it. Dracula, we will eventually learn by the end of the movie, was so interested in what Frankenstein was doing, trying to reanimate dead things, because he has given birth to a lot of weird little flying
Well, not
goblin
him.
monsters.
Not him.
Well, no, not given birth. Sorry, his wives have given birth, presumably, or laid the eggs.
Laid egg sacs that are the size of an adult human. Many, many hundreds of egg sacs all throughout the
That
castle.
feels like it was cribbed directly from Godzilla.
Yes, it does.
Actually,
Yes, it
you know
does.
what I mean?
I think I find it like, so they've laid these many, many hundreds of egg sacs in the castle, and of course they're all born dead.
Yeah,
Some
hold on. So let me explain what he's doing here, right? So
Yeah.
somehow, because what he can do in this movie is turn people into vampires. He never does it in the movie, but that's what he did to his brides, and he promises or threatens, depending on your perspective, to do that to Kate Beckinsale later in the movie. So that is one way of creating more vampires. But for reasons that are never really quite clear to me, he's decided, you know what? I want to make little goblin demon flying little monsters with my brides. And so they are laying egg sacs and hundreds, even thousands of them in this giant castle, a la Godzilla laying them all in Madison Square Garden. And they're all going to hatch if he can use the technology that Frankenstein was working on to bring them to life. Because you see, they're born dead. They're dead inside those eggs, and he wants to bring them to life so they can, I guess, be properly alive. So that's what he
Yes.
wants the whole time. He wants the secret of Frankenstein's technology so he can create his little army of minions. Now, I could speculate as to why he is more interested in doing that than, just turning more and more people into vampires. But the movie doesn't really care to explain that. It's just what
Yes.
he wants to do.
He wants his children to live and to propagate, right? Like that's his goal. Um
Yeah.
Now he's
He's kind of
interested he's
he's
interested
obsessed with life because he
Yes.
can't create it himself and because he's undead. And so you could read into that, like, he could turn more people into vampires, but he's really, because he can't create life, he's more obsessed with it and more covetous of that ability, right? So he wants to make properly alive things. He's kind of obsessed with that. That's not an unreasonable thing to conclude, but it's never really specified.
Yeah,
Anyway, you were saying.
the other thing is that he's interested in what Dr. Frankenstein is doing and creating, but it's not for the technology that reanimates a corpse, or a stitched together body made from several pieces of the corpse. He's not interested really in that. He's interested in the fact that this stitched together corpse is essentially the perfect battery for providing further electric juice to his
It's
thousands of egg
No, it's a little
sacs.
bit of both.
Yeah.
It's both. It is that, like, okay, so he uses the energy of a werewolf later to try to do Frankenstein's little experiment, and that doesn't work. It gives them some juice, but not for very long because they
Well, yeah, I
explode
mean, we
in
gotta,
like gushers later.
yeah, for some, because by that point, um, that I don't understand that very
No, so
much either, because
what it is that the movie's a little fast and loose about it, but it's
yeah,
both, right? It's like he doesn't fully comprehend and have access to the secret sauce that Frankenstein used to make Frankenstein possible. And getting a hold of Frankenstein will be necessary if he wants to perfect the ability to animate these lifeless goblin babies
yeah.
that he
Well,
does.
it's that he kind of knew that this guy was going to be that the Frankenstein monster was going to be the key to it, which is why he paid to, donated to have it, created, and then he loses it for however many years, right after the villagers kind of boogaloo their way through the windmill,
Yes.
and then he's stuck trying to substitute the monster with something. So it's like he knows that the guy's a battery for this. For
It's
that's
yeah, but
yeah,
what I'm trying to tell you is that it is the fact that he's used as the energy source, but
yeah,
it's not just that.
yeah. No, I
It
gotcha.
it's the technology itself is lost because Frankenstein was the only one able to do it, which is why he was so interested in Frankenstein, why he was bankrolling this because he's a scientific genius and all that sort of stuff. And so, yeah, he wants Frankenstein because he wants him not only as a battery source. Someone asked if he is a battery, like, does he generate power? Well, he's got all sorts of electricity
He's got
happening
like
in
a
him
green arc
constantly.
reactor.
Yeah, essentially. So he's using him as a battery source, and also he needs to see presumably how Frankenstein did it so he can do it and
Yeah.
later achieve the same success. So that's why at the very beginning of the movie, Dracula is there with Dr. Frankenstein bankrolling his experiments. Igor originally, of course, is Frankenstein's protege, sidekick,
Yep.
servant man. But it is revealed in this sequence. Someone mentioned it earlier. There's a lot of great stuff. One of my favorite things about the way Dracula is used and portrayed in this movie, considering just how goofy and over the top the movie is, the way he teleports around is really funny.
he's
There's
he's a lot of fun.
he teleports like Michael Myers, but it's allowed to be funny. Um, and so, yes, so he's there. Oh, but the villagers are not happy about him robbing graves in order to create Frankenstein. So they're coming to break into the castle. So they break in, but before they do, Dracula says like, "Yeah, okay, it worked. You have your monster now. I'm going to need him to do what I want to do." Now, it's not revealed yet at this point in the movie, but basically Frankenstein's like, "I didn't agree to just give him to you so you can do whatever you want with him." And he's like, "Yeah, well, I'm in charge, bitch." And so then he throws Frankenstein, the doctor, into the fire and kills him. So
Yes.
he's dead. He kills Dr. Frankenstein. Uh, Meanwhile, Frankenstein, the monster, manages to flee only to be found out by the villagers who chase him to the iconic windmill from the original Frankenstein. And they set it ablaze. They think they've killed him, but we will eventually learn that that is not true.
Yes.
Dracula and his three brides also believe Frankenstein to be dead, but that turns out not to be true. So that is our initial black and white opening sequence.
Yes.
From there, we have to introduce
Our
Von
hero,
Helsing.
Van Helsing.
Von Helsing. Now, yeah, I want to jump around and talk about things out of order here because I'm so confused by some of the lore in this movie. I want to try to make sense of it, right? So,
Oh, by the way, real quick, Mordaka wanted to clarify. Frankenstein's monster escapes the table and throws Dracula in the fire and takes Victor out of the castle. He's chased by the villagers to the windmill, and we get
Right,
that
right,
scene
right,
of
right, right. Fine.
Dracula regenerating, much like Imhotep, out of the
Yes.
fireplace.
Yeah,
And
there's some pretty
yeah,
cool visual effects in that regard. And Mordaka also makes a good point. Thank you. I forgot the exact order of events there. Mordaka also says, I do like the exchange. I died before I helped you. It's like, oh, don't be boring. Everyone who says that dies.
in this time, actually, that comes later. Actually, a little bit later. He says that to Kate Beckinsale's brother. What he says to
Yes.
Victor is, I think, even maybe like almost as fun, like maybe a little funnier for me. It's like Victor says, "My God, I'd kill myself before I helped you do something like that." And he goes, "Feel free. I actually don't need you anymore.
Yeah,
Feel free. I actually."
exactly. Yes, exactly. So someone mentioned it. Someone mentioned that they don't like how goofy Dracula is in this. I totally disagree.
Me too.
I
This is
think I
maybe
think
my favorite by default because all the others kind of suck, but this is maybe my favorite version of Dracula ever put to film that I have seen. Now I haven't seen the Christopher Lee ones, so I will reserve the top spot potentially for that. But this guy is just having a really good time with it. He's a lot of fun. He's very goofy and dramatic. He's
yes.
the one who feels like he knows the kind of movie that he's in, you know?
Yes.
Him and
Yeah, so
Frankenstein both.
I think Dracula being goofy is actually really nice balance to how stoic and reserved that Van Helsing himself is.
Yes.
Whereas the opposite balance, I think, is necessary for the Mummy, because Brendan Fraser's kind of a goofball and he says quirky, funny, goofball things. He makes dry comments and stuff like that. So Van Helsing isn't. I mean, he has a couple jokes maybe, but he's not super funny in this, and so he's very straight laced. And so having Dracula be kind of flamboyant and over the top and melodramatic, I think, is actually really nice. Helps add to the camp factor and helps give a nice sort of tonal balance.
Yeah.
So,
Now, I think it's also a fun thing worth pointing out, right? That Hugh Jackman in this movie is like Van Helsing has a very similar backstory to Wolverine in X-Men 2.
yeah, yeah.
Like, in fact, the plot with him is almost identical in a way.
There are some obvious similarities, and you know what? Like, that's what I mean about Steven Sommers just pulling whatever he wants from other movies he likes. That one, like, that it feels like he was cast for this movie because of that,
Yeah.
because he saw that the year previous and was like, "You know what?"
Oh fuck! Wait a minute. What if that guy was Dracula? And what if that guy was Van Helsing?
So, yeah, let's talk about Van Helsing as a character, because we're going to be introduced to him in Paris, right? And he's chasing down Mr. Hyde. Sorry, Dr. Jekyll. Dr.
Well,
Jekyll.
both.
Well, yeah, I know, but I mean, we barely see him in the form of.
Well, no, we
Wait,
see him as Dr. Jekyll
I
when he falls.
yes, sorry,
Yeah, yeah.
I had it backwards in my head. Anyway, Van Helsing is a character who the movie tells us numerous times has like lived for hundreds of years, like
Yeah.
thousands of years even, and he doesn't really remember anything because at one point he was dropped. He was like he found himself at the steps of a church, and he was taken in by the cardinals and the monks and people as part of the holy order, whatever, the people that like what's their exact name? Vatican City. Trying to remember what the name of.
The oh shit, hold on. I gotcha.
They have the name of their
The
organ.
Knights of the Holy Order.
That's the one. Thank
Yeah.
you. So he's left with them, and he doesn't really remember anything about his past. He remembers that he was involved in some battles in like ancient Rome and stuff like that. And so he's convinced that he needs to atone for the sins he probably committed in the past. I'm not kidding. That's actually what happens in the movie.
Partly
Because
aided by the cardinal, who runs the order, because he does
Yes.
sort of like push him. He's like, well, if you really wish to atone for your sins, you got to listen to what I say.
Yes, exactly. And so he is their agent. He's their James Bond going out there and trying to, deal with supernatural beings and creatures that are causing trouble out in the world. In this case, we're about to see with Mr. Hyde, who is a big hulking cave troll model from The Lord of the Rings, and he's causing problems and killing people. And he's been hunting him since London. And so he deals with those kind of problems, right? This is not really anything at all like who Abraham von Helsing is supposed to be in Dracula, even a little bit. Because, for example, later, one of the things that I forgot revisiting this movie is that Von Helsing doesn't really know much about vampires and has to be told
Yes.
like how they work and how to kill them,
Uh,
which I thought was an interesting choice.
yes.
Literally the exact opposite of how it goes in Dracula. But anyway, his name is not Abraham von Helsing as it is in Bram Stoker's novel. His name is Gabriel von Helsing because he is literally question mark the
The
Archangel
archangel.
Gabriel.
Yes. Yep.
Um, so
Yes.
let's talk about this lore
Yeah.
because
What are we confused about?
so he is literally the Archangel Gabriel. Now, we are eventually going to learn that he has a past history with Dracula that he doesn't remember. Dracula. So, what we're told about Dracula is that he is the son of an ancient Romanian, nobleman. He's actually in the same familial line as Kate Beckinsale's character, Anna Valerius. Their accents are terrible throughout the movie. It's very, very funny. He's from the same line as them, the same lineage, and he was killed. Dracula was in, I think, it's 1462.
Yes.
Yes, he was born 1422, murdered 1462. Right?
Yes.
He was murdered, as it turns out, by the left hand of God, which is the
The
Archangel
archangel
Gabriel.
Gabriel.
So Hugh Jackman, who is the Archangel Gabriel, I guess, in human form, because he doesn't have like magical angel powers. He's just a really, really competent guy
He's also
until he's
not
turned into a
immune from
werewolf.
being turned into a werewolf. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm not exactly sure how he becomes human. They don't really talk about that. Um, but he kills Dracula. Now, Dracula apparently, after dying, made a deal with Satan to come back and be immortal as an undead creature. At which point, his father was told, you have to kill your son if you want the rest. Like,
No, no,
basically,
he vowed. He wasn't told. He did it to him. He did it to his own family. He vowed
right, he
that his
vowed.
own
Correct.
family would never rest and go to heaven. They would forfeit their right to go to heaven until Dracula was killed.
Yes. So
Yes.
once he returns, he's described as the son of Satan. I think they're mostly being figurative there. He makes a deal with the devil to be an undead vampire creature, and then his father's like, "Oh, I vow to destroy him." Ultimately, he's not able to bring himself to do it because that's his son, right? And so he basically locks him in an icy fortress in another dimension, basically.
Yes.
Because the only way to get there is through a portal.
A portal in his own house
In a
that
portal in his
that
own
he didn't
house.
tell anybody about.
No. No, he left cryptic clues for it, but he didn't tell anyone about it. So the reason I want to talk about this right now is because I'm trying to understand what the hell happened in this lore, right? So Hugh Jackman's character has a troubled past that he doesn't remember. He's constantly referred to as a murderer, and he's acting like this is all penance for crimes he's committed in the past, right? Now, in the movie itself, he's called a murderer. There are wanted posters because basically there are misunderstandings. Like in the perfect example is what we see in his introduction scene when he is dealing with Mr. Hyde. He has this big blowout fight sequence with Mr. Hyde at the Notre Dame Cathedral, and he ends up killing him. But of course, the giant ogre, Mr. Hyde, is not what people discover. They discover the dead body of Dr. Jekyll. And so they think that Von Helsing
Just
murdered
threw
this
a guy
innocent
off
guy.
the roof of the
Yes,
cathedral.
exactly. So that contributes to his perception of being a murderer. Obviously, he's not actually murdering anyone. He actually has a pretty decent moral compass throughout the movie. He's even unwilling to kill Frankenstein's monster because he doesn't think he's inherently evil. But he considers himself something of a murderer deep down because of whatever he may have committed in the past, right? And so when we eventually reveal that he killed Dracula back in 1462, murdered is what they say in the movie, that was before Dracula was a vampire. He was just a guy in a battle? Question mark. And the archangel Gabriel killed him. And then he made a deal with the devil to become a vampire. And so they have a long-standing beef with each other. Um, I don't I don't know what to make of that. Why did okay, question number 1, why is the archangel Gabriel just a guy in this universe? I feel like making him the archangel Gabriel basically adds nothing to the story. Um, I don't know why you would do that. Um, also, why did he kill Dracula if he wasn't evil or a vampire at the time? Never really made clear at all. Yeah, needlessly messy. Why not just make him a Monster Hunter James Bond style? That's all you need. I agree with that. I feel like this lore, it it feels like they thought about it a little bit, but not enough. So
Yes.
you stepped away at just the moment where I sort of left it hang there. What are we doing? You why did he kill Dracula? He wasn't even evil at the time. He was just a guy. And
I,
what happened there?
some things are better left forgotten, as Van Helsing himself says before he before he kills Dracula, who's offering to tell him the story.
Someone says, I don't think it's in another dimension, just somewhere in the mountains and the mirror is a teleporter. They don't know how to get there at all. It
I think
it
it kind of
probably
so I
isn't.
think it kind of inherently has to be somewhere in the mountains and the mirror as a teleporter, because otherwise the only way that the vampires would be arriving in Transylvania is through that mirror in the house of the people who have dedicated their lives and generations to killing them. Which would be pretty that would make them some pretty fucking incompetent vampire hunters if
Yeah.
they couldn't detect them leaving through their own house.
Yeah. So a couple things. I'm exaggerating when I say it's in another dimension. It's just that's how the plot treats it. Because they're within vampire flying distance, whatever that is, from the town in Transylvania, right? But somehow they just never know where his icy fortress is. I just find that kind of strange and hard to believe. It feels kind of contrived that they need to use this portal in that guy's house to get there. Essentially,
Yeah, well,
that's
yeah.
that's 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 more what I'm getting at. And with regards to the fact that Dracula was probably, yeah, I mean, he makes a deal with the devil to come back as a vampire. He probably wasn't a good guy, but then that raises the question of like, why is this movie putting so much guilt of his past sins on the archangel Gabriel for killing Dracula if he was just evil and it was in a battle? You know what I
Or
mean?
if God, like you have to imagine that the archangel Gabriel doesn't do, like, at least when he had memory, he didn't do shit without express order from his superior, right? He's literally described as the left hand of God. Like, there has to have been a reason, right? Like,
Yeah, so, like, why is that presented as, like, this guilt he needs to atone for? I just don't understand it. It's very strange. I would say it's needlessly complicated at the very least. The absolute very least. Um,
yeah,
and yeah.
it's really bizarre. It's a strange choice. Um, the problem of the plagues in the Mummy magnified by about 800
Yeah,
here.
I
Like,
would say
why would you
so.
do
Like,
this?
I don't understand why he's because it's not like a metaphor. He is like thousands of years old, or at least hundreds of years old. I mean, he's it's okay. I don't understand why you would have Van Helsing be hundreds, if not thousands, if not like eternally old, and simultaneously he's just a guy without explaining how he became a human being. I feel like you gotta tell me that. You have, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I feel like I have to know if this is going to be what you want me to believe, how he became a human being, because he is just a human being until he gets bitten by a werewolf later. Um,
Yes.
I like that because later we're going to learn that Dracula is not like other vampires. He's special. He can't be killed with a silver stake through the heart or garlic or water, all the holy water, all that
Yeah,
sorts of
that
fun
normal
stuff.
stuff.
No, he has to be killed specifically by a werewolf,
Yeah.
right?
Well,
And so,
so the one thing, because they say they've tried everything, or at least Kate Beckinsale says they've tried everything, right? Um, the one thing that they didn't try was a bomb that creates a light source that is essentially the sun. So if one of
yeah,
those exists in this movie, you might think that the guy who's read a bunch about vampires, who knows how to kill this, since it's not Van Helsing, he doesn't know how to deal with vampires. He's just gonna wing it, right? But the guy who knows how to deal with vampires, or the family who's dedicated their lives to dealing with vampires, might mention that the sun is a problem for them, and the guy who
yeah.
reads a lot about it and who invents sun bombs might say, "Hey, wait a minute! I think I have an idea." But no, that's not. Well, that's not gonna happen. But
I
yeah,
don't I don't understand the choice to make Van Helsing this like hundreds, if not thousands of year old guy at all. Like, why would you even do that?
I don't know.
What does that
I
add
don't know.
to anything? Because you
Because
have
you're
to
gonna
make
ignore
him.
it too. Like they say it
Yeah.
and then immediately ignore it and end the movie.
Because you have to believe that he is literally God's left hand. He is an archangel that becomes human at some point and loses his all of his memories except for vague dreamlike recollections of having been at ancient Roman battles. Why does he lose his memory? We don't bother explaining that at all either.
His
How
bones are
does he
made of
not
adamantium, and he was
how
shot
do
in the
we know
head.
how do we know anything at all? How does he not know anything at all about vampires considering everything else he's dealt with? That's another question you could ask. The
Yeah,
movie
yeah.
does not answer any of these questions. It's wild. It's crazy. Why I don't get it, man. It's like, oh, he's got a troubled past and also amnesia. Why? What? What do you mean why?
What
He
do you
just
mean
doesn't
why? He just
remember.
does.
He just does
It
not
worked.
remember.
Look, it worked in X-Men 2. What are you questioning me for? We got the guy from X-Men 2 to do it. What more do you need?
Yeah, so like one assumes that Dracula is basically impervious to everything but being killed by a werewolf specifically because that's just what the movie tells us. There's no
Yes.
real reason for it. There's like a prophecy involved that like he will fight a werewolf and that's what will kill him. And I don't mind that in isolation. I don't mind the idea of like, okay, the guy who's chasing after Dracula and all these monsters, if he was just a normal guy with a lot of tools and very, brave and courageous and resourceful and all that sort of stuff, and he hated evil monsters and he wanted to kill him. If he was, the James Bond in this world, and then he gets bitten and turned into a werewolf and then he uses that power, like he becomes a monster in order to defeat the monster. That's all fine and good. I like that actually, and I like the idea of pitting the giant vampire like in full demon form against a werewolf. That's cool. That's fun. But it is kind of weird that Dracula can be staked through the heart, can grab a cross and nothing happens to him, can be in a room or a building with a giant sun bomb that goes off and it does nothing. And then all it takes is a werewolf to bite him on the neck once, and then he's just dead. It's just, I have questions about that. I also have questions. The movie is like, oh, he can control werewolves, and he's had werewolves doing his bidding for forever at this point. He has a cure for is it lycanthropy? Lycanthropy? How do you
Yeah,
say that?
lycanthropy.
Lycanthropy, which makes sense if he is only impervious to vampires. Sorry, if he is only impervious to werewolves, it makes sense why he would develop a cure for werewolfism, right? But that
Yeah.
doesn't really do a lot to explain why he employs werewolves to do his bidding.
Yeah.
And
It also
surrounds
doesn't
himself
do
with them.
so. Another thing that I think it doesn't do a lot for is that in our final conflict, when he realizes what has happened and that Van Helsing has become a werewolf and can kill him, he doesn't immediately try to run away and grab the cure, which is like his
Yeah.
magic bullet here. He just kind of tries to fight him and then gloats because he forgets that sometimes when the clouds pass in front of the moon, they move. That's kind of his undoing, is that like
Yeah.
he gloats too long because he basically overestimates how long the clouds are going to be in front of the moon.
Yeah, because the moon, when the clouds are in front of the moon, the werewolves turn back into human form.
Yeah, at least for the first like 3 nights, because the movie needs that setup, right? Because like the curse.
Yeah,
the
we
curse.
jam pack everything into a very short amount of time because for those kind of reasons, exactly. Yeah, so he doesn't. So big writing problem for me with this movie is how powerful the vampires are and how unable to kill these 3 normal human beings they are. They have to nerf them very strategically in scenes because Georges Rex says maybe being an angel is what brings him the willpower to resist Dracula's control as a werewolf? Question mark. It's not a bad thought, but the movie doesn't give you anything like that. He is the left hand of God, and his name is Gabriel, and he's hundreds of years old. Outside of that, he is just a guy.
Yeah.
And at the very end, Dracula has several opportunities to just kill him or to go grab the cure and stab him with it because that's all it takes.
Yeah.
He just doesn't.
The clouds pass in front of the moon because he's avoided being killed, and Van Helsing turns back into Van Helsing, and as just a guy, who is the Archangel Gabriel, but also just a guy, he can't fight him. And so what Dracula does, because Van Helsing has to run away from him at this point because he's like, oh shit, if I get too close, Dracula can kill me. So Dracula stays within leaping distance of him until the clouds pass away from the moon. Van Helsing turns back into a werewolf and just like gives him one good nip and he's done. So like it's a bit, it's all pretty clunky. It's yeah.
Yes. Yeah, it's all pretty clunky is pretty much all of the writing in this movie. And yet I still really enjoy it because I just can't help myself.
There's still a lot of fun to be had with it. It's just that it's incredibly convoluted and goofy.
And contrived and full of terrible exposition and lore that doesn't really come together and make a lot of sense. I like all the jokes in the chat about like, no, this was going to be explained in the sequels. We just never got the sequels. It's gonna make total sense.
It was going to make sense once Rick O'Connell came in. Evie could explain it. It would have been fine. It would have been fine. Real quick, Order 60 Sneem says Dracula monologues, classic bad guy error. Dracula's not the only villain who dies because of a monologue in this movie. It happens like 3 times.
Yeah.
And they even make a joke about it right before it happens.
Yeah, they make a joke because one of the wives, I don't remember which one at this point, is fighting Kate Beckinsale because girl fight. So there's a sequence at the end, obviously, where villain is fighting the hero, sidekick is fighting sidekick in Friar Carl and
versus
Igor. And then Anna, Kate Beckinsale, is fighting one of the brides, and she even lampshades that problem when she kills the bride by saying, like,
I think
"Hold
if
on,
you're
let me
going to kill someone, do it. Don't stand around talking about it.
you get him, girl."
Wow, you did it.
But that's the whole movie. That's what all the
All
villains
the
do
villains do it.
constantly. So it's like they're aware of the problems, but they're just like, "Nah, we don't care. We're just gonna move right past it. We want fun things to happen, so who cares?" This is definitely a who cares kind of movie. Um, and if you're not feeling the vibes, if you're not feeling the fun camp and supernatural craziness that happens, you're not gonna like this movie. I'll tell you that right now. Because okay, so the overall story, right? So Dracula is trying to raise his little army of flying goblins because I guess he's obsessed with creating life instead of just turning more vampires, even though he could do that literally very easily at any time. And it all achieves his main goal of taking over
He's
the
very
world
pro-life.
anyway. He's very pro life. Yeah. We appreciate that about him. And so Van Helsing is introduced when he has his interaction with Mr. Hyde. I love Mr. Hyde in this movie. I
He's
think he's a
actually
lot of
a lot
fun.
of fun, yeah.
He's a lot of fun. I love his accent. Let's see who plays Mr. Hyde. Where is he? Robbie Coltrane.
Oh, Hagrid.
Oh shit! It is. That's really funny. I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's
That's
pretty
great.
great. Good for him. I really like Mr. Hyde. Here's another thing that I really like
Like
about this
choking,
movie.
like smoking his cigar and swinging around like an orangutan in
Yes.
the
It's so much fun, man.
bell tower.
It's
Yeah,
a
it's great.
really one. It's funny because it's like they kind of hit the Hunchback of Notre Dame too by putting him in Notre Dame, looking like a big freak like that. So
Yeah.
it works on a lot of levels. There's depth. It's but one of the other
What,
things I wanted to mention is that the music in this movie fucking kicks ass,
oh
dude.
yeah, it's Alan Silvestri,
Yes.
and who is fucking legend. I think he is kind of a sleeper pick for me of one of the best composers of all time. Does not get the credit he
Nearly enough
deserves.
credit, yeah.
No,
But he's the
no.
same man who invented the Avengers theme.
Back
Yeah.
to the Future, so many. Like I could rattle off so many, but yeah, he does a very good job in Van Helsing. I would say it fits what this movie is quite perfectly. Say. But yeah, so Hyde is like swinging around like an orangutan with his like sort of Cockney-ish accent, smoking a cigar and everything like that. It's a lot of fun. I like when he's trying to intimidate Van Helsing and he smokes a cigar, blows the smoke ring in his face, and then puts the cigar out on his tongue and then eats it.
Yeah.
It's pretty great.
He's got
And
like
then
old school British thug energy, you know?
yes,
Dock worker
exactly.
thug.
So Van Helsing walks in and he says, "Evening." He says, "You're a big one. You'll be hard to digest." Oh, I'd hate to be such a nuisance. I'd missed you in London. No, you bloody did not. You got me good. Because he's like missing a finger, right? Is that what it
Yeah,
is?
or he's got a hole in his bicep or something like that.
Oh, that's what it is. Yeah. Yeah, so he's wanted for the murder of 12 men, 6 women, and then 4, and then Mr. Hyde picks it up. He says children, 3 goats, and a rather nasty massacre of poultry. It's just it's really fun. He's just a fun, Hulk-like ogre figure for Van Helsing to fight. And so he has this big fight. He's got the dual wielding pistols, which is something that Stephen Sommers quite likes. This is definitely from the era where it's dual wielding pistols was the coolest thing you could do. Is on full
Hell yeah.
display here.
Well,
And
not
so they
not
get
exactly the coolest because he's gonna get a little upgrade in a bit.
oh sure. Oh sure. But like it was just a very, very common thing that everyone thought was the coolest thing ever. So, there's a little fun gag. This is like a lot of fun action scenes in this movie. So, he's trying to kill Van Helsing, and then he grabs the big bell and puts it over top of him. So he traps him in it. But Van Helsing has these like spinning saw
Saw
blades that
blade
he uses
things,
to
yeah.
like cut through things. So he cuts through something, and Hyde's like, "Huh?" And he pulls the bell up, and there's a hole in the floor. Oh, but he was hiding in the bell, and he attacks him. It's great. Like, there's a lot of really fun stuff. He cuts his arm off, and there's another really great choice where once he cuts Hyde's arm off, it falls to the ground and then turns back into Dr. Jekyll's normal human arm.
Yeah.
There's a
Very
lot of
good.
cool stuff like that in this movie. For as much as I think a lot of the plot and the lore is horribly contrived and doesn't make any sense, there's a lot of fun, like, vampire and werewolf stuff that, like, honestly, a lot of even movies that are, like, better written, like, don't do nearly as well.
Yeah.
So in terms of, like, it's very CGI heavy, this movie, and it relies a little too heavily on the CGI. But I really like subtle details like that when they transform into werewolves in this movie, the hair doesn't, like, grow out of their skin, it, like, pushes all their skin off.
It's a little bit. It does a little like the American Werewolf in London, like a quick
A little
version of
bit.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like instead of the hair coming out of their skin, it bursts out from inside them,
Yeah.
essentially. So basically every werewolf transformation that happens, like, all their skin comes off, and they, like, kinda scream and wail in agony when they do it. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
I like
I
that. There's
like that a
others.
lot. I like the
Yeah, there's
transformations for the werewolf. I like the werewolf designs in this, even though they can get a little like, especially at the end, the CGI one for him. It can look a little derpy at times, but I think it overall holds up pretty well.
yeah. Yeah, I mean, partly there's dated CGI. There's only so much you can do about that, except for try to go back in a time machine and try to get them to rely on it a little less. But outside of that, yeah, like a lot of the creature transformations are really cool. The design of the werewolves are pretty fun overall, I would say, because there have been a lot of subpar werewolves. Like, I really not a fan of the werewolves in Harry Potter, for example. Um, but they're
Yep.
pretty cool in this movie. There's a couple little details that are kind of campy, but, like, for example, when Van Helsing will turn into a werewolf later, it, like, keeps his long hair,
Yes.
which is really funny to me. So they're trying to, like, have it kind of look like him still. I don't know why it would keep his hair cut, but that's fine. It's fine. I like that they turn the color of the hair of the person that they've transformed from. That's a nice detail. There's a lot of cool stuff like that. I like the design of Frankenstein in this, with like the exposed head with all the, like, machinery whirling about inside. It's pretty
Yeah.
fun. A lot of fun stuff. The vampires are pretty cool. When they're when the brides are fully CGI flying around, I don't love that design as much. Sort of like pale gray blue skin,
Yeah,
like
I'm not
that.
a big fan of the Dracula CGI either. I don't think that looks
Yes.
great.
No, it doesn't look great. I'm more or less okay with the general design of, like, the winged demon thing, but it doesn't look especially great. I prefer it when it's the human characters with enlarged teeth. I just think that looks better. Yeah. Well, then they can have, like, kinda yellowy animalistic eyes and prolonged teeth. I like that sort of look. It's good. Um, okay. So, he has a big fight scene with Mr. Hyde, and that involves literally there are a lot of smashing of stained glass windows in this
Yes.
movie. So if you like stained glass, you close your eyes for those bits. Um, yeah, so they have the big fight at the Notre Dame Cathedral, and they cause a lot of property damage as a result. But he does manage, through a rather complicated and over the top series of acrobatics, manage with, like, a grappling hook, manage to kill Dr. Hyde. Not before one of my favorite details of this fight scene, where he shoots the grappling hook as he's falling from the very, very top of the clock tower of the Notre Dame. He shoots the grappling hook up, and it shoots through the chest of Mr. Hyde and, like, latches onto him through the back. That's pretty gnarly and great. I like that.
Yeah.
But he manages to kill Mr. Hyde, and of course he turns back into Dr. Jekyll, and a crowd appears out of nowhere to look at the body and then look up at Van Helsing standing on the roof of the cathedral and go, "Van Helsing, you
You
son of a bitch,
murderer! You
you
son of a
murderer."
bitch! Van Helsing, you son of a bitch! You got to stop doing this. Can't keep throwing people off of the cathedrals.
Then he goes back to the Vatican, right? To meet with Cardinal Jeanette, who is doing a really goofy Italian accent, in my opinion. He might be Italian for all I know, but it sounds very goofy to me. Um, And so he's in confession, and he's like, "Bless me, Father, for I have." And he says, "Sinned. Yes, I know. You're very good at that. You shattered the rose window." It's like, "Not to split hairs, sir, but Mr. Hyde did the shattering." And he's like, "13th century, over 600 years old. I wish you had a week in hell for that." He says it would be a nice reprieve. So there's some fun banter in this movie, you know? Some of it's quite fun in the same way that The Mummy is fun, I would say.
Yeah.
But this whole sequence has a lot of exposition that he has not done very much to obscure the fact that it's pure
Yeah,
exposition.
this is where
Like,
he gets to send him on. We get that he has no memory, that he's atoning for
yes,
past sins that he might have committed in the past,
maybe,
maybe.
yes.
And we get his mission, and we get the backstory
Whoa,
of
whoa,
the
whoa, whoa!
family.
Sorry, I forgot. The losing of the memory is the penance for
Oh,
past
right. You're
sins.
yes.
Um, I think that makes things worse, not better, personally. What
God
exactly
took your memory because you did something so fucked up. So you got to keep doing fucked up shit until you get your memory back, I guess. I don't know.
so he says, okay. Cardinal Jeanette says, "When we found you crawling up the steps of this church, half dead, it was clear to all of us that you had been sent here to do God's work." And he says, "Why can't he do it himself?" It's like, are you like the angel of the Lord or what? Like, what are we doing here exactly? Like, why is he turning into like a Reddit atheist? Like, oh yeah, well, if God's so good, why can't he do good stuff himself? He's- He says, "Don't blaspheme. You already lost your memory as penance for past sins. If you wish to recover it, I suggest you continue to heed the call. Without us, the world would be in darkness. Governments and empires come and go, but we have kept mankind safe since time immemorial. We are the last defense against evil, an evil that the rest of mankind has no idea even exists." And so yeah, this is when we're getting the big exposition dump. We see their like giant secretive lair in the bottom of the Vatican, where there are a whole bunch of people working on like, fancy new 1800s steampunk technology,
Yes.
um, including like a Gatling gun crossbow, which is probably the coolest weapon in the
Fucking
movie.
coolest. Yeah, the
Yeah,
coolest
it's
weapon in the
really
fucking movie.
got like an automatic crossbow.
With
That's
a
pretty great.
drum barrel. Yeah, beautiful. What a
Yes. So
uh,
there's a lot of fun banter, of course, with Carl, who is the friar, his Q, providing him with technology, and then he gets roped into the mission itself. Um,
yes. After, so
so he,
he's giving him the rundown of his gadgets. Right,
yeah,
here's the gadgets you're going to use. You know, here's your watch with a laser beam and a garrote. You know, here's your shoe that spits out a knife. Here's your nitroglycerin that explodes when you throw it. All this kind of stuff, and then he grabs a bomb, and this is the bomb is made of like compressed magma from Mount Vesuvius and sand from the Gobi Desert. And Van Helsing asks him, "So what's it for?" And he goes, "I don't know." And he says,
what do you
What do you
mean you
mean?
don't
What do you
know?
mean you don't know? It's been 12 years and you don't know because you don't know what it does?" He says, "No, I know what it does. I just don't know what it's for. What it does is, can you get the exact line
Oh,
for me?"
yes, he said, "I didn't say that. I said I don't know what it's for. What it does is to create a light source equal to the intensity of the sun." And Van Helsing says, "This will come in handy how?" He says, "I don't know. You can blind your enemies, charbroil a herd of charging wildebeest. Use your imagination."
This is after he's already explained you can't just kill vampires like anything else.
Yeah.
I know because I read a book.
Yeah. Um,
This is
ridiculous.
this is
Is
insane that
yes.
he's not going to figure out that this might be useful for killing
It
vampires until the end of the second act of the movie.
it's deep.
It's
It's deep
deep
into the
in
plot,
there.
yeah.
It's almost 2 hours in.
I just, I know I should just try to get on board with what they're doing in this movie, but I just have such a hard time swallowing that, like, Van Helsing doesn't know anything about vampires at the start of the movie. He's
That
not like
Q does
young.
because he read a book. Yeah. But
Yeah,
Van
it's just
Helsing
like,
never read that book. I don't know.
I don't know. It's just a little lame. But it's setting that aside. Carl also doesn't seem to know what he built the sunlight bomb for exactly.
But
And later
maybe I
he's like,
guess it'll come in handy if we run into some vampires on this vampire hunting mission. I don't fucking know, but I might as well pack it just in case.
and it's this kind of movie, right, where we need to hit all the beats and have so he's got a mysterious past and amnesia. Why not? Because the Born Identity was good, and also like he doesn't know about vampires yet specifically, so the guy can tell him and the audience about vampires and how they work. And also, Dracula wants to create an army of little goblins. Why? Because we need to find a way of including Frankenstein's monster in there. Like all these decisions are being made in a very sort of like first draft attempt to just get
Yeah.
everything they want. Right. And so included in that is why Carl is even along for the mission at all. Right. Because he's this guy that he makes weapons for him and he works for the Holy Order, whatever they're called. And why does he go along on the mission? He's just a guy. He has no combat training. He's just a monk who makes weapons.
Actually, he's just a friar. He's going to
Oh,
make
right.
that distinction
Yes,
multiple times.
and
Because
yes.
monks in this, friars, I guess, get promoted to monkhood in this universe. I don't, I'm not familiar with the hierarchy of the church. I don't think that that's how that works.
This movie presents it like you can still be a sinner if you're a friar because you're not a monk yet. Like
Yeah.
that's the only distinction that matters. And he's like, I can still sleep with this random peasant and curse because I'm not a monk yet. Like,
yes.
surely that's against the spirit of what you're trying to do, right? Like, surely. But anyway, so it's funny you mentioned that, Hugh, because he's about to do it right this second. So he says, 12 years and you don't know what it does? He says, I didn't say that. I said I didn't know what it was for. What it does is create a light source equal to the intensity of the sun. This will come in handy. How? Well, you can blind your enemies, charbroil a herd of charging wildebeest, use your imagination. Van Helsing says, no, I'm going to use yours. That's why you're coming with me. And Carl says, holy hell, be damned if I am. He says, you cursed. Not very well, but you're a monk. You shouldn't curse at all. Actually, I'm still just a friar. I can curse all I want. And he says, damn it. He says, the cardinal has ordered to keep me alive for as long as possible. And he says, but I'm not a field man. I don't want to go to Transylvania. And that's all the reasoning for why.
Yeah.
The cardinal was like, no, send that like hapless little buffoon guy on the mission to keep Von Helsing alive.
Yes.
Because
Friar, as Quantum Ranger Power has pointed out, Friar rhymes with Squire.
Essentially,
it's basically his role.
The movie's like, well, he needs to come along because he knows about vampires. And it's like he just told him everything he knows. He doesn't even understand that a sunlight bomb would be useful against them. He's not really an expert. But sure, he's coming along because why not? Because you got to have that character archetype. If the Mummy feels a little bit like we're doing, the very basic thing of hitting all of the beats, all the things and like and are familiar with all in one movie, this is like, yeah, but we made it needlessly complicated and we didn't really bother to check if it made sense, to just compounding any minor problems you might have had in the Mummy. So now we got to introduce more characters. So Anna.
Yes, Anna and her brother Vulcan?
Yeah, hold on. I'm going to pull it up in just a second. His name is Velkin. That's correct.
Yes. The
They are
most
hunting a
hapless
werewolf.
monster hunter, vampire hunters who have been like, it's quite humorous how bad they are at hunting monsters, especially for two people whose family have been dedicated to doing this for their entire lives, for their right to get into heaven. Like their grandfather has forfeited their right to be at peace
if they don't kill
Dracula. They suck at killing Dracula and his monster. Like, they are so bad at it. She's gonna have a line later on when Van Helsing kills the first of the wives in a big action sequence in the town, that he is the first person in 100 years who's managed to kill a vampire.
Very funny. So, if you'll remember I don't know, maybe an hour ago, maybe 30 minutes ago when we were talking about The Mummy, remember we talked about Evie and how she was actually a really competent character. She wasn't a girl boss, but she was a very competent character who knew things and could handle herself and was accomplished, even if it was just as a librarian and all that. Well, that's done. We're not doing that anymore. Now
No.
we have Anne Valerius and Velkin, and they hunt vampires and fight vampires, but they've literally never accomplished it once
No.
because it's the first time anyone's killed a vampire in hundreds of years. So it
They're
means they've
also
never been successful.
this scene where they're hunting a werewolf. They brought one gun loaded with silver bullets.
Uh huh.
They don't have any more to offer. Budget cuts have been pretty brutal. Um, they she's essentially the Jack Burton of this movie.
Yeah, but the movie's not aware of it.
I
Is the
don't
difference.
believe the movie is, yeah, I don't think it's intentional, but she is as incompetent as Jack Burton is throughout most of Big Trouble in Little China. Like,
Yeah.
it's,
She's brave. We'll give her that.
yes,
She's willing to throw herself into dangerous situations like she's competent.
it's all in the reflexes.
So there's a big action set piece where she is being used as bait um for a werewolf. And so wait, yeah, it's a werewolf.
Her brother's being used as bait for the werewolf, yeah.
Oh, true. Um, and wouldn't you know it, he gets bit by a werewolf. They manage to kill the werewolf, allegedly, by shooting it with silver bullets, but not before it takes Velkin and the werewolf, off the
But
side of a cliff and into a river,
what's even
presumably to
worse,
their
real,
death.
real quick, I just want to highlight exactly how wrong this goes, right? They bumble around getting the werewolf into a cage for a good while before they
Yes.
finally do. But Velkin has dropped his gun, which is the only one that they loaded with silver bullets.
Okay, yeah. So question
Yes.
number one is how hard are silver bullets to find if this is what you're looking to do?
Yes. And could you not, like,
Get more
if you
silver
dedicated to
bullets.
it?
Put silver bullets in all of the guns.
Yes, why
Why are
wouldn't?
you even shooting those other guns if there's not silver bullets in there?
And he tells them it's not going to work. Stop shooting. Get my gun. And they keep shooting the guns to the point that the gunfire frees the werewolf from the cage. It's like,
Yeah. Yeah, okay, so Georgia Spec says also the werewolf is out in the day. Does the movie specify that they only turn into the werewolf at night, or is it just
okay,
during the full
so the
moon?
movie does specify that for the first 3 days, it's only with the full moon, after the first full moon. After
Okay.
that, they're a werewolf permanently. They're just
Okay.
yeah,
I forgot that detail.
yeah.
Okay, so this is presumably someone who's just a werewolf all
It's
the
their
time.
father
Right.
who has been turned into a werewolf.
Man, they're really incompetent, huh?
Yeah. Their father, because so the cardinal mentions to, like, in the exposition dump to Van Helsing, his mission briefing, he goes, yeah, this is his daughter and his son. He's been missing for 12 months. The father has been missing for 12 months. He was kidnapped by Dracula and turned into a werewolf, which is going to happen to his son as well.
Yeah.
Because
Which almost happens to Van Helsing.
yeah, which almost happens to Van Helsing. They're really bad at this. It's a little funny that, like, because I just imagine him being like, God, we will not join you in heaven until we kill Dracula, and he's like, oh, are you sure? Sure you want to do that? Really? I could cut you some slack, maybe. And what's funny is by the end of this movie too, right? They didn't kill Dracula. So really, they shouldn't, like, God's gonna let him sneak in on a technicality here because they didn't actually fulfill the oath. Van Helsing did.
Yeah.
His own left hand had to come down and finish the job for them so that they could get in. It's a little bit, yeah.
She didn't play a role in that at all,
No,
actually.
not even a little bit. She just turned
So you
him
think
back
that
into a
would,
person.
you think that wouldn't fulfill the promise, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, she turned him
Interesting.
back into a person and died trying.
It's funny because the movie ends. I will give the movie some credit for killing her at the end. um, when she dies, and then basically the last scene of the movie is the funeral or the burial, right? And he like hears the winds blowing around him, and he looks up into the heavens, and he sees her face in the clouds, right? Um, to imagine that that's just purgatory. She's not going to heaven; she's just going to purgatory, like it was promised, because she didn't fulfill the end of the deal. That's pretty funny. So they have the werewolf locked in a cage, right, floating in the air, and he's like, "I can't get my gun. It's the only one with silver bullets in it." And they just keep shooting until they shoot the ropes out, and it causes the whole cage to fall to the ground, and it escapes because, of course, um, it's very, very silly, very, 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 very silly.
Yes.
So that's our introduction to Anna. Someone mentioned in the chat that like some old cracked article that kind of like looked through all the things she had done and determined that she basically did nothing except be bait a couple times. One of the things that she does end up doing at the very end of the movie is kill one of the brides, but that's only based on a huge assist from Carl the Friar. So
Yes.
yeah,
Yes.
she's pretty worthless.
Real quick, because Mordaka said, I think the vow was Dracula dies, not that they killed him. The vow is he's made a pact to God that his family would vanquish Dracula in return for eternal salvation of his bloodline. So they would not enter heaven until his family killed Dracula.
Yeah.
Yeah. So on a God felt sorry for them. He's not a
Yes.
harsh master. He was like, yeah,
Yeah.
that's fine. Sure. Like he watched her trip over herself as she got up to the gates. He was like, okay. Yeah,
Like
I can't
she's
do
not going to live long enough to have kids and continue the line. It might be done with her. Let's just cut him some slack.
every time
Yeah,
God
the
closes the door, he
promised
sends an
God that his
archangel to
family would
Earth.
never rest nor enter heaven until they vanquished Dracula from their land. So it does imply that they had to do it,
Yeah.
specifically them, and they don't. It's God's own archangel for some reason.
It's such a funny, like, if it had been intentional, it's a really funny joke. Like
especially especially because it's Kate Beckinsale, who I don't think is a very strong actress based on what I've seen her in, and is mostly there for her looks primarily, and she's doing a really bad like Romanian accent. So her being like trying really hard to be cool, badass, mysterious woman while accomplishing nothing and just being there for her looks, it all makes it feel like a big joke. Like it would like if they were being intentional, it would be next level.
yeah, it's beautiful.
So eventually, Van Helsing will arrive in Transylvania, where he runs into a bunch of townspeople who are not happy about him being there because they don't trust strangers. And also, when they learn who he is, they're like, he's a murderer because his reputation precedes him. But then they're attacked by the brides, and it's a little unclear who they're supposed to be attacking. Whether they're supposed to be, it's unclear in the moment. That is, whether they're supposed to be attacking Anna or they're supposed to be attacking Van Helsing. Van Helsing, but there is a giant action sequence that involves many, many really funny things. I want to highlight a couple of them.
Yes.
One of my favorites is when one of the brides grabs a cow and throws it through the wall of a building.
The cow survives. The cow like somehow
Don't worry, guys. Don't worry, kids. The cow survives.
the
Cow's
cow
alive.
takes that damage and just like gets right back up. Anna, by the end of the movie, will not be so lucky.
That is really funny that cow lived. Anna does. Oh Lord. So then there's like so the way the rules work in this particular iteration of vampires is that We don't see them ever burn up. Actually, no, because we know that from the light bomb that they would burn up in the sun and die. But if it's overcast, then they're totally fine. So it has
Yeah.
to be direct sunlight. So when they're attacking this village, and even though they can teleport and they can kill people quickly, they're dicking around and taking their time because that's what they do.
Yeah.
And
Well,
then at
there's a
one point,
part
the sun comes
in
out.
this sequence because like they attack when it's overcast, but then the sun comes out, so they hide in a well until the
Yes.
clouds go back over the sun, and then they come right back out.
Yeah, it's just a pause. Just a pause in the fight scene. And it's really funny because Van Helsing and Anna are looking down into the well, like right at the ledge of the well, just staring down into the abyss. And then the Friar Carl has to be the one like, guys, the sun's going away.
Van Helsing. And then he just like she gets the jump on them anyway. They're looking right down there. He's got his crossbow pointed like he should be ready to go.
Yeah.
But again, like it wouldn't work, right? Like the crossbow maims them until he dips it in the holy water and like lights one of them up. It's not really doing much. It's
Well, he's not hitting them directly in the heart, I think is the implication there.
Yeah.
Like it's damaging their wings. I think it's implied that if he got a solid shot through the heart, that would work.
Yeah, but yeah. Well, it's funny because they set that up, right? But then they don't. That's not the payoff that happens. The payoff is that he dips it in holy water and uses like
why? Because it's fun.
yeah,
Because to dip his like machine gun crossbow into holy water and then light her up, pretty fun. And then so he manages to kill one of them by doing exactly that, and the other two brides are like, "Oh no, how scary!" And then they leave, right?
yeah.
Because this is the first time they've ever lost in like hundreds of years.
The only one who's killed a vampire in 100 years. Because what happens when Kate Beckinsale, the vampire hunter, gets attacked by vampires, on the surprise? She spends the whole time just like running away.
Yeah,
Yeah. She's like, oh, I was unprepared. They snuck up on me. It's like, what? This is your job. This is your only job. You've been dedicated to this your whole life. What are you doing?
So after that, the brides return to Dracula to commiserate with him, be sad about one of their brides. And so Dracula does this fun thing where he walks up the wall and onto the
Yeah.
ceiling where his brides are, and he's monologuing, he's ranting, he says, "Why can't they just leave us alone? We never kill more than our fill and less than our share. Can they say the same? Did I not stress how important it was to be finished with Anna Valerius before she destroys what we were trying to create?" Like, he's so dramatic.
So dramatic and theater kid.
Oh, it's so funny.
It's fucking great.
I like him. Like, come on, we kill our fair share of people, but they kill way more people than us. They're the real monsters, if you think about it.
Well, like, okay, so that comes on the heels of like after Van Helsing kills a vampire, who like the vampires who were terrorizing the village, right? The villagers are pissed at him.
Yeah,
because oh well, vampires only ever kill like 2 people a month, really. Like
they're pissed at him, and they're like, now they'll be back for revenge.
yeah, but like Anna, the whole like so this is really where I get kind of confused about the lore, right? Is like they all seem to know that Anna is supposed to kill them, like kill the vampires. I thought that was like their whole thing. But now they're like, if we just kind of live in harmony with them, dude, like we just give a couple every month and they're fine. Like, why would you do that?
It's like in the St. George and the Dragon story where like the villagers are just making sacrifices to the dragon because they're too scared of it. And so they're like giving it sheep,
Yes.
and then eventually they're just giving it children. It's like, fine, if we just give it more little children, it'll be fine. I promise. We're just gonna live with the dragon. If we just give it our children, it'll be fine. It won't keep poisoning the city.
Yeah.
That's their relationship with the vampires.
We tolerate
Because
Anna because she's so like she says she's doing like she's not a threat. Come on.
Yeah, so yeah, they're mad at him for killing the vampires because now they're really gonna come back after them, which I suppose is fair. But yeah, and what contributes to the confusion here is that we'll learn that Dracula does kind of want to bring about the apocalypse and rule the world, with all his offspring and everything
Yeah.
like that. But
Yeah.
he's not interested in doing it by turning more and more people. He just wants these little goblin babies because other it's confused messaging because on one hand he's like, "Oh, come on, we just eat the number of people we need to live. Come on, is that so wrong? Come on, just cut us some slack." But then but also he's like, "I'm going to raise an army of undead goblin babies and we're going to take over the world."
Yeah,
Like, okay,
it's very strange and confusing because it's just like, well, yeah, but like, I don't know if the movie, because the movie seems to, for about two scenes, want us to have some sympathy for the vampires. Come on, man,
at
like they
least in
never,
a
yeah,
comedic sense,
yeah.
yeah.
Come on, we never kill more than our fair share. We would, whatever. And then it's just like, yeah, but the whole plan this whole time has been to make so many vampires that like your fair share destroys the entire world, right? Like, I don't, I'm not really getting, I'm not picking up what you're putting down here, Stephen.
Yes.
This is,
Yeah,
he also,
it's odd because so if I were trying to read into it other explanations for why he does anything that he does in this movie, you could think that like maybe the advantage of these weird little gargoyle creatures is that like they aren't other vampires that like have minds and wills of their own and everything, but also it's very heavily implied that he basically has mind control powers and he sort of, these women are in his harem. Like they're not super independent of him, really. And so you get the feeling that if he sired other people, they would also be kind of enthralled to him. I mean, that's how it works in Dracula,
yeah,
right? So like he has power in Dracula the novel. He has power over everyone that he sires, right? So I don't really understand the advantage of these swarms of flying goblins that don't seem to be intelligent. They just seem to fly around and go, "Bah!" and that's it. I don't know why that's better, but okay, Dracula. There's a little funny scene because basically I just love anytime Dracula's on screen as a human because he says a lot of fun stuff.
yeah.
So they're commiserating over the fact that one of the bride, Marishka, was killed, and he says, "There, there, my darlings, do not worry. I shall find another bride." And they're like, "What? Do we mean so little to you? Have you no heart?" And he's like, "No, I have no
No,
heart.
I have
I
no
feel no
heart.
love." Nor fear, nor joy, no sorrow. I am hollow, and I will live forever. I am at war with the world and every living soul in it, but soon the final battle will begin. I must go and find out who our new visitor is. You'll have to make a little aperitif out of him. We are much too close to success to be interrupted now. And so I just like the way he carries himself. I like the
Yes.
cut of his jib. It's
It's
fun.
very fun because he's very passionate and emotional, and he goes through a wide range of different like he goes from being sad
It's a little
about,
bipolar.
yeah,
Yeah.
he's a little bipolar, to claiming that he's hollow and he feels no passion or joy, all in a very passionate and soulful exposition. And it's a very powerful monologue. it's
Yeah.
it's nice. I
Curtis Speck says, to be fair, they were born yesterday. Yeah, I don't know if his little babies would turn into something like I don't know. I don't know what that would turn into
Yeah,
if
no
they
idea. Maybe bigger
what they would
vampires. I don't know.
maybe. Who
Georgius
knows?
also said that they implied the whole Frank project was on hiatus and Dracula was in stasis, question mark, because he looked frozen in that coffin. But he comes out and he says exactly what we just read, right? Where he says, "We're too close to success to be interrupted now." So not
Yeah.
really. It's not on hiatus or anything. Like he's been working towards it still steadily.
Yeah. In the
Yeah.
absence of old Frankie, he's just doing his best trying to recreate that technology and not having much luck at it. Um So let's see. Oh, okay. So this is when it's revealed that he has a werewolf in captivity, and Igor is just torturing it. We talked about some of this dialogue, but I just want to talk about it again because it's so funny. Dracula's like, "Why do you torment that thing so?" And he says, "It's what I do." Remember, Igor, do unto others. Yeah, before they do unto me, master. It's really funny.
Yeah.
It's really good. He's just like, "What do you mean? I torture the werewolf." It's just like it's how I like to have fun. It's how I like to unwind at the end of a long day.
Igor is basically Hassan Piker.
God, it's not a shot collar, or maybe it is, and whatever. It's normal to have a shot collar. Yeah, maybe.
Congratulations, haters! You ruined my dog training regimen. Now look at her. Now she's just gonna get up and walk. She's just gonna
Whenever
get up
she
and like
wants,
whenever she wants,
spoiled
whenever she
brat.
needs to stretch, she's gonna stand up. God, you suck.
What do you mean? It's what I do. I torture animals.
Hassan, why do you torment that thing so? It's what
Do
I
unto
do.
others before they do unto me. So, um, because we're jumping around here, what's the next thing? What's the next big thing
The
to
next big
talk
thing is
about?
when he drugs her at her house, right? Because she's getting ready to go out and fight a werewolf or find Dracula and kill him, even though she has no idea how to do it, and she's clearly not very good at it. So he drugs her and puts her to sleep, and then a werewolf breaks into the house in the middle of the night. Because I don't know what he's doing, but they're supposed to like it's yeah, it's a little loosely connected here, but the werewolf is her brother, and
Yes.
that's the big
He
reveal.
didn't actually die, but he got bitten and turned into a werewolf as a result of, the attack with his father, I guess, the werewolf. And so now she, of course, is like, "No, you can't kill him. That's my brother." And he's like, "Yeah, no, he's a werewolf. I got to kill him." Eventually, she'll come around to that position, but it takes her a little while because she has the
Yes.
same flaw that her ancestor that wasn't able to kill Dracula has, right? One other thing that I thought was funny rewatching this again is like Van Helsing and Anna are talking and they're trying to build up a relationship, and I just could not give a shit about these two,
Yeah.
mostly because Anna's so worthless. But it's so funny when the movie tries to like have a theme.
Yes. Yeah. When he like
So
stops and he says that with that thing about like to have memories of loving of the ones you've loved and lost must be more painful than having no memories at all. I will help you find your brother. It's like, sure.
sure, man.
Okay.
So like she's like, Anna's like, I promised you a drink. He says, yes, you did. And she says, the bar is down the hall. Help yourself.
It's
Like
such a
that's kind
James
of
Bond line, dude. I love
yeah,
it.
that's a pretty good line. I like that. And she's like, as for me, I'm going to finish this once and for all. It's like, sorry, you've had to carry this burden alone. And she says, on the contrary, I would wish for it no other way. It's like, really, you've had your brother your whole life. Like, what do you? I don't. That doesn't make sense that Anna would say that. But
No.
Van Helsing says, I'm sorry about your father and brother. And she says, I will see them again. We Transylvanians always look on the brighter side of death. Van Helsing says, there's a brighter side of death? And she says, yes, it's just harder to see. It's like, oh,
Okay.
do you think you're doing a theme? Is that what you think is happening here? Can we just get back to monster fights, please? So Anna runs into Velkin. She's like, "Oh my God, you're alive!" He's like, "No, Anna, I only have a moment." Anna says, "But there's a werewolf." He's like, "Listen to me. I know Dracula's secret. He's like Velkin," and then he just turns into a werewolf before
Yeah, before he can
before he
yeah.
answer that sentence. Yes,
And what do you think he's trying to say here?
that is a good question. I was just thinking about that as soon as you asked.
Because it's like I know Dracula's
I know
secret.
Dracula's secret. He's a vampire.
He's a vampire.
um, because he says he's
Yeah,
not
not
he's like here's what his plan is. No, it's he has that's what it is. So listen to me. I know Dracula's secret. He has
castle.
and so I
They
think
know
he's
that. They just don't know where. His secret. So the secret really is where he is and how to get there.
mhm.
That's the secret. Not that he has.
Well, they don't know at this point that he wants to raise an army
Yeah,
and
they
that
don't know that he
he
has a plan. I suppose that it could be he has a plan.
he has a
That's his
plan to
secret.
raise a bunch of gargoyle babies. Yeah, maybe something like that. But the more important bit is where he is. Where is he? Come on, Velkin. Obviously, it's not too far away from where we are, but somehow we've never found it.
Yes.
We've been looking for decades. We've been looking for generations.
For literal generations, but because like okay,
That's why I said it felt like it's in another dimension, because it basically is.
and the grandfather, so whoever set it up, right? He knew, but he didn't want to tell like so the whole thing, the reason that he made the vow is because he didn't feel like he could kill his own son. So he
Yes.
he cursed the rest of his family to do it, basically, by
Well,
making a vow.
no. Well, I think he makes the vow and then he can't bring himself to do it.
Is that the order? I feel
I
like the
think
order
so.
of operations is the
I think so.
okay, maybe that's how it is. But either way, he does the vow. But he knows how to get there, and he knows that it's from his own library, but he leaves these cryptic clues because he doesn't want to just tell them where to
Yeah.
go.
And ultimately, sorry, let's jump ahead. Let's jump
let's just
ahead.
do it.
Because Van Helsing, the cardinal, gives him like, by the way, here's a little MacGuffin that's going to come back later in the movie, and it's a little piece of a scroll. We know it's relevant somehow. We don't know how, and it's just a little piece of Latin from a larger, you know, bit of tapestry or whatever that says like, "So help me God, open up this door," or whatever it says, right? And he's carrying that with him, and he has no idea why it's relevant for the whole movie until they finally get to the castle of Anna's family, and they're looking through all his stuff on the vampires and their history. That's where we get a lot of the lore dumps about how Dracula was once a member of their family, all that sort of stuff. Carl Fryer will find like a moving painting, Harry Potter style, that shows a
Yes.
battle between a werewolf
It, it,
and
it, it it
a vampire.
activates when you read the poem from the Wolfman.
Yes, exactly.
With a little addendum, right? Because the poem from the Wolfman is even a man who's pure of heart and says his prayers by night may become a wolf when the wolfsbane blooms and the full moon is shining bright, or may thirst for another man's blood when his body takes flight, which is a strange thing to do. Because it's kind of like the Wolfman one is basically saying like even a good man can succumb to the beast inside, right? So it's setting
Yes.
up the Wolfman as a hero. But it's also saying that like even a vampire can be a good man by adding that line.
Kind of. Not they're certainly not intending that, but by
Yeah,
implication,
by the implication.
But really, but like everything about this, it's so obvious what the surface level motivation is. It's like, ooh, we get that famous line from the Wolfman. We'll bring that up when werewolves are talked about, and then because we're doing a thing like vampires versus werewolves, we'll add in a little line. Oh, and also vampires to it, like a little addendum to it. Kind of ruins the flow of the poem, but it's fine. We'll just throw it on at the end.
Yeah.
It rhymes, so who cares?
It rhymes and it kind of like the meaning of it, the whole thematic thing behind it doesn't make any fucking sense because like the vampires really aren't good people. They're like literal devil spawn. But that's fine. We're just gonna roll with it because I guess for some reason.
Trayvon Washington says Van Helsing does sound vaguely German. He is Dutch in the
Yes.
novel. Yeah. Um,
Where did he get the name Van Helsing
where
in
did
this
Bram
movie?
Stoker?
No, in this
Oh, and
movie.
this. Oh, I don't know. Because his name is Gabriel Van Helsing, and those things don't fit together really too much for me.
Van Helsing. Yes.
Oh, I get it because he's a homosexual.
Yeah. It's like, wow, you
So
have your brother's jawline.
so they're looking through this room, and eventually they find like, oh my gosh, there's a door, there's a poem, that talks about a door, and it's like, oh, where's the door? And Von Helsing goes, oh yes, the door, of course. Hold on, I want to get the exact line here because it's so funny. He says, okay, let's go through some of this exposition because it's really, really funny. So they're like, okay, Carl, what have you learned? And he says, the Count Dracula was actually the son of Valerius the Elder, the son of your ancestor. And she says, everybody knows that. What else? And he's like, okay, all right. Well, according to this, it all started when Dracula was murdered. Van Helsing says, do you know who murdered him? Carl says, no, there's just some vague reference to the left hand of God. And in 1462, when Dracula died, he made a covenant with the devil. So we'll eventually learn, obviously, that that's Van Helsing. But they keep saying it was murder, and that confuses things for me. Anyway,
Yes.
Van Helsing says, like, oh, he was given new life, Anna, but the only way he could sustain that life was by drinking blood. And Carl says, excuse me, are you going to let me tell this story? It's kind of a funny little moment. Carl says, and your ancestor, having sired this evil creature, went to Rome to seek forgiveness. That's when the bargain was made. He was to kill Dracula in return for eternal salvation of his entire family, right down the line, all the way to you. Anna says, but he couldn't do it. As evil as Dracula was, my ancestor couldn't kill his own son. Carl continues, so he banished him to an icy fortress, sending him through a door from which there was no return.
Oh,
But
so
we
it
know
is a
that's not
different
true.
dimension. Yeah, wait, it has to. Yeah,
But that's not true.
yeah, that isn't
Because Dracula leaves. He goes into town for the ball, and his brides
he has a
leave, and they
summer
go into town.
palace.
Yeah,
He
but that's
he
not true.
purchases real estate.
Yeah, see, this is why it's confusing. If you hear that line, you think, "Oh, he's in a mysterious,
Like a pocket
icy
dimension. Yeah.
pocket dimension." Exactly. But no, there is a return because we see him leave several times. It's fine. Okay, and Anna says, and the devil gave him wings. Carl says, yes. All right, where is this door? Carl says, I don't know, but when your ancestor couldn't kill his son, he left clues so that future generations might do it for him. Clues? You're leaving clues?
You're leaving clues. Wait, hold on. He did say grandfather, right?
Hold on. No, he says when your ancestor.
Ancestor. Okay.
Not sure how many.
How many generations we've? It's got to be quite a few. Oh no, it's at least 400 years, right? Because he was killed in 1462.
However many.
It's about 1888 because of the Eiffel Tower being half finished in the early. Yeah. So it's been about 400 years.
Yes. So to be clear, he's like, okay. It turns out I sired an evil guy who, when he was killed, made an evil deal with the devil, and now he's an undead monster. So I go to the Vatican asking for help, and I somehow, for some reason, make a vow that says, you know what? I will kill him if it's the last thing me or any of my ancestors do.
And
we won't get into heaven.
And if I don't, you can keep us out of heaven.
I like to imagine the Cardinals are like, what? No, we don't. It's like, no. I insist. All my future progeny, they won't get into heaven unless they kill this evil monster. And so it's like, okay, okay, fine.
All right.
And then he's like, okay, now I'm gonna kill my son. It's really hard to kill my son, even if he is an evil undead monster. Because my son, I can have some perspective, but you know what I'll do is I'll leave clues to future ancestors to where I hid him away.
Banished him.
Not detailed instructions. Clues. Fucking why?
Clues in the home they're going to live in. So like he did this at night too. Like he was making them at night.
I'm making them at night. Pointless crypticness is tight. Yeah. Don't worry, we're gonna solve it though. So well, how are they gonna do that? It's gonna be barely an inconvenience because it turns out Van Helsing says the door. Of course, you said your father spent hours staring at this painting, trying to find the lair. I think you were right, quite literally. I think this is the door, and there's just a giant painting of a map on the wall of Transylvania. He says he just didn't know how to open it. And Carl says, look, a Latin inscription. Maybe it works like the painting in the tower. And so on the side of this painting that's mostly a map, there's Latin on the left side, kind of running from the ceiling all the way to the floor. And Anna says, if this were a door, my father would have opened it a long time ago. And Carl says, I can't finish the inscription. There's a piece missing. Guys, do you remember from earlier in the movie when the cardinal was like, hey, I don't know how this relates to what you have to do at all, but here's a slip of wallpaper with Latin on it. It's probably going to be necessary. So he's like, okay, I'll take it with me. Van Helsing says, "Your father didn't have this," and he pulls it out. Anna says, an appropriate question, "Where'd you get that?" And Van Helsing doesn't answer. He says, "Carl, finish it." And he doesn't read the whole thing, which I thought was annoying. Like, why don't you read the whole thing? It's an opportunity for like a nice, kind of poem or something. You can do a lot with this little detail, but he just says, "In the name of God, open this door."
That's all it took.
That's all it took.
That's all it. In the name of God, this guy never once, out of frustration, said the words, "In the name of God, open this door."
That's so funny.
They
so funny.
truly are the worst monster hunters ever. There's so much humorous potential here.
It is a very fun and funny movie. A lot of the funny comes at the expense of the movie. Some of it doesn't. Some of it is like legitimately pretty amusing or just simply fun. Like watching like a giant werewolf fight a giant vampire at the end. That's fun. I don't care who you are, right? But a lot of the laughs do come at the expense of the movie. And so that magically opens the door. And that's how they find the icy fortress. Isn't that amazing?
Damn, they did
it. They sure did it. We're jumping all over the place. Eventually, we discover Frankenstein's monster.
Another goated performance from an actor in this one. I love the way he just wails every line. It's so fucking funny, man.
Schuler Hensley.
He has not done much else. He's
That's a shame.
A little character actor from this movie and pretty much nothing else. But he was
in The Legend of Zorro.
That's something. Hell, hey, that's pretty good. I like that movie too. That actually, Legend of Zorro fits in with this really well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a very, what? We could have had a Zorro O'Connell Van Helsing crossover, and that would have been peak early 2000s, late 90s cinema.
Where do they run into Frankenstein's monster again?
Oh, okay. So they fall. They go to because Dracula's trying to use her brother the werewolf as a conduit for reviving his babies, basically for giving his babies some life. Now this is one of the mechanical issues the movie doesn't really go very far to explaining, right? Because the issue is that he needs to, I don't know, jolt. So, okay, Frankenstein created a machine that uses lightning to give life to dead tissue, and it works, right? That's the moment where Dracula is like, "Oh, we're almost there." So he has the machine, and he uses. So now the machine is designed to, because before it was designed to put electricity into the body of Frankenstein's monster and revive it. But now what it's designed to do is use the body of a werewolf or of Frankenstein's monster as a lightning rod to get the lightning energy down into the egg sacs to animate them and have them like actually come out. But the problem is that when he goes to use the werewolf, it can't sustain itself. So he uses the werewolf and it works. The babies come out of the eggs and fly into town out of the castle and start terrorizing everybody.
Yes.
But then because the werewolf can't keep the energy for the machine that woke them up going.
It wasn't quite the right formula.
Well, no, because it's all working fine until the werewolf's energy drops and the machine turns off, and then all of the ones that it's already juiced explode.
They didn't have the permanence code. That's a really fun Tron Ares reference for the two people that have seen that movie.
Yeah, because so like the missing piece to the puzzle is Frankenstein's monster, but I guess that means that the monster just has to be permanently. No, it doesn't, because the monster escapes. So later on, when the monster is caught and they juice the new crop of babies up with him, he gets out of the machine. So the machine turns off, but those babies don't explode. They're just fine. And
I took it. Yeah, I can see the confusion is obvious. It's obvious why it's not very well communicated and kind of contradictory. The way I took it was basically like that wasn't the right. They just they just didn't have the right formula, and so it doesn't really have to do with whether the werewolf continues to provide them with energy constantly. It like sets them in motion,
well,
but it just wasn't the right
but
mix. I know.
but it has like an explicit line from Igor, who's like, "Ah, we're losing power. The human is insufficient," and that's the reason why it fails. That's presented as the reason it fails.
Yeah, but then when it's Frankenstein, it doesn't matter that he's not still connected to it, which it's contradictory.
Yeah,
But it
because
kind of like maybe maybe you could interpret it to be like, oh, well, he didn't have enough energy to begin with, and they're losing power, and they're going to, he like revs up the Beyblade, but it's not enough.
yeah, okay, gotcha. It's like, yeah, it's a temporary. It's like jumping a car,
Yeah,
but only like a
something,
temporary. Yeah, I don't know, man.
something. I don't
Yeah,
know.
I don't.
It's
It doesn't make any sense. It makes like it makes total sense if you don't think about it at all. Yes, Travion, you are correct.
um now, because this movie kind of jumps around all over the place, I can't remember why they actually go into Frankenstein's monster's lair.
They fall into it.
Oh, they just fall into it, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
there's a lot of accidental discovery of
Yeah,
important
it's one of
plot points
those.
in this movie as well. Like after Carl, the friar, has banged the random peasant woman whose life he saved, he kind of like takes a step back to admire his handiwork, and he leans on the he leans on the mantelpiece and accidentally activates the Scooby Doo lever that flips the painting around to give them the key to killing Dracula.
Yeah. And so they fall into a layer, and they're like, "Oh my gosh, what's all this stuff?" Like this, Van Helsing says there's something down here, and it's carnivorous. Whatever it is, it appears to be human. I'd say he's a size 17, around 360 pounds, 8.5 to 9 feet tall. He has a bad gimp in his right leg and 3 copper teeth. And Anna says, "How do you know he has copper teeth?" He says, "Because he's standing right behind you. Move!" Ah, fun,
Whoa,
fun.
funny.
Like, it's like, it sounds like I think this is the worst movie of all time, but I do kind of enjoy it.
I no,
I do
I
really
like this is
enjoy
it's
it.
funny because like
It's so
it's
stupid.
really stupid. I still
Yeah,
love this movie. I still think it's a lot of fun.
because he's standing right behind you. And then she literally at one point yells, "Oh my god, the Frankenstein monster."
Just in
Which
case
is,
you weren't aware.
which is probably what you'd call it in all fairness, but it sounds
Yeah.
very funny, especially coming from her. Frankenstein's monster says, "Monster? Who's the monster here? I have done nothing wrong, and yet you and your kind all wish me dead." Here's what I'll say. I feel like this movie actually does really understand the spirit of Frankenstein's monster.
Yeah, to some
Really.
extent. Yeah, a little bit.
Well, here's the extent that I'll say. So like in the original book, he's not like explicitly evil fully, but he grows really resentful at human beings for like being distrustful and scared of him to the point that he does become sort of murderous, right? And
Yeah,
so like
yeah. I guess
this
so.
initial dynamic of sort of like I hate people because they hate me kind of thing. I don't know. I don't know. You don't think
Well, yeah,
that's kind of
I think maybe not with so like I don't I've after rereading the original, I don't really. I think that there is part of that, right? Like he is presented as not inherently evil, but he is presented as like because when we talked about this, right? I think Mary Shelley, what she was trying to get at is that it is a monster because it doesn't have like it if humans are made in the image of God, right? And God
Mhm.
is all like so within us it's like all the goodness and light within the world, to aspire to. The monster's version of God is a human, and so because of that it doesn't have that. It swings violently from emotion to emotion, and it's perfectly capable of justifying like child murder and all kinds of
Yeah.
things, which make it not evil of its own right, but evil in a sense.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's kind of in a some sense, it's a doomed tragic creature, but that doesn't mean it isn't a monster. You
yeah.
know what I mean?
This
Um,
feels more, and I don't dislike this, right? Because this feels more like what every Frankenstein bit of media has done with the monster, where they kind of just make it more of a sympathetic, like I didn't choose to be born, but I'm gonna do my best, right? Kind of thing, and like I misunderstood, but I really am not a bad person. It's
yeah,
and if you,
it's maybe not quite as far in terms of the sympathizing as some things do, some modern things especially love to do, because a lot of Pinocchio-like and Frankenstein-like stories that are told in the modern day have this attitude where they're like, "Oh, well, there's basically nothing different about him." You know what I mean? He's
yeah,
just like, or like AI stories, especially like AI liberation stories, like Tron Ares. There's another fun callback.
another fun
Um,
callback to that one.
where it's like basically the writers think there's no real difference. I wouldn't say that's quite what they're doing here, but there is a sense that like Van Helsing's like being told he has to kill Frankenstein. He's just like, I don't know, man. If he's just kind of
Well, he he
like,
does he does say like, I can't kill it because there is no evil. Like the monster, it might be a monster, but it isn't evil, so I can't kill it.
yes,
But like I don't know. I feel like the book is kind of hammering home that like it is evil. It is evil. It's just not its fault. So I think
yeah.
that
Okay,
that's
no,
yeah.
that's fair. So maybe it doesn't really super capture it. I think that's fair. But I find it interesting at least because he is a monster. He's like killing and eating things, and he has a resentment towards human beings that feels very much like what he has in the original story. But obviously, it goes a bit further with the like him getting a little bit of a redemption.
Oh yeah. I mean, he
Yeah.
becomes like almost he does have his heroic moment, and then
Mhm.
he gets to live at the end. And I think I do like this version of Frankenstein. I think they do it. They
Yes.
do the media friendly, or the one that media has really attached itself to, because the Boris Karloff one has that scene at the end, especially of Bride of Frankenstein, where he recognizes that he doesn't belong, that he's like a violation of the natural order, so he tells the humans to leave and he lets himself be destroyed, right? That
Yeah.
that's not part of the book, right? But
No.
that's part of what people like about the movie version of the monster. And this does that really, really well.
Yeah.
So I agree with you on that level. Just I don't think it captures
Yeah.
the book one as quite as well.
No, no, yeah, that was an overstatement. But there are some things that I feel like it gets right.
Oh yeah.
I would say for a movie
Absolutely.
that's not about Frankenstein at all, really.
Yeah.
He's just kind of a very, very tertiary part of this story. Um, what's interesting, the other thing that I thought was interesting is that he like wants to die. You know what I mean? Because he knows what Dracula wants
Yes. Yeah.
as well. Well, it's complicated because he says, "What do you want?" And the monster says, "To exist." And then Anna wants to kill it, and he's like, "If you value your lives and the lives of your kind, you'll kill me. If Dracula finds me, I'm the key to my father's machine, the key to life, life for Dracula's children." Right? So like
Yeah.
he just kind of he is like lost and doesn't have any real place in the world as a result of his sort of like unnatural creation, and he's kind of resentful and isolated as a result of it, and he just kind of wants to exist, but he doesn't know what that means. But also simultaneously he's like, if you were smart you would kill me because Dracula wants to use me to to
Destroy
doom
the
all of
world,
the world,
basically. Yeah,
essentially. So there's kind of an interesting contradiction there or
yeah.
like an interesting push and pull. And
Jay
that's where they learn
Jameson.
that he has thousands more of them.
Jay Jameson. How does he know this? Don't ask. He's been thinking about it for a while. He put two and two together. He's not as retarded as Anna. He basically.
Well, he was, yeah. So obviously he was there when Dracula was talking to Frankenstein. He didn't reveal what the plan was then. It's not, you have to read into it, but if you read into it that Frankenstein's monster that knows where Dracula is, well, he would tell them if he knew, right? So he must not know. Yeah, so how does he know? That's a great question. I was gonna say maybe he would have like seen this
Yeah.
himself. He would have like
He overheard.
been
Oh, he
snooping
did overhear
around.
it. He did
When did
over.
he overhear it?
He did over at the very beginning, like right when
Well,
he.
but Dracula doesn't say what it's for.
Well, he tells
So how,
Victor off screen in the
what does he
very
tell him
open
off
in
screen?
the opening of the movie. He tells him like because Victor's like, "What do you mean? What purpose?" And then it cuts away to the villagers, and then it cuts back to Victor going, "My God, I would never do that. I would kill myself before I."
Oh.
Yeah. So he did overhear it.
Okay, so he does tell him.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought I misremembered that. I thought he hadn't told him specifically what it was. No, but that makes sense. Yeah, so he would have overheard.
Yeah.
He
So
would have been like 3 seconds old, but he
yeah, but he already knew how to speak and like as he
yeah,
says
yeah,
he
yeah.
asks why at the very like his first words are why. So yeah, no, I okay, yeah, I buy that. He overheard it, right? And like, I mean, honestly though, I do believe that this version of Frankenstein would have heard the thing about. It's like he's like, oh well, like, I've got the sun bomb. He goes, you what? I don't know what it's for. What do you mean?
Yeah, and so Van Helsing is telling Anna not to kill Frankenstein's monster, which I can understand to a degree. Though I do wonder about Van Helsing's sort of morals here. Like his moral standard seems to be, he says, my job is to vanquish evil. I can sense evil. This thing, man, whatever it is, evil may have created it, may have left its mark on it, but evil does not rule it, so I cannot kill it. Right?
Yes.
Okay, that's all fine and well and good when you're fighting evil demons like Dracula, but like, is everything that simple? Like, how does he feel about evil human beings or people that are doing evil in the world? Like, does he view? You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
we probably shouldn't spend too much time thinking about this, but it is a
Well,
question I have
that
about like where his morals kind of actually stop. Because basically, with Frankenstein's monster, he's just this weird, isolated thing living on its own. He's not really harming anyone. I mean, like there are bones of animals and stuff like that, but he's just this animal essentially. He treats
yeah.
him like an animal essentially, created unnaturally, and he doesn't want to kill him, which makes a certain amount of sense because he's also useful to this story. But also, it's interesting because Anna's kind of right that if they just killed him, that would solve the plot problem.
Yes. Yeah.
So
But
it's messy.
it's yeah, it's fine. It's messy, but he's has he already been turned by this point? Has he already been
Who?
bitten? Van Helsing?
I don't think so. I don't think
Okay,
so.
so he doesn't have that like whole sympathy for the monster thing that he's got because he does have a crisis of faith a little bit, right? When he gets bit and turned into a werewolf.
Yeah.
And then, has a bit of a meltdown because he has become the thing that he swore to destroy. But yeah, I guess that does happen later. Um, he does okay. Oh my God, the Gravedigger. We have to wait until Jamie gets back to talk about that because holy shit, that part is so goofy to me. Yeah, he does try to kill the Gravedigger though. And then the werewolf beats him to it. Yeah, I don't know. I do like that Van Helsing gives the whole like, well, I only kill things that are evil. The Gravedigger does seem like maybe he's kind of evil, but he also he does have the line about, well, it's just in my nature to do this. Um, yeah. The the Gravedigger is the guy who's in town who is fitting him and Carl, Friar Carl, for coffins. And at one point, when Van Helsing is out wandering at night, the Gravedigger tries to kill him. We were just discussing the Gravedigger character from earlier because he does, as people have pointed out, despite the fact that he doesn't want to kill Frankenstein's monster and only wants to kill things that have been touched by evil, he does attempt to kill the Gravedigger.
Don't think about it. We got a movie to make, man.
We got a movie to make. That Gravedigger character is kind of useless. I gotta be honest. I'm not
Yes.
really sure what the point of that was.
I don't know either, frankly. Yeah, so look, I don't want to go through every single scene beat by beat. The basic thing that happens right now is that they have Frankenstein's monster. They know that Dracula wants him, right? And at one point, they kidnap Anna because she's less than useless, essentially. And they're like, okay, well, give us the monster, or we're gonna kill Anna, essentially. And there a lot of this movie is so full of like action set pieces, some of them more important than others. It was mentioned earlier that like this movie is like kind of cartoonishly swashbuckling for the kind of story that it is. There's all sorts of acrobatics. There's all sorts of people swinging from ropes and chains and doing all these crazy, miraculous, very contrived physical feats for the sake of all these action scenes happening. Basically, every action scene you can imagine, like only the most ridiculous, hardcore, over the top thing. That's always what happens. You know what I mean? Like my favorite example of this is when Carl is on the bridge, right? And he has the cure for lycanthropy, and Anna is swinging from giant ropes that are cables that are connecting the two sides of this castle for no obvious reason. And she's swinging like Tarzan from one end to the other. And she's like, throw me the thing. And so he throws the vial, and she like, it's the most ridiculous throw and like improbable catch ever, but she just manages to grab it. And like that moment is the perfect encapsulation of what this movie is. It's like the most ridiculous thing possible. That's exactly what they do and what they need to do at the exact right moment in order to win the day. It's pretty funny, though. If you were to try and compile and make a list of all the most insane contrived things that happen in this movie to make the plot happen, this might be one of the most absurd movies of all time. Like basically none of the plot happens if a bunch of simple things go wrong or people make more reasonable decisions early on. It might be one of the most contrived movies I've ever seen. It's pretty funny. Kevo, no, don't say that. we respect women in this chat. Thank you very much. They try to escape with the decoy carriage, but the real carriage is only on the next road over.
Are we talking about the carriages now? The carriage chase?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I was just going on a little rant about how this is maybe the most contrived movie I've ever seen. Essentially, like
yeah.
every possible plot beat that happens is the most contrived version possible, and the perfect encapsulation, as I was just saying, is when Carl throws the lycanthropy cure to her as she's swinging across, and
Yes.
she just happens to perfectly catch it. That's the movie in a nutshell. Basically, none of this happens or works if the most extreme, over the top thing doesn't happen to work out exactly perfectly. Daily Dose, thank you very much for the super chat. It says, don't you understand that Victor is the real monster in Frankenstein? LOL. It'd be so cool if there was another adaptation that twisted the story at every point to make that point. LOL. Thanks, Netflix. Daily Dose, have you seen the Netflix Guillermo del Toro Frankenstein? Because I have not yet. Some people have because it's in some select theaters. I don't think it's in theaters near me. And I don't think it's on Netflix yet. If you have seen it, let us know what you think about it. I'm
Yes,
curious
please.
about it. It's been getting good reviews so far, but if it's as you described, like, oh, Frankenstein himself was the real monster, like, okay, like, kind of he is. Kind of. He's not the real monster, but like he does like the Frankenstein, the story does not look kindly on what he did. You know what I
Yes.
mean? So, but also Guillermo del Toro has a tendency to like tell stories that are very sympathetic towards monsters and outcasts and things because that's kind of like the main theme
Because
running
he's
through
fat,
all his
so
work.
that's how he sympathizes.
Because he's a weirdo and
Because he's a fatty.
he
Yeah.
Stop it. That's rude. Because he identifies with the outcasts and the misfits and all that sort of stuff. But he has a tendency to kind of like, okay, so this is my big problem with his Pinocchio, and Pinocchio and Frankenstein have a lot in common, actually. My big problem with his Pinocchio was that he doesn't even want to, or the movie doesn't even really care that he becomes a real boy at the end. They're just like, nah, you're perfect just the way you are. Like, oh, that kind of changes everything about the story, actually.
Yeah.
But it's part of this tendency to be like, no, the monsters and the misfits and the outcasts, they're perfect the way they are. They don't need to change. It's like, no, this is a movie about growing up, so he does need to become a real
Even a
boy.
weird fish
Actually,
monster can get laid. Come on.
yeah. So I don't know. I'm a little worried about what he does with Frankenstein. I think it'll probably be a really cool movie in terms of the vibes and everything, because he tends to be really, really, really good at that sort of thing. But I don't know. I'm a little worried about his like sympathy for the monster itself warping the story. So we'll see what happens. Oh, he has seen it. It's very pretty, but don't think about the story too hard. Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens.
Yeah, so the yes, him throwing the werewolf cure to her as she swings across. She swings across one cable, jumps to another barely visible cable, catches
It's really dark.
this
Yeah.
massive rabies needle in the middle of in the middle of her swing, and then is tackled mid-air by the bride that she didn't kill
Hmm.
and falls onto the ledge of a roof, right? Like right
Yeah.
on the ledge of a roof, but manages to keep her hands on the cure and stay alive, and then get another perfect pass from Carl for a steak when the wife starts to monologue about killing her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just think that throw of the cure that is necessary for the entire plot, that like it's
It's an
no one in a
unnecessary
million years
risk,
would
yeah.
make that throw. You'd be like, "Fuck no, I'm not throwing." Like, there's no way I'm gonna judge perfectly where you're gonna be and you're gonna catch it, especially with how incompetent she's been and everything else. It
Carl
just
has a
that's
career, a promising career as the quarterback of the New York Jets, if
yeah.
if he can make it.
It's just but that's the whole movie. Every like the most extreme thing is what happens every time, no matter how contrived it is. Ugh, it's so funny. Um, one of the other really fun over the top action sequences I like is when the werewolf attacks the carriage as they're because they decide at one point like, okay, well we can't stay here. We're gonna ride all the way to Rome from Transylvania. I'm like, oh, that's like several weeks, but okay. So just like, here we go, we're off to Rome. And then of course they get attacked by the werewolf and like the top of the carriage gets lit on fire and like Frankenstein's given the assist, but they're falling out of the carriages and he's grabbing onto them to make sure they don't get run over by the wheels. It's just so
Isn't one of
silly
the
and fun and
carriages
over
like a
the top.
decoy that's like basically just a shrapnel bomb on wheels?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a steak bomb. It's full of steaks.
Oh my god, they rigged that whole thing up. It's so and that's how the second wife dies. Yeah, because she goes to the carriage and doesn't realize, and she gets hit by the shrapnel bomb.
Yeah. It's just like, "Oh, no, it's full of steaks." It's very funny. So hold on, the exact dialogue is pretty funny. Verona says, "We must not let the creature be destroyed. Save him, save the monster." And she goes, "Steaks!" And the bomb goes off. It's great. And that kills one of
It
them, right?
does.
It kills Verona. That's the one it kills.
Damn,
Yeah,
dude.
yeah, yeah. Yeah.
Now he's like fucking. He's the second person in 100 years to kill a vampire.
Yeah.
God damn.
Anyway, there's a you mentioned it earlier, probably one of the most superfluous parts of the movie is when they have to go meet up with Dracula at a masquerade ball that is full
Yes.
of other vampires because they thought it would be like, "Ooh, that's spooky. Everyone here's a vampire." But then it's just like, "Okay, well, if you have like an army of other vampires, why aren't you just doing that instead of making the gargoyle babies?" It's fine.
Yeah,
That
whatever,
whole
man.
sequence is has some fun stuff in it. Like there's a really, really cool shot. It's one of the best shots in the whole movie where Anna is waltzing with Dracula, but there's a big, giant, like gold framed mirror, and they pass in front of it, and she's dancing, and there's no one there. It's a really cool trick shot. Very
Yes.
impressive. I like it. That sort of thing is cool. They do the thing where Dracula can seduce women even if they're like Anna and they explicitly hate him. She's kind of like finds herself in some moments like she can't help but give in to him. But that we don't really do anything with that, unfortunately. In case you wanted more people swinging from ropes, we got more of that because
There's
Van
trapeze
Helsing.
artists, yes.
Yes, and Van Helsing comes swooping in to save the day. That whole sequence is
He also knocks one out with this. Okay, so here's the other thing, right? Is like they are all vampires, it is revealed, right? But he sneaks in and knocks one out with his bare hands before he realizes that they're vampires,
yeah.
implying that his inability to fight them hand to hand that'll happen later on is more of a psychological thing. Because he did it pretty easily. The other thing that I wanted to mention, so somebody said the horses are the real MVPs or the real heroes. This is a fun line of dialogue that I just found really goofy. So when she's hooking the horses up to the carriages, she tells him nothing is faster than Transylvanian horses, not even a werewolf. I'm like, okay, perfect, cool, I get it. The horses run quick. But then she follows it up by saying, anything else, you're on your own. So it's like, wait, hold on.
Anything else?
Anything? What do you mean? Okay, so nothing's faster than them. Not even a werewolf, unless there's something faster than a werewolf. In which case, you're on your own. That's not very helpful at all, Anna. What do you do? Why even have that in there? It's so silly. Oh my god! But I also really do love the part. So like the ultimate Jack Burton bit for her, to me, is in the Summer Palace at the Masquerade Ball. Um, they all reveal themselves to be vampires as he and Anna are, on a balcony up top, and they all transform and roar. And she just grabs a morning star or a mace or a flail or something that's been sitting there. She grabs that and brandishes it over her head like she's getting ready to fight, and Van Helsing has to go, "No, come on," and like pull her away. Which I do. She's got the spirit. She wasn't gonna win, but she's got the spirit.
Yeah. Is it brave? Or is it bravery or is it stupidity? We're not really
We're
sure.
not really sure. It's a little bit
But
of both. Is it bravery? Is it autism? We're not
in the
sure.
sequence where the carriage gets attacked by the werewolf, Van Helsing gets bit by the werewolf. Oh no. So now he has been bitten, according to Frankenstein's monster, bitten by a werewolf. Now you will become that which you hunted so passionately. Thanks, thanks for that.
Yeah, he said the fact that he says it right to his face.
Yeah, it's very funny. So they hide Frankenstein's monster in like an abbey or a church or something.
Yeah,
He's
it
gonna
doesn't
get
work.
found immediately. It's a really dumb idea. I don't know why they ever did that, but that's what they do. Um, and eventually they go to the ball, and he's dancing with Anna, trying to seduce her. He promises essentially to turn her, and
Yes,
she's like, "No, I would never do that." Van Helsing comes
but
in.
maybe a little.
They get into a big fight. This is where they and Carl. This is at the end of this sequence is when Carl's like, "Oh wait, sunlight bomb
I
that
know
would
what
work
it's
against
for. Wait a minute.
vampires."
Sunlight bomb. Room full of vampires. I've got an idea. Oh,
This
oh
movie's so
god.
stupid. I love it. It's so
uh,
oh boy.
Universal
Oh
really
my
has
goodness.
some absolute bangers in their inventory for like dumb shit, like because like Universal's the one that makes Fast and Furious also. So like,
Is it? Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
So like
That's
should
pretty
really
funny.
they really should just bring this back at this point. Like like make us a new Van Helsing. Don't change the tone. Keep the writer. Bring Stephen Sommers back. We would love it at this point, please. It would be refreshing.
So now Dracula and his remaining bride have and his other minions or whatever, they have Frankenstein's monster so they can go ahead with their plan. Van Helsing has been bitten, and so he is going to turn into a werewolf, but he's got to fight as best he can to
Got like
thwart
2 days or
Dracula's
something
plans.
before he's like completely overwhelmed because of the full moon
Yes.
curse.
Exactly, and this is the point where they go back to Anna's ancestors' castle, and they're like, "Oh my gosh, the door is this painting right here the whole time, and all you had to say is, 'By God, open this door,' and it worked."
God damn it, I swear to Christ, fucking let me in.
Oh my god, that's it.
Holy shit,
You
that was the
you just
password.
you just had to say it in English. And so that opens up it's like a weird ice portal, but you can stick your hand through it, and that takes you to the icy fortress. So that's what they do. They walk through the ice portal, and now they're at the mystery dimension.
The
It's
Castle
not really
Dracula.
another
Ooh.
dimension, it's just hidden. No one knows where it is. Except you can except that Dracula is banished there and he can never return, except that he can because he was just in Budapest last night. So who knows? And so they go infiltrate the castle and everything. Dracula is hooking up Frankenstein's monster to the machine.
Okay. He's hooking up Frankenstein's monster, but he's transporting him like in a giant block of ice, except
Oh
his
yeah,
head is
oh
sticking
god,
out.
it's so funny, man.
It's
It's
so
so
fucking
funny.
funny.
I love it. It's so stupid looking. It's great. I don't know why he's transporting him in ice, but it's very, 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 very funny. And so Frankenstein's monster is talking to Dracula. He says, "Get off me, you vermin from hell." And Dracula's got another really fun line where he says, "What are you complaining about? This is why you were made, to prove that God is not the only one who can create life. And now you must give that life to my children." So I guess you have to assume with Dracula that he could just turn every human being on Earth into a vampire, and that would accomplish his goal just as well. But he's really obsessed with the idea of creating life because he can't. I guess that's just what you have to assume because
Yeah, that's
nothing
the
else
main
makes
thing.
sense.
It doesn't make sense otherwise. I love how Frankenstein's monster is like fucking screaming at them and insulting them, you know, even to the point where they're like strapping him down. He's still giving them the business. Love it.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
He's a real one, dude. He's fucking great. We have not talked about the weird, there's no other word for them. The weird minion monsters that are
You're right.
running
We
around the
haven't.
castle and serving Dracula's every need. They're kind of like subservient to Igor in a way. They speak
Yeah.
a weird gobbledygook language. So, what what the fuck are they? And
I
where did
don't
they
know.
come from?
Who
Who
knows? I mean,
knows?
he's
There's
had a long time to attract, potential employees, slaves maybe. Who knows what they are exactly? Um, I don't know. They're in like weird, like steampunk armor masks and things. They don't appear to be human. They're not speaking like Romani. They're not like random.
they're not random. Yeah, they're not random gypsies. They're
I think this is Lord of the Rings stuff where like
yeah, they're like
they've
orcs.
yeah, they're corrupted human beings. I don't know what else they're supposed to be. It's never really explained. He found them he found them in the darkest Africa. Oh, he went like what's it called? Like Gene Wilder's Willy Wonka and to
Yeah,
like retrieve them from the jungle and bring them back to
they're
work in the
pygmy
factory.
people from Brazil.
Yes, exactly.
Apparently, okay, Igor calls them dwergies or something. Sommer says it was Germanic for dwarf or troll. Okay, okay.
Okay, so they're
So they're
actual
like
dwarves.
actual dwarves. So those exist.
Okay,
Maybe they're the ones who
that's
built the castle, and so he didn't have to
maybe.
kill all the architects.
Maybe. So when he banished him to an icy fortress, did he make the fortress that is like his dad? Who made this castle for him?
I it was the castle just there, and like the
You know, I don't know.
deranged little troll people were they weren't up to much. They were yeah like this is at least giving them a job before all they were doing was sitting at typewriters making up hashtags about Superman. So,
True. True, true, true.
Peter Dinklage is fuming.
Speaking of Peter Dinklage, quick shout out to the movie Roof Man in theaters now, probably, maybe. I think it's still in
What's
theaters.
it called?
I Huh?
What's it called?
Roof Man, one word.
Okay.
Have you not heard of Roof
I have
Man?
not heard of Roofman.
Roof Man is a comedy thriller thing. It's based on a true story of a real guy who robbed a bunch of McDonald's and then was hiding out and living inside of a Toys R Us undetected for months. Um, this is a real thing. He would break into McDonald's via the roofs at night and wait till morning until like the teenagers that came to open up the store came in, and then he would rob them. And then while he was on the run from that, he like found his way into a Toys R Us and hid behind like a part of the display that was, like this big, I don't even know how to describe it, but he found a little hidey hole inside of a Toys R Us and lived there for a period of time. This is a real
Wow.
story. It's a real thing that happened. And so this is a movie about that guy starring Channing Tatum. It also has Kirsten Dunst and Peter Dinklage in it. Peter Dinklage plays the manager of the Toys R Us. It's a pretty fun movie. I really enjoyed it. You know, it's not breaking the mold really, except for that it's a crazy original. Oh, Lakeith Stanfield's in it too. It's a really
Okay.
fun movie. It is honestly because this year rather has been so weak. It is probably one of my favorite movies of the year, like next to Weapons and stuff like that. It's a lot of fun. Roofman, go check it out if you have not already seen it. It's a blast.
All right. Cool.
Yeah, Peter Dinklage is really funny. There's a really funny scene. This doesn't spoil too much. But there's a part where Peter Dinklage opens up a bag of money from the safe and like the ink package explodes in his face. So he's got like pink dye covering his face. And then like a few minutes later, we cut back and Peter Dinklage just is like waddling around and he can't see and he like walks head first into like a toy display. It's really funny. There's some good little people humor in that movie. And it's more funny to laugh at, especially because I know Peter Dinklage is kind of an asshole, you know? So I get
Yeah.
it's just a little extra spice on there. I don't know. Roofman's a fun movie, Hugh. I think you'll enjoy it.
All right. I'll check it out.
Anyway, Peter Dinklage is fuming because he did not get to be in Van Helsing, as anyone
Yes,
would be.
yes, he could have been. He could have been Igor.
Yeah. So we get eventually we get three main action set pieces, right? We have Van Helsing, who turns into a werewolf for the first time, facing off against Dracula, and that's a fun little set piece. We'll get more into detail about that. Also, Friar Carl runs into Igor, who has Hassan's shock collar, and he's trying to get him with it. He's trying to poke with it, and I really like his performance here because he's like kind of having fun,
Yeah.
because torturing things with a cattle prod is what he does. So he's like, he's just like chasing after the friar, trying to zap him. And then the other thing that's happening at the same time is Anna is not doing a very good job of fighting the last remaining bride because, as we mentioned earlier, girl fight. So,
Yes. Girl fight
uh,
with an assist from Frankenstein. She gets one from him because he holds her off for at least long enough for her to swing across a massive chasm on a couple of cables that are just sort of hanging there. And then an assist from Carl. So,
yes,
and also the babies have been hatched, and these ones are
you are
gonna
too late,
last.
my friend. My children live.
Yes.
Van Helsing says, then the only way to kill them is to kill you. And Dracula says, correct. And Van Helsing says, so be it. And then he immediately starts turning into a werewolf because the clock strikes midnight. And Dracula's like, no, this cannot be. I love that. It's like, so, okay, to be clear, the only way to kill your babies is to kill you, right? He's like, yes. All right, well, it's time to go werewolf mode.
Oh,
And then
fuck.
he does.
Wait, you could do that?
And then Dracula, he said, the transcription here is funny. He says, laughs evilly. We are both part of the same grand game, Gabriel, but we need not find ourselves on opposite sides of the board. We're
Yes,
not so different, you and I. You are being.
he tries very hard to work the deal. Make a deal. We can no, come on, we can be friends, partners, brothers in arms.
Blank Face, thank you very much for the super chat. Says, my favorite character in Van Helsing is Friar Faramir. His casual nature and goofy inventions. How can you not love him? Yeah, he's a lot of fun, for sure. He adds a nice bit of levity to this movie because, unlike The Mummy, the main cast is not where like most of the jokes are coming from.
No.
So it's nice that he's there to be the goofy sidekick. And I like, some of his inventions are really fun. I like the sunlight bomb. I think it's fun. As
Yeah.
ridiculous as it is that he doesn't know what to do with it.
Yeah, he's
And he's just a really good actor too, so he's always
he's
really
just
fun
the
to watch.
primary comedic relief. He has he gets the fun joke where like he saves a woman's life and then she says, how can I ever repay you? So he leans in to basically like tell her like, well, if we could fuck. And she goes, what? You can't do that. You're a monk. He goes, well, actually, I'm just a friar. And it works.
Yeah, he's playing real loosey goosey with the rules there,
Yeah.
with the code of conduct. So right after Dracula says, "Don't you understand? We could be friends, partners, brothers in arms." They get into a fight. But then clouds pass over the moon, and Van Helsing turns back into Hugh Jackman.
And
And so
Dracula
Dracula,
notices this. He's like, oh
he
boy, this
notices
is my
this,
chance.
and instead of killing him, he monologues at him. And he says, "Did I mention that it was you who murdered me?" It's just so funny, man.
It's
He's like, "No, we have more reveals to get to, so shut up." It must be such a burden, such a curse to be the left hand of God. He jumps down to the ground. All I want is life, Gabriel, the continuation of my kind. He shows his hand with one of his fingers missing, and perhaps the return of my ring. Van Helsing sees he still has the ring. Oh, yeah, by the way, we established earlier that Van Helsing has a ring with like a snake dragon thing on it. He doesn't know why he has it. Turns out it's Dracula's ring. Oh, my goodness.
it's the same insignia as Anna's family too. So like, whoa, damn.
Whoa, damn. He says, don't be afraid, Gabriel. Don't be afraid. I shall give you back your life, your memory. He says, some things are better left forgotten.
And then he immediately turns into a werewolf, and he jumps him and he kills him in one bite.
Yep.
Yep. And all the
Yep.
babies explode.
And all the babies explode like gushers. Yeah.
Yes.
Um. Now,
At some
when I
point, Igor
say,
has been flung off the bridge, so he's dead too.
and at some point the bride has been killed.
Yes.
Yes. So yes. When I say that the final deaths, the final kills, the vanquishing of the evil villains is very anticlimactic in this movie. Oh boy, do I mean it. I can't like it's so lame how Dracula dies
Yeah.
in this. It's so lame. There's no cleverness to it. There's no like, we found a way of combining forces to do it. It's just like, no, I bit you once in the neck, and it turns out that the only thing that can kill you, period, is a werewolf. So, yep, you're dead now.
But I'm a
But not
werewolf.
before I say that, like, don't you remember you murdered me? And also, you're the Archangel Gabriel. And also, I can give you your memory back.
And
Van
also, you
Helsing's
took my
like,
ring.
no.
Also, you
Yes,
robbed
also,
me.
also you took my ring. Also, I can give you your memory back. He says, no, I don't want to remember. And then he kills him. Uh, yeah. And,
Yeah.
and then the movie just sort of ends.
Well, no. It's a
I know,
very
I know, I
important
know.
bit
There's
where
another beat
Anna
left,
runs
but
into the room and sees Van Helsing as a werewolf, and she once again, living up to her reputation, she raises the needle high above her head and like just charges right at him as he looks at her.
yeah,
He
it wouldn't have even
tackles
worked.
It wouldn't have worked. He tackles her. Faramir comes in to because he thinks he thinks it shit's hit the fan. It's too late. He's a permanent werewolf now, so he thinks he has to stake him through the back with a silver stake. He says, "God forgive me," but Van Helsing turns around and stops him, and it's revealed that, well, she got him. The needle is in his gut, but this impact was too much, and she is dead.
She's dead. Anna died because he tackled her too hard.
He tackled her.
she,
She has tanked
so
so many
useless.
hits.
She's tanked so many hits. She's been flung around. There's one scene, I think it's in the village with the other Transylvanians, where like she gets grabbed by one of the brides and dropped, and she like hits several roofs before falling to the ground. Like
Yeah,
she's tanked a lot.
the first fight where they're trying to capture the werewolf, she falls out of a tree and hits every branch on the way down, and then lands in a perfect superhero pose. But he tackled her a little too hard. He doesn't bite her.
No, he doesn't.
He tackled her a little too hard.
And she died.
She took 99 damage when she hit the roof. And then she still ran in.
You know, I like that they killed her because it makes the movie feel like at least there were some consequences. But man, was she so useless the whole time. Their romance was not especially interesting or believable. She did barely nothing on her own at all. She's a terrible vampire hunter.
I watched a video on Instagram of like a fight that happened. It was like somebody recorded it on his dash cam, and the aggressor walks up to a guy, and he's acting crazy, trying to get psyched up, right? And he slams his own head against the bumper of the car, and he starts walking at the driver, who just kind of clips him on the chin, and the guy just goes down like a sack of potatoes. That's Anna in this movie.
She's so worthless. She's so
fucking
worthless.
useless, dude. She's
Yeah.
so bad.
I think they in terms of like their romance, I think they kiss once.
Yeah, they have
And
one
that's
kiss
really it.
Yeah, after he says, "Yeah, trust Igor and have him take you to." Oh, I forgot about that. Right? Okay, so somebody mentioned this earlier, right? Like they catch Igor because they come into the castle while Dracula's still asleep, and they catch Igor basically with his pants down. So they grab him by throwing one of Van Helsing's cool saw blades at him. They run up to him and he says, "Please don't kill me." And he goes, "Why?" And he can't answer. He's
Mm-hmm.
so they manage to convince Igor to give them the tour of the castle, to take them where they need to go. And Igor says, "Okay, you got to go into this room. Come on, I'll show you." And she says, "No, I'll go first." Walks in front of him and he pulls a lever that locks her in a cage. And then he
Yeah.
runs off back down the hallway. She did that to herself. It's my
Yes, she
point.
did.
Like that is just the worst kind, like no situational awearness.
No, not
She's
really.
got a
She's
jaw made of
literally she's
a jaw made of cheese. She's the worst.
all we know about what she's ever done in her life is that she's trying to rid this family curse and kill Dracula, and we're simultaneously told that until the very, very end of this movie, she had literally never killed one vampire.
Yep.
Georges Rex says there's some good drama about Faramir cabling Rome, being ordered to kill Frank, but concealing the part about Van Helsing being bitten, and then Faramir saves Frank. Yeah, is it great drama? No, but I do like that Carl, Friar Carl, chooses not to tell Rome that Van Helsing has been bit by a werewolf.
Yeah.
That's a nice little detail.
And he does. I
And
do like when he decides to save Frankenstein at the end, because Frankenstein's dangling above the abyss from one of the
yes,
cables that Kate Beckinsale was swinging on earlier, and
even though he's been told by the Vatican that you got to kill Frankenstein's monster because he could be used for evil. Basically, they're like, oh, he has too much power to be left alive, right? He could be used by Dracula for evil, so you got to kill him.
yeah, and Friar Carl says to Frankenstein, you know, "You're supposed to die," and he gives a very impassioned, "But I want to live." And you know,
I love the way he reads every line in this
every
movie.
line is
Yeah.
just like wailing. He's wailing it out. It's it's brilliant. It's a brilliant choice on his part. Love it. Go help Van Helsing. It's it's just got like such a classic. It's like a Halloween motion sensor soundtrack kind of vibe. You know, like when you walk past
Mhm.
something in a Spirit Halloween and it gives you a woo. That's what he's doing
Yes.
for every line of dialogue.
Yes. Yeah, I hear that for sure. So she did manage to kill one vampire in the entire movie, so that's a step up from where she started. A huge assist from Friar Carl that wouldn't have, throwing her the stake at the last minute. She would have been dead. And really, the only reason that she isn't dead is because the vampire was monologuing for no reason. So,
Yes.
she didn't really earn it, but she gets tackled a little too hard by Van Helsing as a werewolf, but he gets stabbed with the cure, and so she ultimately cures him. I guess that's something. Well, you know what? We'll give her that. She is kind of responsible, not single-handedly, but she is responsible for getting the cure
Yes.
into Van Helsing. So that's something. So he is no longer a werewolf. I guess it's not like something you need to be treated for a bunch of times. It's just all one and done at the same time, which is very lucky for them. Um, then we continue to Anna being buried. What is that, like the
It's
cliffs
a
of
funeral
Dover,
pyre, and yeah, and she's
wherever
never
that
seen
is?
the sea, so they take her to the sea to
Oh, that's nice.
for her final resting place.
Yes, and then, they bury her, and then Van Helsing hears the winds whispering feminine voices and stuff like that, and he looks up into the sky, and he sees Mufasa. No, he sees Anna in the clouds, and he's like, "Ah, she's going off to a better place."
With all the rest of her family, because they're all there too. They all also want to say thanks, which you know, at least there's that.
Yep. And it ends with Carl reading. It says, translated from Latin, "Eternal rest grant unto her, O Lord, and let perpetual light shine upon her soul and the souls of all, on her soul and the souls of all, the dead faithful have mercy." And then the movie ends. Yay, we did it. We killed Dracula and his evil brides, and we prevented him from raising the gargoyle goblin army of undead vampires. And we also managed to save Frankenstein. He's going to go sail off to do his own adventures somewhere else, or probably just live like a hermit somewhere, somewhere in the north. We did it. Someone died, so the movie had some stakes, so that's nice. And it was the most worthless character, so that's also kind of nice in a way. Um, oh boy, did we have so much fun with wild, wacky action sequences, and oh man, look at all that CGI. Van Helsing. Wow, what a time to be alive. I like this movie.
I like it too.
It's
You could be forgiven for thinking that I don't, given how I kind of pick apart some of this stuff. It's messy, right? It's a messy, sloppy movie, but it's a lot of fun either way,
yeah.
and I don't
Well,
care.
I think how stupid it is makes it more fun,
Yes.
personally, because when you're hearing all this lore being dumped on you, you're just like, wait, what? How? What?
What?
No one. Wait, is this a portal to another dimension or what? What's happening? Is he evil? Did he murder an innocent Dracula? What? Is he the Archangel Gabriel? When did it? What is happening here? It's great. I think it's a lot of fun. I mean, it's got great vibes. It's got some fun adventure sequences, and it's got, we didn't talk much about Hugh Jackman, but he's not given a lot to work with. But I still think he does a good job carrying the movie.
Well, yeah. I
He's not as
mean,
good as Brendan Fraser, but he is good.
yeah. He's kind of doing Wolverine with an accent.
Yes, certainly he is. It's not as good as Wolverine, that's
No.
for sure.
This is not
nowhere
this is
near
not
as
as good
good
as
as
X-Men 2.
X1 and 2. Yeah. God, I want to watch X-Men 2 again because I haven't seen it in a long time, but I remember
Yeah.
really liking it.
I love that movie. I would be down to watch that whenever.
So, before we wrap things up here, the other day,
Travion Washington has a quick question, number one question that he wanted to get to the bottom of for this stream. Evie or Anna? I'm
Evie.
gonna say Evie hands down.
Not even close. Not even a question.
A contest.
Nope. No comparison whatsoever.
So there we go. Question problem solved. I mean,
yeah.
Anyway, sorry. What were you?
I thought maybe this could be a fun little thing to do at the end. So the other day, I was thinking about log lines. Do you know what a log line is?
I do. I do know what a log line is.
Log line is a short one-sentence synopsis of what a movie is. You will find it beneath the film's title on IMDb, or you might find them on streaming services explaining what the movie is. It's always one sentence, typically. It's a really interesting thing thinking about how to write a log line and all that sort of stuff. The reason I was thinking about it is because an acquaintance was working on a log line for, a TV show pilot that she wants to get made, right? And so she sent, me and Jen what she was working on. And so we were like giving her some criticisms and stuff like that. And as a result, we were looking at log lines on IMDb for different shows and different movies and stuff like that. And I think they're really interesting. So, Hugh, what I want you to try to do, and you can take a minute to think about it.
Okay.
But I want you to give me what you think the log line of Van Helsing is or would be. I want you to see if you can come up with Van Helsing's log line. So remember, this is a one sentence thing. Summarize what Van Helsing is.
Oh, geez. Okay. And are you asking me to guess what they went with for the log line?
No, I want to see what you would come up with as a log line for Van Helsing, and we'll see how it compares to what they went with.
Okay, I'm gonna go. All right, let me think.
That's all right. You can take your time. I'll read some things in the chat while you think about it. $160 million budget, and it only made $300 million. Yes, this movie was, unlike The Mummy, was not a huge hit, and it kind of brought to an end this little mini era of universal swashbuckling monster movies.
Yeah, well, it was
Daily
like it was a much higher budget, right? Like,
Yes, it
yeah,
was almost. I think it was almost twice as much as The Mummy
yeah,
cost.
yeah.
So
So he really kind of went crazy. They let him
he
go a
went
little
balls to the
too
wall, and
crazy.
yeah, it shows. But it's also not nearly as well reviewed as The Mummy is, so it did not land for people for a lot of the reasons that we talked about on stream today.
Right.
It's very stupid,
Yeah.
but you know.
All right, I've got it.
All right,
When
hit me.
the literal left hand of God loses his memory, he must fight Dracula to not get it back.
That's pretty good. I wouldn't have necessarily gone with the left hand of God bit, but that's pretty funny. I like that. That would be very good. Imagine like reading that on Netflix or something, being like, wait, what the hell is this movie?
Wait, to not get it back? Yeah, exactly.
No, sometimes forgetting's the best part. The actual logline for Van Helsing is: the famed monster hunter is sent to Transylvania to stop Count Dracula, who is using Dr. Frankenstein's research and a werewolf for nefarious purposes. I think it's funny to try to like imagine how you summarize this movie in a nutshell, you know?
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, famed monster hunter sent to Transylvania to stop Count Dracula. All right, so far so good. What is Count Dracula? Because usually how the structure of a log line usually goes like, here's the premise, here's the character and the premise, comma, ooh, but there's complications along the way. Like that's kind of the structure of most good log lines. So this one is like, oh, Van Helsing's got to go to Transylvania to stop Count Dracula. What's he going to face along the way? Well, Count Dracula is using Frankenstein and a werewolf to do something nefarious. But we're not going to tell you what. It's pretty funny.
That is good. That is pretty good. I mean, you like for The Mummy, it would be something, like an adventurer and a librarian discover the key to a lost city. They awaken something truly evil, and they must put it back where it belongs, right? They have to save the world, right? That one, it's pretty straightforward.
That one's a bit more straightforward. Yeah, I'll read. You're not too far off. At an archaeological dig in the ancient city of Hamunaptra, an American serving in the French Foreign Legion accidentally awakens a mummy who begins to wreak havoc as he searches for the reincarnation of his long-lost love. Yeah, that's not a great logline.
Not a great logline, but
there's no reason. Okay, so the interesting thing about like crafting a logline for me is like sometimes they'll specify the character's name. Like I think the one for Mad Men says Don Draper in it, right?
Yeah.
But like, why, if you're going to use any pronouns or like proper nouns rather in the Mummy's logline, why would you use Hamunaptra and the French Foreign Legion? Those are like arguably the least important parts. I mean, Hamunaptra is obviously important, but you don't need to name it.
Yeah,
in the
when on an archaeological dig in the lost city, a librarian accidentally awakens an evil mummy, and her adventurer friend, her brother, and her adventurer boyfriend must stop him from destroying the world or bringing her back. Yeah, like any kind of things like that.
Yeah,
because he doesn't even wake him up. The American.
No, he doesn't. Correct. It's interesting. Oh, the other thing I wanted to look up. Wait, what's the tagline for
Van Helsing? Like the tagline? Oh yeah,
Adventure lives forever. The Mummy is, hold on. The sands will rise, the heavens will part, the power will be unleashed. Ooh.
The sands will rise, Anakin is quaking in his boots.
Anyway.
Yeah,
Oh, poor the
that's
whale, Brendan Fraser. Look at him. He's so upset.
I choked
Anyway,
myself too much.
in conclusion, The Mummy and Van Helsing are fun and over the top, ridiculous movies to varying degrees. From a bygone era where movies were this over the top and fun and campy and corny. I don't feel like we get many movies like this anymore. So I would happily take more Van Helsings, no matter
Oh
how
yeah,
stupid they are. Ideally, something closer to The Mummy, and if in a perfect world, things more like uh, Indiana Jones. But I would like more of these movies. I would like more action comedy adventure movies that aren't afraid of being aimed at young men. You know what I mean?
yep,
Who want like adventure and beautiful women and exotic locations and action scenes and cool guns and stuff like that.
yeah.
I want more of that. And so it's nice to revisit these movies, even if one of them is way worse than the other, because it's just so much fun. Jan, get it?
Hell yeah. That I think that'll
Anyway,
about cover it. Thank you all for
yeah, I don't have anything else to
joining us.
say
Yeah, I
about
think
these
I'm good.
movies. Um, let's see. Before we go,
Ah, yes,
uh, is it next? Hold on.
I think it
Give me
is.
I think it is next Sunday, the 2nd. Yes, next Sunday the 2nd. We will be talking about Hereditary, Ari Aster's spooky movie with Toni Collette, Hereditary, and we're going to be joining Metals Forge, Mark Cyborg, and Metal Commander for a tag team stream about Hereditary. So that ought to be a good time. So join us for that next Sunday.
Yeah, it'll be
Join us on
fun.
our channel instead of Metals because we're better. No, it should be fun. So thank you for the super chats and all the fine contributions in chat. We certainly appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed talking about these two crazy movies. And we'll see you next time for Hereditary. And there was some chat about the Del Toro Frankenstein. I'm sure we will be covering
Oh, I'm
that
sure
at
we're gonna
some
find.
point.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about it.
So yeah,
Absolutely.
thanks for
Yeah.
joining
Thank
us,
you.
friends. And we'll see you around the bend. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Toodaloo. Ugh.